Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I see a couple folks up there in the chat. Appreciate all y'all. Welcome to the Game Lounge, season 2 episode. You know how we do.
32.
My man.
32.
Episode 32. And
Uh-huh.
I'm your host, Golden Crush 200. Y'all already know what we do. Kicking it on over to my co-host.
CJ the DJ, everyone's favorite DJ. And we got our guy Char in the front today and Maurice too.
There's a reason why Maurice got to be in the front today.
Yeah. I know why.
You know, yes.
I know why.
Yes.
But I'm gonna let you tell them why in a minute. But before you get to telling them why, let's jump to our back panel. Everyone's favorite wife.
What's going on? It's my lady Monet. What's going on, chat?
And our favorite guy, our favorite YN.
You are the show's YN.
Yes,
you are the show's YN.
Unfortunately, chat. Unfortunately, but it's Broke Nation, y'all.
Coles is in the building.
Yes,
Retro
yes,
Chris in the building. Kitty's in the building.
Yes.
One Piece season. Niggas said longest season ever.
Yo,
These some One Piece seasons for real.
For real.
it's crazy that
For
it's the
real.
longest season ever because in October.
In October, we will officially have made 1 year on the Game Lounge.
Yep.
1 year on the Game Lounge, y'all.
Game Lounge is turning 1 year old in October.
Yes.
And me, CJ, and the Game Lounge family, we are planning a big show.
Yes.
Huge show.
Huge.
Performances, guest surprises,
New games. New scenery.
New scenery.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, yes,
indeed.
that's another big thing. We're changing.
Yes, sir.
We're changing up the scenery.
Uh-huh.
We'll be debuted that day, which is October 26th.
26. It's this last Sunday of October.
Last Sunday in October will be our celebration 1 year Game Lounge birthday.
Yes, indeed.
So we're having a Game Lounge birthday
So
party.
make sure y'all do not miss that episode because it's going to be epic. It's going to be a lot of live, like you said, performances, new things, new games, and giveaways.
Yes.
To all of you guys.
Yes. It's all a ceremony show.
It's all a whole big thing. So we want to make sure we, cater to our, community, especially the ones who've been locking with us every Sunday.
We're called the Game Lounge, but it's they're the lounge.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They're the ones that gotta pull up and hang out with us. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, indeed.
So we do appreciate y'all, and we made a whole year. And to add on to that, we finally hit, and I said 400. 400. We're actually 401 in this bitch.
Right.
401. So what I wanted to ask us, and the kitty said, damn, I meant to unfollow.
Damn.
Well, if you unfollow now, we still 400.
Still 400, right?
How do you guys want to celebrate 400?
But Kitty, how you gonna unfollow us when we got the kitty cups going for you?
Yo, this is like permanent
Game Lounge etiquette.
Right, like.
And we gotta toast up to see. We trying to keep your follow, okay? Keep trying to keep your follow. This is an amazing man mug we're calling it with the good kitty chat on there.
And I gotta be fancy with the.
And he's
wine
fancy
glass.
with the wine glass.
You know
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Because if you know kitty, wine is what it is.
Some stream elements.
Nah, don't worry.
That's a bite.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. The bot is not working. We gotta go tap in with Stream Elements and figure out what's going on.
Oh.
Which means we're gonna go talk to Koza about that.
Yeah. Koza, expect the call.
Yeah, expect the call. Yeah.
So what I wanted to ask was, when we hit 300, we did 24-hour stream.
Yes.
We just hit 400. So
okay.
What we got in mind?
Maybe.
Is there a specific game that chat want to see? A specific genre? Because they tried Silent Hill with me,
okay.
and I gave it a shot. They seen it.
Okay.
It didn't work out.
Why not? You like it?
Hey, Prince of Persia too?
Prince of Persia. Yes, Prince of Persia. And they voted against Sonic Frontiers for Silent Hill.
Really?
They said they wanted to see a new genre. I don't really do scary.
Okay.
So I said, okay, that's what y'all want to do.
Okay.
That's what we're gonna do.
It was too eerie for you?
No, it was just too boring.
Oh yeah.
Silent Hill was just boring.
It gets really like eerie, like she said. It gets really like
quiet,
silent, regular, basic until you get to the scared, jump scary
She
part.
said play Zelda. Kitty said play Zelda. You ever played Zelda?
Ooh.
You probably like Zelda though. I think you'll like
Ooh, yeah.
A lot of games.
I second that. I second that. Play
There should
Zelda.
be- let's see what
I know Cole's is going to second,
there's
third
other
that.
options out there, people. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying. Here we go. These guys just not letting
Oh
it
my!
go. They're
No,
just
I
not
don't
letting
think.
it go.
I'm
I'm
trying
trying to
I don't
play
think.
basketball. I'm trying to cross over with it. You know?
I think if he do Ocarina of Time, it's gonna piss him off, and he's gonna hate Zelda forever.
So what he
The last
like
one,
Breath
the
of the
latest
Wild?
one. Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild, he might.
Kitty gonna
It's
say
too
pick a
open.
Zelda
Yeah.
I've never played. That's any Zelda.
Cozy, correct me if I'm wrong.
Daddy Mac Gaming in the
Ocarina of Time
building.
might be a little too much for GK to jump into as a first Zelda game versus like maybe Majora's Mask or Wind Waker. I think Wind Waker you would like because of the art, the art style. You might like Wind Waker.
Okay, so here's one thing with the Zelda option. Completely open to it. We're gonna need an emulator.
No, just buy a Switch 2 for Wind Waker. Buy a Switch 2 and you can play Wind Waker.
If you have a
Right,
Wind
and
Waker,
he don't play it that much.
if you want to switch emulator, I can get you an emulator.
But the last time we tried an emulator, it froze up the system.
Yeah.
Froze up Chun-Li.
Yeah.
So we can find another emulator, Koza. You know?
Yeah.
We can figure
Right,
that
right,
out
right,
if that's really what you guys want to do. But there's other options of things, other genres of games. There's Zelda on the list. Cool.
Yeah, yes. I like your the
Retro
ALTTP.
Arc? Okay.
I say
Retro
that too.
Arc,
Retro
okay.
Arc definitely.
Okay.
She's right about ALTTP, but that's a little old, I think. Kitty. I think if he go too far back, he's not gonna like the old play style. I want to give him something current, but still really good, worth playing. Not that ALTTP is not worth playing.
What's ALTTP?
A Link to the Past. It's a older Zelda. Link to the
Daddy
Past.
Mac, appreciate you at work with the lyric. Okay, we appreciate you, man, for tapping in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Daddy
so
Mac.
what's Wind Waker, Twilight Princess? Koza said we're gonna get you right.
Yeah. Twilight Princess is a good pick.
Okay, so we're not getting no Zelda.
No, they want you to play it.
We're just not.
They want you to play it. They wait for you to say what day, what time. They're gonna be
Yes.
Shucks.
Kitty said he ain't ready for
Sure.
Twilight Princess though.
Shucks.
I like that.
I'm just
Look,
saying.
everybody in chat, they like no.
Yo, I'm trying to ignore them.
No.
I'm trying to get locked in with my April Aries. It's just not working. They're not letting me.
Retro Chris said, "Nah, let's go on the Game Boy Link's Awakening."
No, that's
The
OG.
Game Boy one?
That's
Well,
OG.
no. Let him do at least the Switch remake. Come on, Retro Chris. He wanted you to go.
Retro trying to.
He wanted you to get the Game Boy, 2 buttons,
I think you should do Breath of the Wild.
8-bit screen. Like he wanted to go in on
for
you.
Breath of the Wild.
I know one because I'm playing it right now.
I mean, they do got one, but
No, I have one honestly.
I say play native to the station. Yeah, we got to turn this fan on. Hold on.
Native to the station.
I mean, native to the system. I meant to say.
That's the point.
Originally playing them on any Switch, right?
That's boring. The only reason why
It's boring. That's the real game.
I understand that, but on my emulator, I be playing 360 FPS. My son Link be looking fire on the game.
TP is the closest.
Yeah, but now he
to
got to
the
go buy
games
all
he
those
already
extra
played.
things to make it work.
TP. What's TP?
Twilight Princess is the closest.
Yeah, I gotta
to the
stop
game to
using
your
these
abbreviations.
Zelda abbreviations. I don't know. I don't play that.
No, but of course he said it before. That's why he's not gonna keep on writing.
Oh, you just short it. Okay.
That's right there.
Oh, you should probably do Skyward Sword.
Skyward Sword. I think he wouldn't like it.
You like Skyward Sword?
I don't think he
Damn,
like
bro,
it.
what you don't like?
Bro,
I say Wind Waker only because. Hear me out. I say Wind Waker only because it's not so crazy of a game. It does have a different art style from the original.
Like anime. It looks like
Yeah,
anime.
and I think you would enjoy
Yeah,
the
it looks like
story.
anime. Wind Waker looks like anime.
Right.
Okay. So that's option one.
Right. So
Any other?
one. So okay. So we can get Zelda and maybe something else, but we're sticking to Zelda.
He is trying to get off of it, y'all.
Right.
Put him through it.
I mean, you could probably do.
It's stressing me out.
So what other game you can play besides Zelda? People?
Well, okay. Either what other game, what other event, what other things we could do on the channel,
Right.
anything like that.
Okay.
So okay, fine. Zelda, stamp the fuck in. That's
Yeah. Embroidery.
That's
You know,
crazy.
Embroidery.
When
Not
Moses
just
came
embroidery.
down with the shit. It was when he came down with the Ten Commandments. That was on there.
Yes.
That was on there.
Wind Waker.
Yep.
Look, everybody is down with this.
Zelda Marathon. Look at the.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yes,
god!
indeed.
Every
Yes, indeed.
game? Oh my god!
Days going.
That would be lit. Every game? What?
I'm I'm not even looking at
It's
chat right
just
now.
it's just like Zelda Marathon.
Who said that?
Yo.
So, tell me who said that.
Retro Chris said Zelda Marathon.
Retro Chris, what borough you live in?
I
I gotta pay this man a visit.
What's SMW? What are you talking about?
SMW. Scott would
No, W.
no SMW. What is SMW? I don't know what SMW. Oh, Super Mario World. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know what?
Yeah, Super Mario World is lit. Or Luigi Mansion.
Oh, Galaxy.
Oh, now let's get that. Let's get that.
Okay.
You can do Galaxy.
Okay.
One and two.
Luigi's Mansion is a good pick.
Yeah.
Why can't we just get Mario?
Why you gotta pick Luigi, bro? Skady ass.
I like
Yeah.
Luigi, but get Mario.
Right, Mario.
All right, so we can do
Mario.
3D World.
But you always call Mega Man Mario with a gun,
Yeah.
so we don't.
Yeah, well, just not Mega Man.
Mario with a gun.
So-
We can do
we-
one of the Marios.
We could do one of the Marios for sure.
So I tell you what,
You know what I'm saying?
we could get it, something we could put like that in there, Super Mario World,
I have to pick.
and do a cycle and pull it out the hat. Like
Okay, so what else we're putting in the hat? We got
Zelda, Wind
Super
Waker,
Mario.
Why you
Super
gotta say
Mario.
Zelda so strong?
No,
Like,
Zelda,
Zelda.
Wind Waker.
You just need 64.
We're putting that first.
Yeah.
You said 64.
That's going
He never liked
in
64.
big bold letters
It's gonna
on
be
a
the biggest
big ass,
paper in there.
big ass paper.
All right,
You
so
gotta fold it like 8
Super
times.
They throw mad game. They throwing mad game launches in the video.
bad game option. They trying to make me suffer.
Okay,
Oh, man.
so you want to do a Mario? You okay with a Mario?
I'm okay with the Mario. I'm okay with the Zelda.
Okay,
You one more.
No, we can do a few more.
Pokemon.
a Pokemon?
Pokemon, I feel like we gotta be real.
I've never played. I play Pokemon. I've never played one of the newer ones that the people are bigger.
Okay.
I've never played one of those.
One of the open world ones.
I never
yeah.
played one of those.
Those are
Sword
the
and
best
Shield
ones.
or Scarlet Violet.
I had Sword.
That
No, the
means you played
last, no,
one where
the,
it
the
was
last
bigger.
one I had, the quirk
Flam
was
is in
the
there.
when
She
they get
lurking.
big.
Appreciate you,
Dynamax.
Flam.
Yeah.
That's Sword and
I
Shield.
played that one.
That's what it
I
should.
played that one. That's the
Okay.
last recent one I played.
Okay, so let's hash it out, Chad, because it is a lot, and
I
I
didn't
do
think
want
this was gonna
to make
drag
sure I
on
get
like
to
that. I thought we were
everybody.
good.
Want you to play.
This is not current.
They did say Super Mario
You know?
World, and Super Mario World is a Super Nintendo.
All right, so
Which
let's narrow
is
it down
easy.
like this: a Zelda game, a Mario game, a Pokemon game.
Okay,
Yeah. And you
What
gotta
else?
choose.
What other ideas? We got 3 games.
Oh, you wanna do?
you want to
fighting game?
you want to rebuild
Are you gonna-
another
are you
one,
gonna do
another Grandum? You want to rebuild another Grandum?
We should be kicking Workshop back into gear soon. Throw that in the hat.
Did you want to play another fighting
Another
game? Other
build?
than Street Fighter though?
Another build, basically.
But this time a Lego build.
You should do a Smash Bros.
Ooh, Lego.
Smash
A
Bros.
Lego build.
I like that.
I feel like everybody plays Smash Bros. You can probably do Smash Bros.
Oh.
Star Fox for
Oh,
the
another fighting game, like
You
Star
like
Fox for
Smash
the Game
Bros? Oh,
Boy,
man.
GameCube
That I don't
would
like
be
it. I
fire.
you
Or
played Dead or
replay.
Alive.
It would be.
Dead or Alive, I love Dead or
Oh,
Alive.
so it's amazing.
Dead or
fighting
Alive
game
don't
for
let
them,
you
though.
stream it.
I was trying to think of a fighting game that he.
I've tried it. They don't let you stream it.
The nudity.
Wow.
Smash Bros?
Oh, the
I-
nudity. Yeah,
From the
that's a
I never
lot
tried it
going
on the PC.
With Dead or
On the
Alive.
PlayStation, I
Yeah.
downloaded it.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
You streaming, they don't let you see nothing.
Yeah, because
The
it's
nudity.
the way the character.
The body, the character
streaming
Yeah, but they
bodies.
streaming. You see blood and gore and all
That's
that.
the crazy part.
There's
too.
other games with titties out all over.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat is ruthless,
This is what I'm
bro.
saying.
They just cut your whole head off,
Yeah.
rip your
But
insides
don't the
and
new
fall
Dead or
out.
Alive
Like,
have streamer mode?
It says Ninja Gaiden. Star Fox. I've never played a Star Fox game. That's interesting.
I played one.
no,
I've never played one.
That
That might actually. I like that.
I have. I'm not a big fan of it.
What's the one that introduced
I'm okay
Fox?
with it. I like
Not Fox,
what it's
Falco.
going for. I just can't really get heavily into it.
I can't judge. I've never played
No, I get you.
Right,
I get
yeah.
you. But I'm just saying, from my standpoint,
it. Ninja
I
Gaiden.
played it and just haven't gotten into it. You know?
Any other ideas outside of gaming? Because we got a good few. Y'all seem to be sticking with the Nintendo, which
Right,
is fine.
right,
But
right.
I get it. They don't see me play that. at
Yeah,
all.
yeah, of
And I'm
course.
usually laughing at it.
Yeah,
I'm usually
you always
fucking
making
with
fun
them.
of Mario
I'm
and
usually
Nintendo
fucking-
shit.
yeah.
Right. So get your ass on a Nintendo immediately.
You see this?
They're gonna make you spend money and
Just to
everything.
get back. Yeah, they're gonna make me spend money and everything. So what other ideas outside of gaming?
Retro Chris said
Make a Gundam. I did that already though.
I mean, if you
That's why we
first
said
build-
Grandum. Grandum. Oh, you
first
got
build-
Grandum. Fine, Grandum.
Pass the Gundam for me, please.
Yeah. Up there, up top, all the way up top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He
Grandum.
pointed down here. I'm like,
My
this
bad,
was
my
on
bad,
the-
my bad.
down here.
He up there chilling.
Look
Yeah,
at
chill.
Grandum.
Don't drop it.
I know it has like a. I know it's fragile. Oh, that shit looks cool. Okay.
We did a build before.
Ooh, that shit looks tough.
Ooh-wee.
This
Look
was
at
the Gundam.
Grandam. Look at
This is
Grandam.
what we did the first time. We did a build. We did this live on stream.
We
We
call
did
him
this.
Grandam because for a long time he ain't have no legs.
Yeah, and
he ain't got no TV.
So you see that?
God damn.
Looking smooth. I'm gonna put it right here, not because I don't trust you, Broke Nation.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I'm gonna have to trust you.
But make sure Grandam legs don't break.
Oh my God. We're going straight to the hospital.
Yeah, straight up.
Damn. Straight to the hospital.
Hospital's over there in the corner right there.
Yo, Kitty's asking if he still got his teeth.
Yes.
Yes.
You got him?
It's still in
You
there.
put him back in there?
Yeah, that's the real reason we started calling him Grandpa, because his teeth kept falling out.
Oh,
Yeah.
my
And
God.
one of the streams, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna put the teeth over here to the side.
Yeah.
Pop them back out.
Right.
And then he came up with knee issues. My boy was fucked up.
Mm.
Son was looking like a World War II vet.
From space.
I survived the war. All right, so
Cooking stream. Well,
that is already also in the planning.
that's in the planning.
We got 2 chefs already, actually.
Right.
And that is a
Season 3
season 3 thing.
plan.
Yes. So
You're on to something good, Kobe.
you're on to something good. We already have 2 chefs lined up. One Jamaican guy
Uh-huh.
and a female. She's Haitian descent.
Yes.
So we do have 2 people already lined up for cooking sessions coming up.
Yes.
Cozy's
yes.
cooking with us right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Cozy just wants some seasoning.
Yeah. He's like, I'll come to New York for that, bro.
He
Like,
did
if you're
an
doing
idea
that, I'm
for
coming.
the show. He said you could do some music quizzes, either like an anime or video games or whatever. That's cool.
We-
We
do that already, right?
We do that regularly here on the show.
We do that
But
regularly.
we could do
Some
maybe
more
next-
of that,
Maybe
yeah.
next week episode we could implement some of that.
Yeah.
So that's
And especially with we having lyrically correct. Lyrically correct having
Yeah,
the line of each,
yes,
you know,
absolutely,
guess the
absolutely.
line of
Yeah,
where
but
it
if you
comes
do a
from.
video game and an anime, y'all gonna trip out because some video game themes actually sound like some animes. Like the beat itself, y'all gonna be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, any 8-bit side, you're gonna go to either Mega Man,
No,
Mario.
not 8-bit. I'm talking about the newer games, like the newer games themes.
Mhm,
Yeah,
mhm.
yeah, it sounds like an anime.
all right. So that's the plan. So
So yeah, what we're gonna do is, of course, off stream, not now. Off stream, we're going to outline like 3 to 5 things we're gonna put inside of a box, fold it up, and we're gonna let GK select that one thing, and it's gonna be obviously the games, the cooking, the Gundam.
another build.
Another build because we was thinking the Lego
Yes,
build,
yes.
and something else. I would say garden, but
Kitty, no. Oh my.
ooh,
Oh.
no! 1
Wow,
month of no
dude.
Street Fighter, Kitty. Why?
That's a good one, Kitty.
Yeah.
That's a
What's up,
good
Cliff?
one.
What's up, Cliff?
A
See,
diamond
Yo,
Street
Cliff,
Fighter?
what's
That's
up?
crazy.
You think
Oh
you can do
my
it? I think you can do it.
1
I don't think
month?
that's bad. That's not that bad.
I lean on Street Fighter just to.
I can't throw a Hadouken. This is killing me. This is my
She
hella.
mean Street Fighter period or just like the one you play only? That's what you gotta ask. You mean Street Fighter 6, Street Fighter 6 or no Street Fighter?
Oh my God! Wait a month.
Even Cliff is wild
of
now.
no Street Fighter. Cliff just walked in here like, wait a minute. What's
What did I
going on
walk
here?
into?
She said, "Who came up?" He said, "Who came up?"
Oh, now you're retro. You came in on Demon Time today.
Oh my
You
God!
came in on Demon Time today.
Oh my God!
Wow, what's happening here?
No,
This,
he said,
this
no.
is Hate GK Day.
Listen, you gotta do real. We're celebrating reaching 400.
This is Hate GK
Right,
Day.
right, right. You gotta
People.
compete.
This is not the beat up GK.
Yeah, this is Hate GK Day.
All right, you know what? We're thrown in the hat.
Yeah.
We're thrown in the conversation.
Yeah. All right, so that'll be one of the things.
If
No
hey, you
Street
didn't want to
Fighter.
talk Zelda.
Will
Damn.
GK survive? So
Ooh.
like, what you guys don't understand is like a Thursday. Some of the people in the chat don't really catch me on the night sessions, which is Thursday. Most like Thursday, Friday, Saturdays, the days that I work. So I get home 9 something, 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
usually start a stream by 11.
Yeah.
Right.
I ain't got 5-6 hours to sit there and stream.
Right.
That's when I lean on some Street Fighter.
Right. Now you gotta find
Let
something
me do
else.
Street Fighter every Saturday on his stream. I'm
Okay.
always in there.
Right.
Mhm.
I can't do that either.
Okay, so wait.
If
Kenny,
I'm
let's
not
ask
streaming
the
it my-
parameters of no
Yeah,
Street
because
Fighter.
this
Is
is
it
getting
no
crazy.
playing or
This
no
is-
playing, no streaming, no watching, no?
No watching.
Oh, what do we
That's
got?
crazy.
I can't breathe.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
What's the parameters? Do you mean I can't stream? Damn, this nigga said nothing. Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
What's going on, Cliff? Oh, they said you can watch. You can watch.
Can I play Street Fighter when I'm not streaming?
No.
Nobody would know.
Nobody would know except you, but that's cheating.
No, but I'm saying, is that part of the parameters? Can I play when I'm not streaming?
No.
Wow.
No. You said no.
He said, hold up.
I know. Right?
No Jamaican and Trinity Flash.
Yeah,
We got
I got my shirt.
Look, you got the shirt right
Yeah,
here.
my Trinity shirt.
Look.
I left
Show
my
it
flag
up.
home.
Say it in real good. Let the
I left
people
my
see
flag
it. Let the
home.
people
The shirt
see
is
it.
fly.
Yeah.
The shirt is fly.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I was looking for my shirt, but I couldn't find it, so I put my vacation shirt when I went to Florida. We was lit out there. Yeah.
30 days, no console later than 2000. Wait.
What? Yo, Koza.
That's crazy.
What are you doing?
30 days, no consoles later than
Koza, hold on. dog. What's happening here?
They go ahead. No console later than 2000.
What's that? Yeah, on the target?
Yo, you
Damn.
can't play nothing after.
They got me
PlayStation
They got
1.
me streaming Pong.
Oh
That's
my
crazy.
god!
Wow.
You can't play nothing after PlayStation 1.
Damn.
He just put him on some Amiga
Damn.
game. Yo, why y'all wilding out like this though?
Oh my god! Well, PlayStation 1 got a decent selection. You can
Even
play.
Cliff said, "Why you doing this?"
Oh my god! So
Yeah.
that's a good one though. Let me write these down.
Oh, you getting a little too excited.
Right, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
No
Work.
games older than 2000.
Well, come on.
Yo. Oh,
gotta
my
say,
It's
God.
only right.
You gotta get the people what they want.
Gotta get the people what they want.
Are you low key gonna be co-signing this shit?
Okay.
It's gonna be good.
It's not.
No,
No.
console after 2000 or no Street Fighter. What y'all want to play?
What?
Bro, I'm telling you, pick the no console
So
after
how
2000.
How am I gonna stream?
You gotta choose one. No
Okay, so
console
let's
after
write
But
this.
how
Let's
am I
write
gonna
these down.
stream if I'm on a P1?
'cause you gotta
Emulator.
Stop it. Like,
You gotta be funny.
pissing me
You
off.
funny.
Pissing me off.
Oh my god.
Stop it.
Okay, so option 1 is we say play a game. Play a game.
Mario, Zelda, Pokemon.
Mario, Zelda, Pokemon. Okay. So now option 2 is
1 month no console. No, 1 month.
we say
1 month no Street Fighter.
a new build. A new build.
A new build, yes.
That's a new build.
So that's 4. We need 5.
Lego. Lego is in mine. Or another Gundam.
Right.
Okay. I said Gundam, not fundamental. So,
Yeah, because he said go don't be playing retro like that. Yeah, I don't play. Yeah, he knows. I don't really play
Okay.
retro games like that.
I
Cliff
know,
knows.
but that's good. That's good. That's good.
Evil too.
That's good.
You see, why is he so
You,
excited?
but you know how much this is gonna make everybody want to tune in to watch
Yeah.
GK play an old
They
game.
are.
This is amazing.
They are.
I played retro. I played beat 'em ups.
What game?
I played the Punisher. I played Battletoads, Ninja Turtles.
Those are
Where?
the games.
This a nigga
Oh,
like
I got a compilation CD of all these things, man. I played them on stream before.
He said a CD.
Uh,
This nigga. This nigga.
Niggas on a disc. See, I ain't doing that.
This-
I ain't doing like that.
Okay, so now, we got play a game. Mario, Zelda, Pokemon.
No Pokemon. Kitty say we talking Mario Zelda.
No. I'm gonna make sure because we want to get chat involved. New build, a Lego or a Gundam. What's the third thing we said? Okay, let's just put the no
and
console.
Pokemon. No, wait, we was at 4. The games.
What
Mario game, Zelda game, Pokemon game.
So that's all in one category. Play a game.
But it's
It's one of different games.
so
You're gonna select
that's
it.
3 options there.
That's 3 options within one category.
Yeah, you gotta pick a Mario game, a Zelda game, and a Pokemon game.
Right.
All those options goes
So-
in the hat.
Mm,
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
The new build, a Lego or a Gundam.
Yes, that's another option in the hat.
Okay.
So that's 4. I could either pick a Mario game or a Zelda game
Right.
or a You know what I'm saying?
Okay. No console.
Why you gotta go right back to that?
No console.
No console. Wait a minute.
Wait, what is it? No console after 2000 or no Street Fighter?
Why they are so evil today? What
Damn, right. Now you ain't getting out that stuff.
No console after Street Fighter.
No Street Fighter for a month.
That is tough.
After 2000. After 2000.
This is supposed to be a celebratory moment.
No.
Right, no.
This is crazy.
Hey,
What y'all gonna do when we hit 500?
They ain't letting no.
Go stream in the rain?
Yes.
All right. Out there with an umbrella.
Looking like an Omarion video.
Lightning hitting me. It's crazy work.
Yo, no Street Fighter.
You
For
see,
30 days.
Koza said the hat gotta be balanced, good and bad. This is all bad. This is all bad.
It gotta be.
There's no good here for me.
It gotta be good. That's my.
The only good is if I pick a Mario game, I'm comfortable.
Right.
I've played Mario game before.
Okay.
I beat Galaxy.
That's my favorite.
That's my shit.
Okay.
Played Mario Kart. You know what I'm saying? Played Smash Brothers. I'm not oblivious to it. You know what I'm saying?
What about Zelda? You ever played Zelda?
Never.
You got
Never.
Okay.
Never played Zelda.
Okay. We could add something to that list. You like Marvel vs. Capcom?
Yes.
Go back and play every one of them. There's one game that has all of them on it. The Marvel vs. Capcom, the Cat Collection thing.
Mm-hmm.
You get to play the original, the X-Men Street Fighter.
Throw that in there.
Yeah.
You got more fun with that.
I got you. So what
Yeah,
you
yeah.
get?
Throw that in.
I
Throw that
got
in
you.
there.
Got you.
And what makes that also interesting too, in this balance, I'm not the biggest fan of Marvel vs. Capcom.
Okay.
I don't dislike the game, but I don't play it much.
Okay.
All of that.
It's cool. It's
All of that shit going on. All of the combo. Come back down. All
you
that
gotta know how to
shit.
do combos.
Yeah. So hold on. The hat has to be balanced. Okay, Kitty agrees with that part. Okay, so chat. This is what we got. Play a game. Mario, Zelda, Pokemon, new build, Lego or Gundam. No console after 2000.
Why is that one in there?
Still, because they asked. They asked for it.
No, take that shit out.
No,
take that shit out.
No, leave it there. Why would it? Leave it there. No Street Fighter for 30 days.
Right.
That includes playing off or online.
Right.
But you can watch it.
Well, I can't play offline. I don't make no sense.
No.
That's crazy.
I can't play offline.
Y'all just digging extra. Like,
Right.
So I gotta sit out on Gluttony stream for 4. That's not fair for him.
She said
you can watch Gluttony, but you can't play with Gluttony.
I gotta be able to participate with Gluttony stream, man.
No.
I'm a part of the stream.
You can chat.
No, I'm a part of the lineup of fighters.
You can't say Hadouken. No Hadouken.
That's that's not fair.
No Sonic booms.
That's
no
not fair.
Hadoukens.
That's not
no
fair.
Shoryukens.
Because I'm
no Psycho
participating
Crushes
on his stream as well.
Well,
Niggas wait on GK to get home
well,
from
tell
work.
Gluttony call me.
That's for 4 weeks. That's crazy.
Tell Gluttony call me for 4 weeks.
I think I should be able to play
no
for his stream.
No, absolutely not.
No, we got that
Anywho,
one gotta be.
back
I'm
to
calling
this.
a lawyer.
Said in real life, New York City cat catching stream. That's crazy.
A what? A fucking what? A cat who?
A cat catching stream.
He's a cat burglar.
Right.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Kitty said no Street Fighter also means no Marvel vs. Capcom.
Ooh wee.
He keep it because it is Street Fighter.
Alright.
Sort of.
Play Mortal Kombat.
Oh.
Y'all can't go changing the parameters now.
Combat.
I play Tekken.
I'm like, oh
damn. Now you want to go to Tekken
I
because you
play
can
Dragon Ball
Street
Fighters.
it's like
He
it.
said, you know,
It's
real
like
Tekken
Street
fan.
Fighter. It's like the Marvel vs. Capcom.
I just can't play
They
anything
do
with
like
Street
Hadouken,
Fighter
right?
characters,
I'm
basically.
saying.
Outside of Street Fighter, I can't play Capcom versus SK because they got Ken and Ryu Street Fighter.
Right.
Team K.
Herb is in here. He said, "What's good, fam?"
Yo,
OG
yo, yo,
Wiz
yo,
on the
yo.
deck.
OG
BK for
Wiz,
life.
what's going
Yeah.
on? Welcome in, Herb, my man. That's the OG right
I
there.
forgot OG Wiz. What's up, man? Okay, so that's what we got. We got a couple things. If we come up with some more, we'll do it. So I just want to run them down to you guys real quick because we want to jump into things. Play a game, Mario, Zelda, Pokemon. New build, Lego or Gundam. No console after 2000. No Street Fighter for 30 days. Buy MVC, which is Marvel vs. Capcom collection, to play those.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, she got ads.
Oh, they got ads.
I gotta give Kitty a sub.
Yes. We got to get her in there. Lock her in. I hope everyone enjoys it. Team K20. Team K20 is in the room, blowing it up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hope everyone enjoys their wonderful day. Aim down sight, hold it down, fam. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Happy Labor Day weekend to you, Team K20.
Yes, happy Labor Day weekend to everybody.
Yes, happy Labor Day weekend to everybody because it is Labor Day weekend. It is. So let's hit the
from J to you.
Yes, sir.
For Labor Day weekend.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Who we putting into Labor Day?
When we getting this list ready for next week?
Yeah, we're gonna have it by next week. We're gonna have this whole thing situated for y'all by next week. We're gonna do it on stream.
Okay.
We're gonna do it on stream for you.
All right. So next Sunday we'll.
So that means you might want to get your Street Fighter plays in starting tomorrow. Get through it, just in case.
That's crazy.
Right. You better have your
just
fun.
in case.
Get your Street Fighter in now.
They showing ads for over 40 years of old lipstick. What the fuck?
She said I feel it.
Damn.
Yo.
All right, so let's move on into the. I didn't think y'all was gonna rough me up this hard. That's crazy.
They whipped you out. They whipped you out.
They
They said, oh, 400? Fuck GK.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I got something for his ass. I've been waiting for him to get here.
Shit. All right, so let's get into some things.
Okay, so current events, y'all. That's current events. Pretty sure if you guys have been on social media, there has been publicly announced school shooting in Minnesota.
Oh, wow.
Which is horrible.
Another one?
You still doing this?
You love to challenge the GK. I noticed.
What? School shootings?
School shootings is not something that we all talk about, but it happens.
It happens. Current events.
It's current events, and I'm sure it's been glorified all over the news, and well, not glorified, blown up
right
all over the news, and I'm sure you guys have seen it. Unfortunately, 2 children have passed from it.
What grade level was this?
This is Catholic school, so they're in their little kids. They're like 7, 8.
And the shooter was about that age?
No. Grown. Teenagers. Like, I'm gonna say a YN. I'm gonna say they're YN.
Damn.
YN is the bullshit. No offense.
They're not. It's not a YN because they're not black.
You can still call it
so
YC. What's the
YC.
All right.
Yeah, you're right.
YC.
YC, yeah.
It's a YC.
Right.
Appreciate you, Retro.
Yes, indeed. So, real quick, I just want to pull it up for y'all real quick, just to read through something really quickly about it, because I don't want to misquote nothing.
I appreciate you. I'll check it out in a little bit, Retro. Appreciate you, my bad.
Yes, indeed.
Clap it up for Retro for popping in on us.
Yes, indeed. Retro.
We appreciate you for participating, but bro. Appreciate you, my man.
So here's the article here. This section, I want to just breeze through it really quickly. On the morning of August 27th, 2025, a mass shooting occurred at the Church of the Annunciation in the Wyndham neighborhoods of Minneapolis, Minnesota. United States, the attack took place during a scheduled school-wide mass attended by the students and faculty of Annunciation Catholic School. So he just went in there and started doing, fuckery. As right here you see on NBC News, it says 2 children dead, 17 victims injured in Minnesota Catholic School.
That's sad.
And I just want to point out real quick who the fucker is, because it pissed me off.
What the
This guy here. This guy here is the fucker. And I keep saying this guy here because he looks like a bitch, and he is a bitch, but he's a fucker.
This fucker
because when you go kill children, you're a fucker.
Insane.
When you go looking to harm children for any reason, it's crazy.
Like I don't know. It was said that he went to the school. Yeah, get his ass out of here. Get his ass out of here. Get his ass out of here.
Well, we gonna send out.
When you go and start harming children instead of dealing with your actual problem, because they said when he used to go to the school, he graduated from the school, the Catholic school. When you go and harm children, I got a problem with that. A big problem.
We all as humans should.
Like
yes.
that's
all
a big
as a society
problem.
should have a
They're
problem
innocent
with that.
people
like,
who had nothing to do with the reason why you are going through what you're going through.
I don't care what color you are, what your income tax bracket is.
Yes.
When you hear children are being, I don't even care about the color. It's just like, get that fucker.
Yes.
I got a problem because I got kids of my own.
Exactly.
I got a problem with that.
I got a serious problem with that. That shit hurts my heart, man. So let's catch up with chat. unfortunately, people, it is current events,
Right.
and we're just.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on it real quick, say a couple things, and basically give my opinion. I don't like that shit. It pissed me off when I did see it, and I did watch the news about it, and I was digging deep. It pissed me off. I shouldn't have dug deep, but it really pissed me off. Anyway, the gun culture said the gun violence got to stop. Why can't people just go shoot some pedos or something?
Right.
Yeah,
Agree.
Yo,
I agree with
If
that
you
all day,
feel like
Kitty.
you gotta clap a nigga, hey,
Yes.
listen, that guy right there is a pedo.
Right.
Clip them.
At least do something positive.
Right.
But you're going after innocent. Just.
Kitty said, I agree with that. Did you read his letter? No, I didn't read his letter, but I just know that he went to the school, and I guess they say he had some type of vendetta with the faculty or the of course the bigger branch of the Catholic school,
Right.
whatever it was. But I didn't go that deep into no one reading his letter. Closer said, like, the sex offender registry is free. Kill them, not the kids. Facts. Facts. Kitty agrees as well with that too.
Yeah.
But-
Not trying to give it ideas.
Right. But just wanted to touch on that. That is something that we wanted to really bring attention to. If you live in Minnesota,
Be careful.
careful. If you live wherever you live at, be careful. Be careful with your kids. Our condolences on the Game Lounge goes out to
Of
the
course.
families that experienced those
whole community.
issues, that whole community.
That whole community.
It's such a sad situation, but our hearts go out to them. In other news, Labor Day weekend.
Today's Labor Day weekend.
It is Labor Day weekend. And I got something up here I want to let y'all see, because yesterday was Kitty Carnival and tomorrow is, not tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow is actual
yes.
Labor Day Carnival.
Yes.
So yesterday was Kitty Carnival, everybody.
The sound.
Kitties out there doing their thing. Look at the kitties, look at the kitties. All in full costume, all in full mask.
Colors is
Got the
vibrant.
Trini flags. We got the Jamaican flags. Look at the Trini flag. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Guyanese
they got the
flags.
bubbles?
The Bayesian flags. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The stilts and everything. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I don't know who Ken Sui is, but we just wanted to show that.
Yeah. He was like, nah, remember, I'm the one that filmed it. Look at me.
Yeah. Look at me.
Use my shit.
Ken Sui definitely wanted to pop in.
Yeah.
His 2 cents about the whole Labor Day thing, but
Right. The food.
Golden said, you know that fool. Oh, hell
yes.
yeah. It's
Ethiopian flag, Nigerian flag for sure. Team K20 for sure. It's mad colorful. And it's happening here in New York. It always happens in Brooklyn on Eastern Parkway.
I was thinking about going IRL out there maybe
Yeah,
to show
okay.
what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A
So
little early in the morning.
if y'all see me do IRL early in the morning, that's why. If you don't,
Right.
then I just didn't.
Like I said, the adult one is tomorrow. The big Labor Day parade is tomorrow. I don't think kids should be out there at that time because it'd be wilding. All the YNs, the YBs.
That's why y'all may not see me.
Yeah.
pop up, you know what I'm saying?
Everybody be out there just wilding. So
You heard about the new word? What new word? All right. And other good news as well. I don't know if you guys know that this weekend they did the Sonic Cross World beta release.
yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I did a little stream on it. I think Friday night, for like an hour. Just
Like we said, I got more recent in here for a reason.
Yes, sir. So just to give my 2 cents on how the game looks and feel and plays so far,
Okay.
it's looking like a hit.
Okay.
It's looking like a hit.
Okay.
Still.
Gonna knock Mario Kart Worlds off its high horse?
Well, me personally, I've always preferred the Sonic racing to the Mario racing. And it's not for much of a difference because Mario's the GOAT, whatever. We all get that, but
That's what I said, knock him off the high horse. Sometimes people be trying to just say Mario Kart is only the best and there's nothing else to beat it.
no, there's a few other things out there. Even Disney Speedstorm is pretty good in that genre. It's a pretty decent game. You know what I'm saying? But this one is, yeah, I did, right?
Katie said, GK, text me, I know you're asleep, but I'm playing Sonic Racing.
Manly. So this one, the last one that came out, Sonic Team Racing 3, where they forced you to always have a teammate. Didn't like it.
Okay.
The gameplay was good. The game was clean.
Okay.
And the racing was good. The modes were, it was lack of modes.
Okay.
And you want to go ranked online and race,
Yeah.
no, it's going to link you with somebody.
Yes.
Now you got a partner every race.
Yes.
Kill the game. But the everything around it was good. Then the one before that is the GOAT.
Yes. The All-Star
Transformers.
Transformers,
yeah. That's the GOAT. Seems like they merged it.
Okay.
That's what this was saying.
They all of the negative things about it they took out. All the positive things they combined together. They
combined it. Yes.
Fire.
Yes. So far it's looking like a hit. I fuck with it. But I do have some issues though.
Okay. It was a beta. Let's keep that in fact.
I feel like at some points with some of the tracks, it gets a little jumbly.
Okay.
It's a lot going on.
Okay.
Really tight.
Okay.
And it makes maneuvering.
Is it graphic tearing like any?
No. Also, it's very like most of these games, but I feel like in this one, it's very. They punish you for not drifting on the turns.
Yes.
Because even if I don't drift, why am I still riding the corner this heavy? And I'm trying to turn out of it, but the car is like stuck grinding on the fucking the turn wall.
Right.
I get you. So it's like,
and your tail of the car still.
Yes. So you get high reward for drifting good. You get punished for not properly drifting.
It's like Mario Kart and Speedstorm too. Speedstorm.
Yeah, but I feel like this one punishes you worse.
Like if you were in first and you do that mistake, you could end up in 8th.
Bruh, there's been times when it's lap 3, the finish line is not too far away, and it seems like the game just automatically just gets really hard from there to there. Now you're in 6th place, and you're like, what just happened? You know what I'm saying? You're like, what the fuck just happened? But the flight mechanism is cool.
Okay.
With the airplane and stuff. I'm very strict on how flying and shit runs. The boat stuff is pretty good. Okay. The transforming back and forth and going into different worlds in one race. Okay. The gimmick is working.
Okay.
Because every game got the gimmick that you spice it up with.
Yes.
The gimmick is definitely being punched in and it's working. Imagine you're on one stage.
Right.
And if you're the one in first place, you get to choose which of the cross world you go to. So you can go.
So if you want to go to water, you can jump. You can go to water, and everybody got to follow you into water.
So far, it seems like it's 2, red and blue.
Okay.
One is random, so you have the question marks. The other one shows you the stage. So if you don't like this one, you can chance your random. But if you like this one, I'm good at this. You go here.
Right.
But only the first place person gets to choose it when you get to that point.
Okay.
And then the bubble comes out, you go in it.
Fine.
And then you either transform the thing or continue with the car. The gimmick is really being punched in, but it's working.
Can you customize your car, or it's
that's what they took from? They took the customization from Team Racing 3.
Okay.
That cut you can put different parts, different stats, different thing, and now they have the boogie boards from Sonic Riders. Yeah. That's one of the vehicles now.
I love it. I love the hoverboard.
It's working. That's my 2 cents.
I love the.
It's looking like a hit.
I'm in.
Yeah, zero gravity was.
I gotta be locked in because I'm not gonna play it often because I know you're gonna kick ass on me. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna race for moral support. I'm not gonna race because I was gonna beat you.
But it's good though. It's really good.
No.
And the beta, you can tell it's a beta because it still has some glitchy little nuances or whatever.
Team K20, a lot of chat with chat.
Yeah, let's catch up with
chat. Team K20 said Nigeria and Burkina Faso are letting African Americans come back to Africa with honors.
Hey, welcome back, Retro. Retro said no work, so he's back for a bit. All right. Welcome back, man.
Let's go, Retro. No work. Case one, he also said not to get all political, just to let you know in case we're faced with the motherland. The motherland has arms open. This is all leading up to what the real drip is. All right. Okay.
Are we talking about Crossroad demo or Retro played it as well?
Okay, Retro played the demo.
And again, he agrees. That was a good one. Yes.
Facts. K20 still says they're telling us what they're doing over at CERN. Is it CERN? Okay, yeah, CERN. Many black hole can cause a complete teleportation of our universe dimension. So portal/dimension hopping will be mainstream. No worry, I'm talking to myself. Damn. You wasn't talking to yourself. Nah. We all wanted to make sure I get in and get all your rundowns all one time before I start picking little things out and say, what is K20 talking about?
DC is what? What's that? You said
Retro said, also, I hope you don't have the thing I sent you on DC. I guess the Discord.
Yeah, okay.
But if you don't, it's for you.
I got you, Retro.
They're making cross-gen games.
Yes, cross,
yeah. Said, sound mad circumferential.
Circumferential.
Yeah. Also, said that's a 3 separate comment.
No, that's not close to that Team K.
No, I'm sorry. Team K20 said that is 3 separate comment. I was replying to you as you spoke. Okay.
Also, let me shine some light on before we move on. Gears of War Reloaded is across all platforms now.
Yes.
So
yes, indeed.
PlayStation, Steam, Xbox, everybody can play Gears of War Reloaded, and it's fire. I've also been playing that, and it's pretty good.
Katie said extrapolating.
Extrapolating. That was a workshop word.
Yeah.
That and circumferential.
Right. Extrapolating. Okay.
Circumferential. Right.
Metal Gear Solid is the first cross-gen. Okay.
No. I haven't played Metal Gear Solid in so long.
I'm not a fan.
Damn. You don't like Snake?
I don't dislike it. I just don't want to play the game.
That's your thing.
Yeah. Too much stuff.
Maybe we could add that to the hat. No, I'm joking.
Stop. Why you doing that?
Yo, for real.
Me named Nintendo P4, P5. K20 says. Coulter said, I heard Gears had a really bad launch, but everyone I seen play it loved it. K20 said,
same here.
So you get all console versions. Sega needs to do that.
Well, I mean, Crossworld is all over the place.
I mean, Crossworld is on multi-platform.
Yeah. Most of Sega games are. They don't have a system.
They don't have a system no more. Right. So they partner with all the big platforms and they just work with it. They're now a development versus a console.
I heard about that with TK. So we're supposed to
what? No Snake Eater.
They were supposed to release a Sega gas seats. I heard something about that.
What?
K20 said they were supposed to release a Sega Cloud game.
They were. I didn't hear about that too.
Right.
Yeah, they were launching their own cloud.
Yeah.
It's probably still in the works.
Or they're just gonna put the cloud-based gaming on all platforms.
Yeah, it's probably going to be like
easier and safer.
Their own streaming.
Right, but it's easier and safer just to put their games on all the platforms in the cloud. Field. Microsoft already got Game Pass. PlayStation already got PlayStation Plus cloud gaming. It's safer just to put it on the platform since you already work with them.
Whatever they do, they do. I just want to play some Sonic.
Facts.
All right, so ready to get into some fun?
Yes, but before we jump into the fun, this is part of the fun.
Mm-hmm.
I got a question of the day, chat. I got a good question of the day, and if you look up here, bing, can you survive off of $5 million for the rest of your life?
Yes.
From today.
Yes.
Moving forward.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can easily explain to you how.
Yes.
Okay.
How? Would you do it?
Math.
Okay.
If you add up from the day you started working to the day you're gonna retire, 99.999% of people don't make $5 million your whole life. You're basically giving me more than I would ever make my whole life working times, and I would survive off what I make.
Okay.
So, by math standpoint, I came up thousands of times over. It's just what you do with that money. That you get it up front. That's the issue. Because when you get paid, you got to survive till you get paid again.
Yes.
Right.
Now you're just giving me $5 million. Now it's up to the person
to have the discipline.
To have the discipline to make that goal for the rest of your life.
Yes.
That's so I say completely yes.
You got a point, TP.
I want to get to where I was left off at. I'm sorry. Retro Chris said, K20 said yes. He said nope. He said yes. But Retro said, with how my place is running now, oh no. Ooh. Got some house renovations have to happen.
Coulter said I could survive off that easy.
Coulter said I could survive with that easy. K20, the dollar will be worth nothing within 5 years. Okay. Well, whether it be an actual paper dollar or
currency or whatever.
$5 million is $5 million.
Right.
Let me just say that. Kenny said I could pay all my debts and I'm good.
Yeah, you still have.
K20 said 80% of the world doesn't even use dollar money for business. They don't. They use credit. It's going to be Crypto soon within 5 years. Musk already started it. Coulter said, I grew up broke. We survived off of nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm with you.
And we survived.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Coulter. I'm with you. K20 said the idea. Ooh, said Katie King said I would pay my house off, and I love my house. Just needs fixing up, and I wouldn't make a dent in the money. Facts. Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right.
Cool, okay.
Yeah.
K20 nah, $5 million dong equal $10.
Damn.
I feel that. I feel that.
5 million USD. Let me.
Right.
Maybe I should.
No, we can just say. So what do you say?
I say, with discipline, you can. Without it, I don't think so, because in 10 years, the quantity of dollar now won't be the same in 10 years. And I'm only 35, so 10 years will make me 45, and then 55, and then 65, and the quantity of dollar at 65, which is 30 years later from now, is going to be different.
Right, but
way different. So that's what makes me say no. But I say yes because if I got it, I would try to use it in a way to make more with it.
But even with inflation, right?
Uh-huh.
As you're working from 35 to 45 to 55, you still wouldn't even make 500,000 versus somebody giving you $5 million. So no matter what the inflation is, it is impossible that, say where we're at now is what I'm saying.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We're not talking that we hit it big. We make $1 million a year. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Inflation, you're not making $5 million from now to you're 80.
Right.
So what I wanted to put check out real quick because I'm 35 now.
Cole just say I'm not high enough for this convo.
Right.
So I did it this way when I was home. I'm 35 now. I'm just going to save for shooting for in the future. I'm gonna live 50 more years.
You will.
Yeah, I'm gonna live 50 more years, which will be 85 for me at that point. 5 million split into 50 years is 100K a year. Mm-hmm. I can survive with 100K a year, but I don't make 100K a year now. Right. And I'm surviving.
Right. So what I would say to that is, when you get the $5 million, you can have it set up to just get access to 100K a year. Yes. Which, if the year's not done, you can't go unless it's an emergency. Right. You can set it up as smart as you. Right. What I would do is I would make sure you give me $5 million now. House and land is paid off for. Yes. Paid off for. Yes. Nothing. Everything is done. Right. Then you can start investing a little bit. It's that you put some aside for retirement. Make sure you're good. Right. House, land is paid off for. For sure. You get more than one property, all paid off for. Right. Once you got house and land, go cheap. You good. You are. You go work at McDonald's with your house and land paid off for. You can survive. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. K20 said I would buy humans. Money look at the market. Coda said buying humans is crazy. Buying humans is a little different. It's a little different. It's going back to slavery a little bit. That's a little bit of a backslide there. Right. Yeah, it's kind of. Coda said humans are disgusting creatures, while enslaving them is worse. True. I mean, yeah. But you was buying them, so it's kind of enslaving them. Retro said 5 million is 50 million for me in Norway. Wow. So then you can go to Norway and live it up. Okay, so I did not know that dollar currency was that the big difference. Yeah, big difference. So yes, I could survive. K20 said they just ain't cared for enough. Because said I'm not high enough for this conversation. Plus interest rate. Why are we buying humans? Facts, Kitty. Facts. I don't need I don't know either. Yeah, K20 want to buy humans and we're not buying humans. Start turning them into Elon Musk Tesla. Yeah, we're not buying humans. Robot. Kitty said, I don't need an 18-room, 20-bed. Exactly. I don't need Okay. A house. Real quick, because K20 said some crazy shits. Plus tax. I blew 107,000 online chat site. What? You need an adult. You need an adult. I'm going to tell you why you need an adult. Because boy, no way you just blew 107K on online, whether it be a positive or negative website. Crazy. That's crazy. You need an adult. You need an adult to be on your side every step of the way because, bruh. That's crazy.
especially Fortnite. I don't know nobody that spent 177K on Fortnite, bro. That's crazy.
At least nobody I know.
Nobody I know.
Yeah,
Crazy.
more than 107K on Fortnite. More than 107K. Someone spent what?
Case study that I gave all my peeps 10K in a car.
I said Bill Mill. My fault.
Damn, now I'm broke and no one like to
He
kick
said
it.
porn
I
site.
live in-
What?
Ooh, porn site.
Wow. I say prawn.
Who is selling out? Who's selling? What are we talking about? What's going on?
Porn site.
They say prawn. Say prawn.
Yeah, K20 is crazy.
I was about to say, damn, he was paying for the hunters.
Yeah.
Who's selling out? He said he's talking about selling out for what? Who's selling out?
Selling out for 5K? No, we're not selling out for 5K. The question was, can you survive for 5K? 5 million.
I don't understand how selling out came up.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Can you survive off a half 5 mil? That's the question.
Right.
God damn.
But yeah, that was the question of the day, y'all. I wanted to just get everybody's opinion on that. Like I said, I plan to live 50 years more, and then more. With me being 35 now.
Kitty said, okay, so why the fuck we buying humans and selling out? Team K, you know. You're talking to yourself, but you're letting us all see it. Yeah, it's not really, you know.
So, it's a little crazy. It's a little crazy, bro.
You're typing it in.
It's a little crazy. It's a little crazy. And you say porn site, and then you spent 107K. As I say, he needs an adult.
All right, hold on, wait. Let's dial it down a little bit. It's just certain, you know what I'm saying?
A lot of parameters there.
Yeah, there's just certain things that just don't need to be typed in.
PK Jeff, yeah.
Brooklyn Jeff, you're T.Y., my man.
T.Y., yeah.
Wait, what? Buying humans, not T.Y. We good.
We done with that, bro.
We good.
We trying to run on past it. I don't know what happened there. But forget the question was, can you survive for 5 million for the rest of your life, guys? That's what we were talking about. If you look above our heads right there, you would see the little question of the day. I believe, with BK Jeff and TY, because they both from the hood too, just like us.
Right.
They would be able to survive over 5 million for the rest of their lives.
$5 million for the rest
And
of their
like
life.
I say,
I'm good.
Like I say, I'm 35, 50 years more, I'll be 85.
Right.
If I do 100K a year, that is the 5 million up to 85. I'm okay with that. Because I don't make 100K right now.
That's 100K without tax. That's what you're getting. No tax.
No tax.
Yeah.
No tax,
So
100K.
what people fail to realize is when I say I make 100K a year, you don't take home 100K a year.
Right.
That's pre-tax.
Right.
You don't take home.
No, 100K
you take
a year
home what,
is
75, 80?
Yeah. 100K for the year is post-tax, after tax. This is gross.
TY say sounds like slavery. That's all. My bad. Nah, we ain't getting down like that over here.
Yeah. We're not moving that kind of way.
TY say I'm definitely surviving.
K20 said if you don't want to talk about it, drop it.
We did drop it. It's over.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah.
That ain't that type of conversation there. Stop trying to villainize me. Who's villainizing you?
Nah. Yeah, he's talking crazy.
Yeah.
He's talking crazy. Anywho, moving on to the next game. So, you got one? Let's start with yours?
Yeah, let's start with mine.
All right, start with your game.
Let's start with mine. I feel like
on to the game. So, let's get on with the game.
Let's get lounging.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up.
All right, so let me jump in there real quick. Hold on, chat, before we show y'all what's going on.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 then. All right, so let's get y'all in, chat. Let's get y'all in because we are ready to jump on with the games. Okay, wait a minute. I gotta hit the little loopy-loop. I forgot. My bad. Whoop. Okay, here we go. All right, so what game is this, GK? This is called 1, 2, 3, 4?
Yeah, it's 3 or 4 options, and you're gonna give me from what you see from your favorite to least favorite. You're gonna line them up.
Okay.
So one is what you like the best.
Right.
4 is what you hate.
Okay.
And while we're playing, might throw in an extra question or situation while we're
change
looking
the dynamics of it.
Yeah, might change the dynamics of it. So remember, chat. 1 is your favorite.
Yeah. 1 is the top. 4 is the
4 is your least favorite, and you line it up that way from first to last.
Yes, yes indeed. Yes indeed.
Let's get cooking.
All right, let's do it.
Pause that.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Wait a minute.
I switched it up a little bit.
I like
what
that.
just happened?
You like that?
I like
You
that.
like that?
What just happened?
I switched it up a little bit.
It said, like, what the hell just happened?
Oh, they ain't ads. Let's wait a couple seconds.
All right.
Oh, okay,
Let's wait a couple of seconds.
All right. They didn't add, so we're going to hang out for a little bit. But since they didn't add, let me just talk about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Bruh,
switch it up a little bit.
what the fuck is that?
I mean, I was in my creative bag.
Okay,
And
cool,
I was just
cool.
like...
Was this involved?
A little bit.
A little
Yeah.
bit? Yeah. Was that involved? That explains why the blood orange is almost gone. Let me pull chat up real quick because I know they probably took a peek and seen something.
I don't understand. What are you saying, T? LOL mods get ads, sell out. What's the sellout for? Who are you talking to? Who's the sellout? For what reason?
What the fuck?
What are you talking about?
How do you get back there?
Right. What is happening?
Talking about that, man.
What are you talking about?
That's
Tell
why
us.
you need mods up there 24/7.
Because my mod is Kitty, so.
Who said Mars? But Kitty's getting ads, he's saying.
Oh,
He said Mars get ads.
Yeah, but what's the sellout for?
Yeah, mods get ads.
But what's the sellout for?
Koza said ads. Hold on. He's not on his PC. Koza not on his PC.
We back. Yeah, we back. We back.
Yeah, we Koza, we
I want
back.
to know
Yeah, we
who's the
back.
sellout,
he's
though.
like-
What do you
he's
mean by
saying-
that? I'm trying to catch up.
Oh, Ash is in the room too. Ash popped in. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Ash timed him out.
Yeah, Ash timed him
Yeah,
out.
there you go,
But
Ash.
he removed it again, though. He removed it for K20. He removed it.
But I mean, I don't understand. What's the sellout?
Damn,
Yeah.
600 seconds?
Yeah.
I don't. It's starting to bother me now.
It's just
Starting
doing
to
too much.
bother me.
My
'Cause
guy
my mod-
Ash, let's go.
Because
Let's go, Ash.
my mod is Kitty, so if he's talking about Kitty, you gotta go.
Facts.
Damn.
You
That's
talking
just
about
what it
Kitty, you
is.
talking about Cozy, you talking about Ash, you talking about us.
Yeah,
you gotta
you
go.
gotta. I'm not. You know, we have fun here, but it's
You
getting a
don't-
little bit. It's starting to
yeah.
irritate me personally
Talking about
now.
racing, she ain't doing too much.
It's starting to irritate me a little bit now, and I try not to get irritated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
That's why I
saying?
was like, you need to go.
We're
You
not.
need to
We're
know.
not. Hold on. Wait a minute. We're not about to start talking about my streaming family who pull up every week.
Nah. Let's
You know what I'm saying?
let's reiterate on that real quick because I brought the screen back in. Real quick, y'all. I don't know what K20 was doing or trying to do. Game Lounge don't roll that.
Nah, what is
And I was trying to spare him.
you trying to move on?
I'm trying to move on, trying to spare him, try not to make anybody feel uncomfortable about anything. But Game Lounge don't move that way, and y'all all been here a long time
Right.
to know that. So we don't give it up with that buying humans type shit
Yeah, what was that?
or
That's where it
spending
got strange at. It
$107K
got
on
strange with the buying
on
humans.
corn.
Yeah.
Let me just say this. And I want everybody to hear me.
Right,
If you gotta get banned, you gotta get banned, and that's not something we do here.
right.
You understand what I'm saying? But there's just certain level of talk that we don't. Me as Golden Crush 200 and
Right.
the rest of the staff,
Right.
we're not gonna have that.
Right, because it's unnecessary.
You know what I'm saying? The two, Kitty's one of my mods.
Right.
So if she boot your ass out, you just gotta go.
You gotta go. But he talking about your mom's got ads.
But I'm saying,
So?
What you mean?
I just said earlier on in the
And
show,
saying
I
sell out
gotta
and
get
everything.
Kitty ad free.
Right.
I said that earlier.
You saying sell? Who you calling the sellout?
Well,
Are you calling
the
us the
sellout-
sellout?
That's
calling
the
Kitty
sellout.
sellout.
The
Who's the
sellout
sellout?
part
Are
is-
you the sellout, sir?
The sellout part is what got on my nerve. Cause just like
How?
you talking about Kitty,
Right.
cause she
Is it Kitty? Is it Kosa? Is it TY? Is it us?
and you talking about any one of those, that's it.
Then we want to know what's up.
This is weird.
So that's why I was like, that's why you was asking who's the sellout.
That's why I had to I couldn't move on from it.
Right.
I
'Cause
couldn't
you
move
can't-
on from it.
'cause
I'm
as
just
we
like,
move
because I'm
on,
not
we
ready.
kept
I'm just
going
like,
back in, though. We
I'm
moved
just like,
on
I
from
don't.
it.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, it's
You
right.
talking about anybody here or Kitty or Koza or Ty and Brooklyn Jeff, like you say?
But we moved on.
Yeah,
We're not-
Ash,
we're not about-
anybody,
we're not about- you-
anybody
you-
that's always riding with us.
Yeah, like we're not about to do that. Like it got a
Even
little bit too
retro
retro
ride with us
too.
too.
It got a little bit too disrespectful for my taste just now, and we're not about to roll like that.
Hell no, we don't give it up that way, and we not trying to start giving it up that way.
Right,
We
that's
almost a full year with the game launch as of October.
Exactly.
weird.
Exactly.
And
if I gotta go from 400 to 401, that's what we're gonna do.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's what we got. That's what we're gonna have to
It
do.
It is what it is.
You know what I'm saying?
Not moving that way.
Anyway, game.
The fuck out of here.
Try
I tried to give him
hold
grace.
on now. Where my mom at? Kitty, you good?
Right.
Kitty, you good?
Yeah. Let's get her over ass.
He think he's talking about all of us. Kitty, you good though? Where my girl at?
Let's get her over
Where my
ass.
girl Kitty
Let's
at?
get her over ass.
Oh yeah, we definitely gonna do that. Yeah,
Can I do it through here?
we should be able to.
Yeah. Let's get her off the ass. Boom, there we go.
She good?
Yeah. So she off the ass.
There we go.
Ash gifted it. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, Ash did it?
Yeah. Ash gifted. That's not how we got her off the ass. Cole's not at his PC, so he already got his.
Cole's one of the thugs. He good.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get back to tradition. What we do.
Right.
Let's get back to having a good
Let's
time.
get back into it. So let's start over.
Right.
Let me do the be right back.
Welcome back to the game.
Welcome back to the game now. Y'all take two. All right, here we go, y'all. Here we go. All right, so welcome back, everybody. We are jumping into our norm of the game lounge.
We've been yapping for a long session.
Yeah. Good session, but you had a game going. It was 1, 2, 3, 4.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
So you're gonna get 3 or 4 options. And we know 3 or 4 option is 1 is your favorite, and 4 is your least favorite.
Right.
You're gonna line it up that way.
Right.
And sometimes I might throw a little extra question in there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So let's get it popping.
Yeah,
all right. So let's loop it back out. Hold on, y'all.
Yeah, that's you.
Right before we went into the game, everybody dropped. Who dropped that one just now?
I think
Kitty with the redeem. Yeah.
Hey.
All right, cool.
I want to see that again.
Let's get that back in there. All right, so here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, y'all. Let's do it.
No, wait. Did
Pause
you hear it?
I hear it.
Yeah.
Turn up a little bit. Turn up a little bit. I'm gonna turn up.
Look at the new and improved game now.
Y'all like it? You heard the horns?
Yeah.
From JA to UK.
Kitty said we need a longer clip. You know what? She may be right.
It's gonna come. It's
It's
coming.
gonna come.
We don't want to spoil what y'all been getting for now. We got trust and believe. October's gonna be different. Trust me when I tell you. All right, so here we go. Pause it.
I already know. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Well, this is easy for me.
You got Grand Theft Auto, Mario, Street Fighter, God of War.
Okay, so
Talking about everything as a franchise.
yep, everything is a franchise.
As a
So
franchise. From 1 to 4. 1 is your favorite.
right.
4 is your least favorite.
So number 1, Street Fighter. This is easy for me.
Okay.
Simple.
Okay.
Let's get
What's
to
number
it.
2?
Number 2, Mario.
Okay.
Number
Okay.
3, Grand Theft Auto.
Kratos is last?
Kratos is last. He is last. I played a lot of God of War, but I played a shit ton more of Grand Theft Auto than God of War.
Damn.
I played a
Retro.
lot more.
Oh, he was saying she need a longer clip for the dance. Everybody dance.
Oh.
Right.
You gotta hit a dude. Move. You gotta get that part.
I'm gonna work on it, Giddy. I'm gonna work on it.
Okay, let me see what they saying.
Retro said Mario for 1, God of War 2, 3, Grand Theft Auto, Street Fighter 4. Street Fighter's last for Retro. Damn.
I don't play fighting games.
That's
Right.
Just looking at that makes me want to eat my shirt.
Yeah.
Oh my God, bro. What?
Mario, Grand Theft Auto, Street Fighter, God of War. I knew Coach was going for Mario first.
Oh my God.
Yo, Kitty, what's your lineup? Kitty, what's your lineup?
GTA 1, Mario 2, Street Fighter 3, then
said
God
I
of War.
read CJ.
No, why I gotta get big?
last.
He put Kratos
Yo!
last. Wait a minute. Kitty, what's your lineup?
Tell me your lineup,
What's
Kitty.
your lineup,
Tell me
I'm
your
gonna do
lineup.
Mario first.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm gonna do Street Fighter second.
Okay.
Grand Theft Auto third. God of War first.
Ah.
Wait, say it again. Say it again.
I'm Mario first.
Okay.
Street Fighter second.
Street Fighter second.
Yep.
I
Grand
got
Theft
that
Auto.
for that.
God of War 4.
Grand Theft Auto 3. You put Kratos last too?
I never played it like that.
Okay.
That's
All
really
right. She
good.
getting this. You know.
She watched me play it.
Yeah.
She watched me play it.
Sure.
Grand Theft Auto 1.
You go
Okay.
Auto 1?
Okay.
Wait a minute.
No,
Yeah.
okay, that's okay. Let him choose his thing.
This.
Choose your thing.
You feel betrayed.
Let him choose.
Let me do how you
Let him
do.
choose.
What do you mean?
Let him choose.
What do you mean?
Wait. Okay. We're going to get him done, then we're going to look at Kitty.
So what you said?
Grand Theft Auto is 1.
Uh-huh.
God of War 2.
Okay.
Street Fighter 3. and Mario 4.
Damn,
Mario 4 for you?
Mario?
I'm shocked at
You
that
said
for
Mario?
So you got come again.
Grand Theft Auto,
Uh-huh.
God of War, Street Fighter, Mario.
Grand
Okay.
Theft Auto, God of War.
I think it was
I can
that.
kind of respect it.
Right, you gotta respect it.
Fuck that nigga Mario.
Damn!
Okay, what's Kitty talking about?
Kitty said Mario, God of War, Grand Theft Auto, Street Fighter. Damn, she wildin'
Why I
too.
keep putting Street Fighter last? All right, so my go. Everybody knows number 1.
Street Fighter, come on. It's just ridiculous. It's
Street
just
Fighter.
to put it without it. Like,
It's the
God of War, Grand Theft Auto for you.
everybody knows Mario's last.
Yeah, Mario's last.
And it's no disrespect to Mario. I play less
For
than
you,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
That's how I feel.
Street Fighter 1, Mario's 4. The Grand Theft and the God of War is where but I'm gonna have to go Street Fighter Grand
First,
Theft.
Grand Theft Auto second, God of War third, Mario fourth.
That's my lineup.
Alright.
The 2 and the 3 is like
Mario.
the 2 and the 3 is real. You know what I mean? Because I love me some God of War. Love me some God of War. But Grand Theft.
It's a different kind of animal.
Yeah, it's a
It's a different kind of animal.
yeah,
You
Mario
can go
4.
back. You can go back right now if you decide. Fuck it, I'm gonna go play Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. You're gonna get a good time.
You gonna have a good time.
Vice City, good time.
Good time.
God of War, you're gonna
I
be
don't really
like,
care to go back and play the old ones.
I gotta figure out.
Yeah.
Do I want to go back? What was the story?
And if I was to go back to play a Grand Theft, I'm simply just going back to 4.
Okay. Ash said lurking editing this video. All right, Ash, we appreciate you, bro. We appreciate you.
Oh, Brooklyn Jeff. Brooklyn Jeff and Street Fighter first as well.
Oh, let's go, Brooklyn Jeff.
Then
Street Fighter,
GTA,
GTA,
Mario, God of War. Why that seem like a
That's
Brooklyn
how
Jeff
you, that's your
lineup?
order, right? See,
It is.
What do you say, right?
No, I said Street Fighter, Mario, GTA.
Oh,
Mario was before GTA. but
God
I
of
still
War
rock
is
with it.
amazing. It's amazing. All right, that was a good one. Let's see what we got next.
No question for that one, right? No.
Let me see. Do y'all have any questions for that one? Like, just gotta be me.
No.
You got any extra question?
no.
No.
You got any extra twist?
No.
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 All right, we can move on.
Let's do it.
Oh,
Yeah, I knew this was gonna get
Why
hot.
you
Yeah.
doing that?
We went blackety black, right?
Why you did that? Which one do I choose first? All these about movies,
They
all
don't know.
of them.
They don't know shit going on over there.
I know you know Friday. I know you know Friday.
Yes, I know you know Friday.
What's
That
happening?
You should. Okay.
What's happening?
Okay, I'm gonna go. Let me go first.
Oh
Number
my
one,
God.
Number 1, your favorite.
Friday.
Kitty, my favorite is Vice City too.
It's in the order.
My favorite is Vice City as well.
So you're
So
number
I'm
1.
gonna do Friday, Baby Boy, New Jack City, Boys in you know the way you got it. Friday, Baby Boy, Boys in the Hood, New Jack City.
Okay. See what Koza got. Wait, hold on. Let's see what Retro got.
Retro got New Jack City,
Uh
Boys in the Hood,
huh.
Friday, then Baby Boy.
Wow.
Friday.
I'm gonna see what Koza got.
That's my shit.
Friday, number one,
Uh-huh. Boys in the Hood, New
then
Jack
New
City,
Jack City,
then
then
Baby
Baby
Boy.
Boy.
That's a real nigga answer.
You know what? That is not my pick too.
That's a
What,
real
Koza
nigga answer.
said?
Yep, that's my pick too. Friday, Boys in the Hood, then Baby Boy, then New Jack City.
No, Koza got
I mean,
Baby
sorry.
Boy last.
Then New Jack City, then Baby Boy. I'm sorry.
What you got?
Friday, Baby Boy.
Baby Boy second for you?
I think I'm gonna do Boys in the Hood in the New Jack City.
I don't think he's ever seen New Jack City.
Nah, I didn't.
Oh.
That's why I had to ask.
Damn. Oh, this is the hard. I made it and it's hard.
Yeah, you got 2 yours now.
What Kitty got?
Kitty got Friday, Boys in the Hood, Baby Boy. Never seen New Jack City.
Oh, okay. Yo, T.Y., what you got? Brooklyn Jeff.
BK
Where
Jeff
did
said
Brooklyn Jeff?
Friday, New Jack City, then Boys in the Hood, then Baby Boy last. So New Jack City is before Boys in the Hood for BK Jeff. Let's go.
All right. Here go GK. I don't know.
Koza said we're gonna have to watch that at the Kick Ass 2, Kitty.
I don't know.
Koza movie nights, y'all. Make sure y'all tune into Koza movie nights on Fridays.
Koza, drop the link. Drop the link, Koza.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Drop the link. All right, here we go. This is rough.
All right, come on, hear it.
Here we go. Friday.
Okay.
That's 1.
Number 1, gotta be. I know what you twisted up between the 2 at the bottom.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I'm fighting now.
Yep.
Friday.
You keep saying Friday.
Hold on, wait a minute. Am I my brother's keeper?
Yes. Oh, Ricky! Yes, so think about
Every
it. That's
time
what
I
think
watch
about.
it, I always try to tell Ricky, don't go there.
Yes.
Don't go down there,
Yes.
Ricky.
Oh, that
Don't
was
go
such a
down
sad
there.
part.
They was hanging.
Oh,
He was hanging
man.
halfway out
Remember
the car.
when Cuba
for his
was-
ass.
Yo, that shit was crazy.
Yo. Oh
you
my
watched that.
God. All right. Friday. It's just so dead
Yeah.
even.
These
It's
two.
dead even.
Yeah, I know.
It's dead even.
I said Boys in the Hood first because I watched it more times than New Jack City.
All right. Here's where I'm going to go. I got it. Friday. Boys in the Hood.
Uh-huh.
New Jack City.
Yes.
Okay.
And then Baby Boy.
And then Baby Boy. But they were all tight close. Because I love Baby Boy too.
Right. T.Y. said Friday, New Jack City, Boys in the Hood, Baby Boy.
All the niggas put Baby
I got a
Boy.
question for this one, though.
Yes.
Let's remove Baby Boy and let's say we put Juice there. It would be
Oh my
Friday,
God.
Juice. Boys in the
You want to
Hood,
know what's
New
crazy?
Jack
When I was
City.
making it, Juice almost made the cut.
See, Juice would have been.
Juice almost made the cut.
Now, if you put Juice up there.
Yeah. Yo,
For
so
me,
chat,
for
chat,
me,
that's hard.
replace Baby Boy with Juice,
That's
with
easy
Tupac.
for me. It stays the same, except I'm going to replace Juice, Baby Boy with Juice. It would be my last option.
Juice.
So your last album?
I don't
think I
really
can do it.
remember really sitting there and caring to watch it.
Juice.
Okay.
So I don't have. I know it's goated
See?
and Tupac and everything.
Yeah.
Not shitting on it, but I don't have a personal.
Right.
You know what I mean?
T.Y. said, oh shit,
Juice
Juice,
is
first
first.
for him.
Oh wow.
So
Juice
it'd be
is good.
for T.Y. it would be Juice, Friday, New Jack City, Boys in the Hood.
And just real quick, Chad. Koza put his Discord and movies every Friday at 6 p.m.
Yes.
And we
movie-
watch
Eastern
all
Standard
these
Time.
classics
Oh,
right
you
here.
never saw Juice. You gotta check it out. It's one of those.
Yes.
It's a good.
Yes.
It's good.
I gotta be honest. I've never really sat there and watched from start to end.
No.
Never really like.
Oh my God.
I've always seen it on and catch like.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I think
I
that's
get
how it
you.
was for me
I
with
get
Lean
you.
on Me.
Never really sat there like the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Likewise.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody
That
know
was a
we
good
all.
one. That
I
was a
watched
really good one.
every other movie here, but I
Yes.
watched Boys in the Hood a few more times than I watched New Jack City.
I still watch Friday over to this day, and I don't even gotta watch it. I can just hear it and know what part it's
Yeah,
at.
so real. That's so
The visual is in my
That's so
brain
niggery.
already, like locked in.
Retro said Juice is second for him.
Like me.
Retro is Juice's second for him.
Damn,
Juice
so
is
Juice,
the
Juice really
So let
shuffled
me-
shit up.
So
Yeah.
real quick, let me just say Retro's back then. So for Retro, it would be New Jack City, Juice, Boys in the Hood, Friday.
Friday with what?
That's what it would be for Retro.
Who said- What?
Retro.
What did he say?
And he said Juice would be second for him if we switch out Baby Boy. It would be
Uh-huh.
second. So I went back to his first one and said New Jack City, Boys in the Hood, Friday, then Baby Boy. But if Juice is second, that pushes Boys in the Hood to third, and it pushes Friday to fourth because Juice is second.
See what Cole's saying.
Koza said Juice is good, but I still put Friday, Boys in the Hood, and New Jack City above it. Okay.
I would too. I would put. I would.
Retro, I respect your decision.
He said, "No, don't look at me like that."
I respect. He said, "Hey, now don't look at me like." I respect your decision. Let me say that first. But God damn,
Yeah.
not putting Friday last. God damn.
All right. See what we got popping up. I knew this was gonna be a good one.
All right, what's next? Wait, I'm trying to get it going. Yeah, I'm sorry. You need to hit the space bar, maybe?
He said, "I've seen it only once."
Oh, okay, so then that's wrong.
The mouse is not mousing.
It's not mousing.
Nope, mouse is not mousing.
Oh, you
Pause.
I'm trying. It won't let me. It won't let me. It won't let
battery
me.
probably dying. The battery probably dying in the mouse.
I just changed the battery in the mouse.
Oh, there you go. Oh, well, you already know how much is going.
1, 2, 3, y'all.
You know my favorite movie is a baby.
I'm gonna pick her matchup right now. Toy Story. This is hers.
It's hers.
It's hers. I'm picking hers right now.
Okay.
Because I know Toy Story, Shrek, then Incredibles.
Perfectly. Toy Story is my favorite.
That's her setup.
Incredibles is last.
Yeah.
I'm the opposite.
I'm not
Toy
even
Story first, then Incredibles, then Shrek.
Oh, y'all gonna hate me.
You put Toy Story
shit.
last.
Why you in my business?
I know what about you?
Nah, Toy Story second for me. Or Shrek first. Then Incredibles.
Okay.
Shrek, then Incredibles, and then Toy Story.
And then Toy Story last.
I respect that.
No, not last. No, Toy Story is 2. So Shrek, Toy Story, then Incredibles.
Oh,
Incredibles last?
Like me too.
That's wild business.
Me too. That's the thing about mine.
Let me see what chat got.
All right, let me try to get chat up there without ruining
Oh
shit.
man, they all answered.
All right, y'all. So
Koza.
let's see what y'all talking about. Koza said Toy Story, Incredibles, then Shrek. That's me too, Koza. That's me too. That is me too. Retro said Toy Story, Incredibles, and Shrek. Same thing.
Okay.
That's me. TY, Toy Story, Incredibles, Shrek.
The same order.
That's me too.
Kitty
said Incredibles, then Toy Story. They making a fifth, by
yes,
the
they
way.
are. That's right, baby.
Mhm.
Oh, Toy Story.
And then Shrek. Shrek is last for Kitty.
Wow. My go.
Koza said ogres over Mr. Incredible is blasphemy.
Yo,
Ogres.
listen.
Why you gotta say it like that?
Incredibles.
Okay.
That's numero uno.
Okay.
My man Shrek.
It's second. And
Second.
Toy Story is last.
Toy Story's last.
Woody is last.
Yeah.
Believe me.
No, my name Woody.
If it wasn't for Toy Story, these movies wouldn't exist.
Fire for that.
If it wasn't for Toy Story,
Fire
those
for the
two wouldn't
Woody. You know what I'm
exist.
saying?
Without Toy Story even being first, bro, none of these would make sense.
Yup.
What you mean?
Toy Story.
Toy Story was Pixar's first.
I ain't asking for the history. Shrek, nigga.
Nah.
Donkey.
Shrek is donkey.
Koza said snake in his boot for that.
Yes, snake in his boot for
That's
that.
crazy.
Donkey is crazy.
Okay.
And the craziest part is Shrek is not even Disney, it's DreamWorks.
DreamWorks, yeah. Incredibles is number one, though. Say
You
that.
said flying in style, yes.
Flying and
Yes.
Oh my gosh. That's not order.
I see our order.
That's not order.
Anybody
Yeah.
got any want to ruffle it up a little
Let
bit?
me think.
Chat, y'all got any
Switch out
anything y'all want to add up or switch out?
Incredibles. Put Monsters Inc.
Oh, I'm about to say that.
Here we go again. It almost made the cut. That was going to be the fourth one,
Oh my god.
and I just didn't add it.
Real quick, chat.
What we taking out?
See, Retro said remove Shrek. So, okay, let's do that. Let's do what Retro said. Remove Shrek, everybody, and put Monsters Inc. So now it's Incredibles, Toy Story, Monsters Inc.
That means that Toy Story is first for me.
Toy Story's first for you?
And then Incredibles, then Monsters Inc.
Yep.
Okay.
Ash said Toy Story can go.
Damn!
Damn, Ash.
That's a YN.
He didn't even say which one. What the set was. He said, no, move that one. Bye. Leave it. Throw it out the window. Damn, Ash.
That's crazy.
Retro said Toy Story, then Incredibles, then Monsters Inc.
Okay.
Mine would be Toy Stories.
Oh,
Mine would be still. No, I'm not.
Ash said Menkoja, Ash W the hot take.
I wasn't thinking Monsters Inc. I was
Alright.
thinking Lion King.
I'm not gonna lie.
Monsters Inc. I
If
thought
Monsters
about that one
Inc.
too.
was in the place of Shrek, then I would say Toy Story, Monsters Inc., then Incredibles. Incredibles would be last.
I would still go Incredibles. Toy Story still last.
Yeah,
Monsters
really?
Inc. second.
Monsters Inc. second.
Okay.
Buzz Lightyear.
That's my man's.
Yeah.
That's my man's.
T.Y. said Toy Story, Incredibles, then Monsters Inc. But T.Y.'s first thing before, I think Shrek was last. Yeah. So it's still the same thing for T.Y. Just
You just swapped it out, left it where it was.
Yep. Okay. Mike Wazowski.
Mike, that's my even in this speech form. That's my guy.
Mike Wazowski.
That's my guy. You gotta go through the doors.
Right,
nigga.
right.
Yeah, nah.
You ain't got a friend in
I
your
like-
parent. Right.
You ain't got a friend with me.
You.
Retro is bad.
I'm gonna tell you right now, ain't no friend in me, bro. Fire. No.
Whoa!
Fire.
Why?
That thing back where it came
Yeah.
Oh my God, Kitty is bad funny. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. Super hot fire!
Oh my God. Super hot fire. This is stupid.
All the flame. Where my lighter at, yo? Where my lighter
Wait,
at?
what happened? Wait, I hit the button.
I got you.
We
Don't
found
worry.
it,
I
hit the
got
button.
you. Yo.
Oh my
nigga
God.
said super hot fire.
Hot fire! Oh my God, that's
Yo.
bad funny.
Koza, you a fool.
Yo,
Nah, we can move on.
my God, Cozy, man.
Woo.
You need to come to New York sooner.
All right.
I need him here.
Here's the little
sooner.
parameters for this one. The little parameters for this one.
Okay.
All of these movies come with a trilogy. You're voting as a trilogy.
Okay.
What's your favorite trilogy? So you could like Iron Man 1 and not like the rest.
Okay.
So or you could like all of the Batmans. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So you're voting at which one, the first one to be your favorite trilogy,
Okay.
not because you like just one. You're
Oh,
voting
that's
as a
really hard.
trilogy.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I get you.
that
I
just
get
made it
you.
harder.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that's what it is. All right.
Yeah, some people gonna hate me for this one though.
Oh
I know
shit!
it.
We already got retro
Retro
already on it. Right now.
Retro ready. Retro said you ain't got a friend to me, but I got this list for you. I'm ready. So Retro says Spider-Man, Blade, Iron Man, then Batman.
Wow, that
Ooh.
Batman is last, bro.
Ooh, as a trilogy.
As a trilogy.
So no, he don't fuck
I
with
got mine. I got mine.
the Joker. He don't fuck with the Joker.
I got mine.
He don't fuck with the
He don't
Joker.
Hey, you wanna know how to get my scars?
He don't know. He don't fuck with. Why so serious? Heath Ledger. He don't fuck with the Heath Ledger. Why so serious?
God. Son said, "You want to see a trick?
Oh my God.
You remember that shit? You want to see a trick?
Yes.
Wow,
Kitty
Batman
said,
ain't got it like that.
Kitty
Wow.
said Batman, Spider-Man, Blade, then Iron Man.
Hold on, what Kitty said?
Batman, Spider-Man, then Blade, then Iron Man.
Oh, wait.
You gonna say
Iron
Tony
Man
Stark?
1 was the
That's
only
crazy.
good one, she said.
That's crazy.
I think she just made my lineup.
Batman, Spider-Man, Blade, Iron Man.
That's my lineup.
That's your lineup.
That's my lineup. And for the same thing that she literally just said. Apart
Iron
from
Man.
Iron Man 1 as a trilogy, his solo movies, the other twos, we're not bragging about it.
I respect
In the
that.
trilogy, we're not talking about Robert Downey. We're not doing all of that.
As a trilogy of the Iron
The
Man
first
series,
one was
yeah.
fucking goated.
Yes.
That movie,
Yes.
mwah.
Yes.
The second two did not compare at all.
No. Well, I can't say it won't compare
They
because it
was,
was good,
I
but
know.
it just wasn't.
I think the second one, I've always said I hate that one. It's so shitty. The third one
Yeah.
was good up to the 50-point mark
Yeah.
when they made the Mandarin an actor. It went downhill after that.
Okay.
The build up going to with the Mandarin and shooting niggas in the head, I was like, yo, that's the Mandarin.
Right.
It was working. Then they just like, no, that's not the Mandarin. That's an actor we paid.
Uh,
It went downhill after that.
New person in the room with us, Vero Sika Mayday.
Shout out.
That's not. I mean, they're not a first time chatter, but they in the room with us. They-
Vero Sika Mayday 2306. Okay. He got options.
They got options. They got options. But before I get to their options, I want to go
But
back
Kitty,
real
I
quick.
completely agree with you and all your reasons.
Because Koza said Spider-Man, Blade, Batman, Iron Man.
Okay. What Koza said again?
Spider-Man, Blade,
Batman.
Iron Man.
That's very interesting. That's interesting. Spider-Man definitely is worthy.
Yeah.
It's definitely worthy. I still think Batman as a trilogy is better.
Right.
But we can debate that.
That's debatable.
Right.
That's debatable.
So
Retro
he
said
said
Batman ain't got it like that. Kitty said Retro, I'm gonna time you out. T.Y. said Batman, Blade, Spider-Man, Iron Man.
Batman, Blade, Spider-Man, Iron Man. So he switched the two middle ones.
Yeah, of yours.
Me
Retro
and
said I
Kitty's.
fuck with Heath. His performance as Joker legendary. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
Okay, so he fuck with Heath.
Right.
But
right.
he just
overall as a trilogy. All right.
Trash for him. All right. BK Jeff said Batman.
Oh, I need to hear what BK Jeff. Come on, BK Jeff.
BK Jeff said Batman. Spider-Man.
I knew it.
Blade.
I knew it. I'm not surprised at that lineup.
No.
I'm not surprised. I know my niggas.
Yeah.
He went Batman, Spider-Man. I knew it.
So Mayday said Spider-Man, then Batman, then Blade, then Iron Man.
I like you. That's a good switch. When you switch the Spider-Man into Batman, I know you know what you're talking about.
Mayday, I fucks with you because that's my set too.
So okay,
that's my set. My set is Mayday set. Spider-Man, then Batman, then Blade, then Iron Man.
I like y'all. Y'all are saying some shit that
makes
even
sense.
the switch is like it's highly debatable, but it's like okay,
right?
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Shucks, what you got?
Yeah.
We already hate you. It's all right.
T.Y. got to add. Oh, he's back.
So I'm going Spider-Man, Batman, Iron Man, and Blade.
You switched the last two.
Spider-Man, Batman.
See, the Spider-Man, Batman, we all agree is
Spider-Man, Batman,
Iron Man, then Blade. I don't think you've ever seen one Blade.
Me either. I've never seen Blade.
Is that why? Then I can respect that.
Me too.
If you haven't seen it, you haven't seen it.
I don't.
You can't
remember,
put something in a number you haven't seen.
I don't remember him watching that when I was watching it.
Right.
And I don't remember my mom's ever watching this with him.
Right. Okay.
Like my aunts and I used to watch movies and stuff in the house, like the Boys in the Hoods.
Right.
Blade wasn't one of the ones.
No, I got you.
I watched that on my own.
On your own. Right.
But he didn't. He wasn't.
But it makes sense.
Around when I was watching.
Makes sense. I'm a big fan. If I don't know or seen it, I'm putting it last.
Right.
I only know the lore about it. You know what I'm saying?
Retro saying, Kane, I may have gone a little fast. Let's do Batman third, then Iron Man last. I didn't think of the second Iron Man movie.
There you go. Sometimes you got to catch yourself.
Okay. he had to put his hands up.
Yeah.
Cross the fingers too. Hold on.
He said, wait a minute. Let me think.
Okay,
Retro, you said.
Yo. Kitty be having a knife ready for somebody.
Anybody got any switch ups? Anybody got any swap outs?
Yes, I think I got one.
What you got?
Switch out Blade for Hulk.
Hulk?
The Hulk movies.
Oh, so yeah, Hulk's in last time.
But he didn't have a trilogy.
It was two of them.
He did. Yeah, 1 and 2.
That's not a trilogy.
No, it's not a trilogy.
It have a
so
trilogy.
it has to have a trilogy.
Yeah.
Everybody else has a full.
Wait, which one?
Okay.
Which movie was
He had
the fighting the Hulk?
That's one of the. That's not a Hulk movie. Hulk was in that movie.
It's about movie.
Oh, so it was about Iron Man.
That was no, that wasn't Iron Man. That was one of the Avengers movies.
How many Deadpools?
Captain America.
Or
Switch
Deadpools?
Blade for Captain America.
You wilding out now. Cause then I'm gonna have to go Batman, Captain America, Spider-Man, Iron Man.
So
And that's it's real tight. Don't get it twisted. It's real tight.
I would switch Batman for Hulk. I mean, not for Captain America.
Retro said, "No, we're not taking out Wesley."
Who I would have taken out was Iron Man. It's the weakest one. If you want to make it a strong competition, because it always ends up last.
Okay, so since it's been everybody's last, take Iron Man out.
Take Iron Man out. Yes.
Put Captain America where Iron Man is, and keep Blade, Spider-Man, Batman.
So now we gotta dance.
Go.
Now we gotta dance.
Yeah.
Go.
Now we gotta dance.
So you're taking out Iron Man.
Take Iron Man out. Put Captain America
So
in.
now we fucked up the game.
Yeah.
Now we fucked up because that trilogy from Captain America is amazing.
Yeah.
Because one of his movies was a compilation itself.
Right.
Damn, Retro said, okay, now Batman is last. Kitty gonna get the knife for you.
Let me see where I would really go with that
If we
one.
do
Let me
Captain
really think.
America, I think I'll do Spider-Man, Captain
Koza
America,
said Spider-Man, Batman,
then Blade.
Captain America, Blade. That's me too, Koza.
Yeah,
That is me too, Koza.
I can agree. Switch the first two for me.
Batman after Captain America?
I'm going. No.
Spider-Man.
Batman.
Okay. Batman, Captain America, Spider-Man, Blade.
It's rough between the Spider-Man and the Caps. But I'm gonna have to go Batman, Captain America, Spider-Man, and
You
Blade.
put Toby after?
Right.
Oh my God! He put Toby after everybody.
Every
What?
movie
I
is
don't
Spider-Man
like the third one. I'm sorry.
Oh my
What?
God.
That's
Not-
the best one.
For me, it's the worst one out of the trilogy.
Oh my
God.
Out of the trilogy.
With Venom?
With Venom?
Oh, baby.
He likes the second one the most.
Yeah.
What the fuck with
He
Venom?
think the first one's dope because it's the start, but he loves
The first
two.
one is just dope. It's a good movie.
Yeah.
But when the second one came out, that's my
What you
favorite.
don't like about the third one?
I didn't like that Venom.
Oh my god.
Here's what is the third one for me before we move on real quick.
Yeah.
What was portrayed for me in the trailers and stuff, I don't feel like that's what I got.
Okay.
I can respect that.
I also didn't like emo Toby. I thought it was corny and cringy. I just didn't like it. I just didn't like it. The movie itself ain't like, this is one of the worst superhero movies ever.
Mhm.
Out of that trilogy,
Mhm.
3 for me is not the best one.
Right.
I can respect that because you're not the first person I heard say that.
Right.
When it comes down to the looking at the trailer
And what we got,
and what we
I
got,
felt
you're not the
slighted.
first.
I felt skimped on it.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? I feel like I didn't really get a Venom.
Not Toby.
No, I felt like we got a Venom until we got a Venom.
Oh, so you like the
If
Venom
that makes sense.
that
You know
has
what I'm
the
saying?
teeth
Even
and
again,
the
I agree
long
with
tongue.
Kitty. I 100%
Kitty said
Sandman was good.
Venom was not.
Sandman was a. They took him out the comics and flung him on screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
They delivered on Sandman.
Yes.
Whether you like the movie or not, that's not what I'm talking about. But
They
the portrayal of Sandman
Yes.
was on fucking point.
So you like Venom with the
Top
teeth and the
tier.
big body and the long tongue and everything like that. You
Yes.
like
That's
that
what I.
type of
That's
Venom.
that's.
But even without the big body,
That's not bad.
even without the big body, because Tom Hardy, who's the actor for Venom now,
Yeah, I'll take that.
he's not even big body
Right.
like that.
Right,
He's
right.
just
But he's,
Tom Hardy. He's jacked, but he's not.
He's not cartoon jacked.
Yeah, he's not
Yeah,
cartoon
cartoon
jacked.
Jack, no, but he is big though.
Yeah, he's not a
He
small
got he got
He's
a
not
muscular
smart.
he got a muscular tone to him, but he's not like swole like
he's
the
not the
Rock
Rock.
when
No,
he first
no,
started.
no.
Hell no.
Yeah, I get what y'all saying. Okay, that's fine. I like that Venom.
Topher Grace was not a good choice. Again, me and Kitty can't separate right now.
Yeah. Topher Grace.
He was not a bad actor.
but not a bad actor.
Not blaming him,
No, the right.
but he didn't. It's not even
The look.
just that he didn't hit that role. Not because of bad acting. His tone, it just didn't hit for me.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And again, the portrayal of the Venom that I got, it's just not what I wanted.
Respect.
So it doesn't make it a whack movie.
Respect.
I feel like all the villains in the first two,
Yes. Nailed it.
the dialogue between Spider-Man and villains,
Nailed it.
you get what I'm saying? The
Right.
tone, on point. The action,
So you
Nailed
the
it.
heartfelt feeling.
Number 3? Shit.
that the third one for me, a lot of those snaps I've got to take those back.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Compared to the first two.
Yeah.
So yeah, Blade 3 was shitty.
Yeah.
I'm keeping it on it.
Yeah.
Blade 3 was shitty. The first Captain America is questionable. I liked it because I love Captain America.
I liked it because it was an intro to what.
Yes,
Because
but
a lot
I
of people didn't know who or what
Yes,
the story
absolutely.
is for Captain America was.
But outside of a comic head like myself,
Mhm.
I can step outside the bubble and say I can see why casuals don't really fucks with the first one like that. Not a lot was going on.
No.
There was a whole bunch of him being just
So,
Yeah.
doing shit. I don't know.
Yeah,
doing shit.
just doing
It dragged a
superhero.
little bit.
Yeah, little superhero,
So I can
regular,
understand,
like meeting with people and
Right.
and getting to understand why he was.
but I would argue the first Captain America is less cringy than the third Blade.
Yes,
You see what I'm saying?
yes.
Right.
so if you had to pick one,
Yes.
Blade 3 or Spider-Man 3, what you watching?
Blade 3 or Spider-Man 3.
Spider-Man 3.
Spider-Man 3.
Okay. See.
Absolutely.
All right.
I'm not a hater.
He doesn't hate it.
No, I don't hate it.
It's just that it wasn't his favorite of the three.
Of the three.
Right. No, that's why I asked. Blade 3.
Not a bad
Spider-Man
movie at all.
3. That's
But
why
it's just not the Venom that I.
Yeah.
We don't got.
And Keenan makes a good point. Winter Soldier and Civil War can't be beat. It can't. I fucks with it.
That's the thing. You want to debate the first Captain America, but the 2 and 3 was banging.
Yeah.
It was knock it out the park. Knock it out the
Yeah,
park.
right.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing. And then the weight that it held in the verse, it
Right.
brought other characters in.
Yes.
It come on, man.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Yes.
That's what that's where the weight balance starts to change.
Yes.
You get what I'm saying?
Hell yeah. All right, let's move on.
Let's
see what else we got.
Switch it up a little bit.
Regular fruit shit.
Yeah, well,
Yep, I went there and said it. I said it 3 times in my brain before I actually said it.
What's this shit?
I said it 3 times in my brain before I said it out loud.
You gotta choose. You gotta put it in order.
yeah.
All right. I know
Chat, what y'all got?
For me, I started off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Apple.
Motherfucker, what?
Right.
You started with a even with the fruit you piss people off. Like
Because I told you the same shit.
You gonna go to Apple?
Apple.
Out of all these juicy fruits up here,
Hey, yo.
you gonna go to fucking Granny Smith?
Hey, yo.
What? No, get the fuck out of here.
That is wild.
First of all, apple is juicy.
No, the fuck is not.
That's it. Yo.
Let me say my piece.
right now.
Let me say my piece.
Say a piece.
The YN language is crazy.
Crazy work back here, right? You see these juicy fruits? All these juicy fruits, you gonna pick an apple?
There's a whole gum named Juicy Fruit.
I don't even want the rest of the fruits. I don't want them. Just
There's
give me
a
the
whole
apple.
gum
No,
named
yours,
Juicy
I
Fruit.
want to say mine.
We live in the big apple. I'll take the apple. I don't want nothing
Say
else.
mine.
It's too funny.
You
son.
gonna put a fucking apple.
For
Oh
me-
God! All right.
For me, it's apple, pineapple,
Yo.
strawberry, mango.
Hey, mangoes
For me-
last. That's wild business.
Me is apple,
Yo.
strawberry, pineapple, mango. I don't like mango.
I see why y'all married.
I don't
Right,
like mango.
word up. Y'all gonna go to
It's a
Granny fucking
disgusting
Smith.
word. See what
And
chat
that
talk. See what
pineapple bit my
chat
tongue
talking about.
Kitty says pineapple,
Thank you.
strawberry, apple.
Never had a
a mango.
Wow! Oh my God!
I don't like
You
mango.
never had a mango?
Retro said apple, pineapple, strawberry. Then that I
A lot
just
of
said
people put
that.
mango last.
I just said that.
Mango don't taste
Strawberries fucking spoil so fast, like it's annoying.
good. Yeah.
Fuck that! Why is mango taking such a hit?
Right, why mango getting last? What the fuck?
Koza said strawberry,
Mango
pineapple, Galileo apple.
Culture. Hey, good.
It's fuck Granny. Fuck Granny.
That's not even a Granny Smith.
Fuck Granny Chris.
Culture, you
Fuck
doing
Granny
great.
Chris.
Culture, boy, you the fool.
That's crazy, bro.
I see you, Culture. You's a damn fool, boy. I tell you.
That's outrageous.
Oh my
What's
God.
yours then? You over here judging?
Me?
Yes, Mr. Judgy.
Retro said I had mango the least. Okay,
That is
I
something.
understand that.
You gotta go.
I understand that.
Alright,
TY said mango, then pineapple, then apple, then strawberry.
See, now I was with
Yo,
TY.
my man said
until he
sorry,
did.
just the apple. Wow.
I was
damn.
with TY.
Damn.
for a
They
while,
said
but he lost
fuck the
me.
rest of
Yeah,
it.
fuck
Fuck the
the
apple. Like what the fuck is strawberry?
Yeah, what?
It was just like, no, I'm not eating SpongeBob House.
No,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah,
eating
yeah.
that Jamaican
Yeah.
ass shit over there.
No,
No, no, I'm not. No, I'm not eating that spoiled ass strawberry
apple, she
fruit.
don't like-
Just give me a
she
fucking
don't like
apple. I don't want to be
fruit.
bothered with the bullshit.
Right, they don't like those.
What you got? What you got?
I'm going mango, pineapple, strawberry, apple.
Mango, pineapple.
Mango, pineapple, strawberry, apple. I'm not fucking.
Mango,
my lineup,
pineapple, strawberry, apple.
my lineup is
Yeah, yeah.
Mango
what he
first.
just said.
Right, mango,
Mango,
pineapple, strawberry,
pineapple.
apple.
Then what he
Fuck
said.
Y'all weird for that.
All these juicy fruits up here. You
Yep.
get that fucking apple, bro.
He saying
Mangoes
it.
is nasty.
Get the fuck out of here.
Green apples is my
I ain't
shit.
fucking with them.
Yeah, you fucking Granny Smith.
Green apples is my shit,
I ain't
bro.
fucking with them.
I got a whole bag in the house and I cut that shit with the little thing I got and I'm
Yup.
chewing them shit
Late
in
night
the room.
snacking.
Late night. Chewing them shits.
Yeah.
That's nasty word.
Right.
How?
Yes. Walkie word.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away. That's what
Bullshit.
I'm saying.
You don't even know it. You don't even know
Not
it.
a mango.
You don't even know it.
Keeps the doctor
What
away.
they got for mango?
A mango a day keeps the blood clot away.
I'm fucking crazy. Nigga said a mango a day keeps the blood clot away. Fire for that.
Fire for that.
Yo, that's funny.
Yo. Oh yeah, now we talking.
Oh shit.
All that.
All right, Mango took a beating. What the fuck?
Mango got that ass
hard body.
Oh,
Mango got that ass whooped.
did wow, that's crazy.
That's a fucking free my apple. Free pineapples. Oh, I already know what I'm going with.
Yeah.
100%.
So I'm already know what
I'm a
I know.
YN, so I know what I'm going with.
Mhm.
100%.
Let me go first.
Yep.
All right, Wayne.
Jordan, the top right Jordan.
Look. You know what bumbles my clot? My glot?
Bumbles my glot. That's
Oh.
I'm gonna go Jordans first. The Air
American.
Force second.
You so
Uh-huh.
American. Then the
Timbs,
Timbs. And
then
then,
the
yeah, I
Crocs.
know.
I never walked
I
like
know you
Alright,
corny.
so
It's vice versa for me.
What you going with?
Air Force Ones.
Uptown's first. And I got Jordans on my feet right now, y'all. I do.
I just want to go to claws. Somebody say, my nigga, you fucking lying. You lying.
He was waiting to call you out.
Right, right.
Even though you didn't go
What
that way,
claws
he
you
just
got?
had to bring it up.
He had to tell you that just to make sure.
Yeah.
You ain't wildin'. I was gonna call your ass out. Damn, bro. My neck.
So what's your
Get
order?
up
Wait, you gotta
What's
say your
your
order
order?
to chat right. You gotta
Claws
be
better
this
relax, my
nice.
nigga.
So, Uptown's first,
Uh-huh.
Jordan's second, Tim's third, Clark's last.
Okay.
I know for my guy here, you gonna be mad. He gonna be mad
Yeah,
back
that's why
here.
I know. I see him with them. That's what I'm saying. I know he gonna go claws. He can go with him. But if you want them, nigga, please show me a pair that
Oh,
you got
God.
right now.
None.
You just said Jordan's, Air Force, Timbs. I don't know that shoe. That's crazy work.
It's a GK shoe.
A GK shoe.
The GK shoe.
Yeah.
Only this
See,
nigga.
why I
I
say
know that
Jordan's,
shoe.
Air Force One, Butters, Clogs.
Retro said flip flops and that's it.
I ain't mad at you.
I don't need nothing else. That's
What you
it.
got, GK?
All right, here go my order.
Before I say mine.
I'm obviously going Clocks first.
I know.
Clark's
Yeah, of
first.
course. Of course.
He
I
probably
want to
did
go to the club right now.
right.
Clocks.
Clark's.
Fresh as fuck. Yeah.
Uptown second probably.
Ah. I'm going to go Force.
Oh.
Okay.
Out of these options,
Out
not a
of
big
these
Jordan
options,
ahead, but out
okay.
of these options,
Before it's okay.
I'm going to go Clark's, then that Jordan.
That fours, okay.
Uptowns. I don't really do boots like that.
Alright, cool.
I don't really do boots like
Yeah, it's
that.
been a minute. I had some butters. I need some butters for the winter. I need some butters for the winter. Kitty said, mine's?
Oh, I like Kojo. Forces, Tim's, Clark's, Jordans. Finally, somebody else may put Clark's last. Appreciate you, Kojo.
Alright, so let me get my YN language up in here real quick.
Jordans.
I'm going to fours,
Uh-huh.
G Phasos, Butters. and
All
then
right,
Clarks.
back up.
You're Air Force One.
G
Back
Phasos.
up.
They're always
Stop
going to be
with
G
that.
Phasos.
No, they're not
Fire
going
for
to
that.
Stop.
They're going to be G
Fire for that.
Phasos.
All right.
That's
You
what I
searching
am.
G
Fire for
Phasos
that.
right now on Google. I promise you those.
Put Air
You type in
Force
Air Force One.
No,
They still
put
got
G Phasos.
no
Put
G
Air
Phaso.
Force One.
Air Force first.
Wait. Stop. It's G Phaso on the box.
No.
Yeah,
Air Force
exactly.
One is
Put
on
G
the box.
Phasos. It's the G. Oh
Bro.
my God. Put G Phasos.
Air
I
Force
promise
One
you.
is written on it. AF1
I
is written on
Right.
it.
But
G
G
Phaso is not
G
written
Phaso
on the box.
is up there, bro. I'm
It's not
telling you.
up there,
They
bro.
got that because the rapper Herbo was
Yeah,
that. That
whatever.
don't even make sense.
But you can put G Phasos.
Nobody
nigga,
cares
that'll
about
come
that, bro.
up.
No. Nobody goes to show them to get some G face on, but
No
nobody
matter
says
what
that.
you
But
can.
why is
No,
You
that?
can
no,
argue
they
me.
don't.
You can argue me that right now. Every YN says G Phasos. Nobody
They
says
do.
Uptown.
They do.
But nobody cares what you guys say. It's Air
Oh, wow.
Force Ones.
Whoa.
Air Force
No,
Ones.
Air Force One.
Now put up G
Look at
Phasos.
that.
Now put up G
Air
Phasos.
Force Ones.
Put up now searching G Phasos.
G Bezos.
G Phasos.
Slang cloned by the rapper refers
Exactly.
to
It came out.
Nike
Look at the
Air
images.
Force
No,
One.
no, no.
The images.
Nike
I'm gonna
Air
tell you what. I'm
Force
gonna tell you what.
One.
I'm gonna tell you what. If they have to give an explanation as to why it's called
Right.
G Bezos, then that means it's just a
I'm
thing.
gonna read it.
Exactly.
G
Understandable,
Bezos
right.
is a Chicago-based slang coined by the rapper G Herbo that
Right.
refers to Nike Air Force
It
One.
refers to what?
But the
Nike Air
picture
Force
still came
Ones.
up, meaning that Google is with the shit.
Bro, you're fighting a losing battle,
yeah,
bro.
brother.
So G Phaso brought them out.
Of course not. I understand that, but I'm just saying. If you
What
can
the
search them
name
up
of
on
it
Google.
is, what they call it. Nah, brother.
No. What does the box say?
Yo,
All over
Cool
the
is
last-
stupid. Cool said I said that shit 3 times. My couch started floating. Fuck out of here. Get out. Fuck out of
He
here.
said,
G-Bezos.
out of here.
Shit started shaking.
Out of here.
Oh my
The
God.
lights started going on
But
and
he
off
said
and shit.
Crocs last. I know you would, bro. I said the same thing.
But let me go back up because Ty
Oh,
said
Ash added in the
Jordans.
facts. G-Fazo is Herbo Dead Man.
G Fazo is Herbo dead.
G, I
man.
guess that's his dead friend.
Right.
Okay,
right,
okay.
Right. It's that man. Right.
So I guess he was wearing them
Right.
I
Probably.
guess so.
or wore them a lot, or
Yeah.
maybe he passes them on.
That's not something like that.
Rest in peace to the man.
Yeah, R.I.P.
But they still was brought by Nelly.
Air Force.
With the, give me 2 purrs. I need 2 purrs.
Song for it. They had a whole song for the Air Force.
They had a whole song for it.
And
my Air
hell
Force
no,
One.
ain't no way. What's wrong?
And you want to know why they started? You know why they were saying "give me 2 purrs" at the time when there was nobody wearing them? They was $50, bro.
Yo, bro.
Yeah.
They were $50. 2 purrs was $100.
$100.
Easy. So give me
Me
2
2
purrs.
purrs.
I need 2 purrs.
My Air Force Ones.
Yes.
Not my G-Fazo.
Yeah, Uptown,
Let-
same thing.
Let me read the rest of the people. Ty Jordans, Air Force Ones, Butters, then Clarks. He said
Okay.
Clarks, but
Real
Clarks.
Bob Marley.
You know what I'm saying?
Coles said we said Coles already. Scooting down some more.
I ordered 3 pairs this week.
Clarks?
I got 3 pairs coming to the crib.
Oh, that's because you ain't gotta go do something over there no more. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? All
I got
right.
3 pairs.
You ain't got to out. That fucking hurt my finger.
Yeah,
That
oh,
big
my
ass
bad.
ring
You know
too.
what I'm
God
saying?
damn, look at my finger.
You know
That
what I'm
shit's
saying?
off.
I got 3 purrs coming.
Look
Not
what
2
he
purrs.
Look what he did
3
to my
purrs.
finger, y'all. Like this shit is crazy. Why
Wait,
my
finish
finger
reading
look
it.
like this, bro? What's
Yeah,
going
Listen,
on?
man. Bling, bling, man.
Man, it's a blink. Blah.
Every
My
time I come
finger
around the
hurts.
city,
When
bling,
I see
bling.
people wearing Timbs, they be wanting to fight. Oh,
When I see people,
That is a fact, though. I ain't gonna lie. Or a black nigga wearing them.
I don't know why. I don't know why people think they gotta
Kobe
kick
said, I got
somebody.
black hot top Air Force Ones. Right
Nah, you don't want to get jumped by niggas wearing Timbs,
Wow.
bro.
Yeah,
No,
right.
no.
Tim's is
No.
Wow.
crazy.
You want the
Right.
hot top ones. You
Nah.
need business.
Yo, bro, it's over.
You need business.
Yeah,
They
Kobe
still
got
they
black
still
hot
sell high top uptowns
Yeah.
Yeah.
with the straps on.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's a high face off. I'm not playing with you.
You couldn't even keep serious.
Right. He said that's a hot face.
Retro said, I do sandals and flip flops. That's it.
I
Nobody
respect
can pay
it.
a lot of money for these shoes.
I respect that.
I
I respect that. I got a limit with
We
shoes.
can't wear flip flops all year round. It get cold, so we gotta choose.
Yeah, we gotta
Use
cover
one
the
of these.
toes. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
It
Like
be cold up here.
them dusty Detroit door kickers.
Oh, damn.
Musty.
Toes.
Yo.
Oh, but see, Kitty's actually asking the question. You don't have winter retro?
The weather get changed. The flip flops and sandals. Yeah, your feet go
I
freeze.
live in the winter. Damn.
Mm.
It's winter
Really?
all year long. Oh, Norway.
Oh
Wow.
yeah. Ah, Norway. There you go. We gotta give ourselves one of these.
Oh.
He said, I have on t-shirts and shorts in December.
I
Wow.
forgot.
I know people like that
Norway.
though.
Wow.
When I used to be in junior high school, there's a guy named Mr. Bob Shepard, older Caucasian man. I think my whole from 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I've only seen him wear shorts maybe 3 times.
Okay.
Pants
Okay.
maybe 3 times. We talking days where school was damn near closed because of the snow and the storm was so bad. It would be maybe one of those days in my senior year for blue jeans.
Yeah.
Every other day it's 30 degrees, 25 degrees, 19 degrees.
Yeah.
Shorts.
Mhm.
You're talking the shorts up here, the dad shorts.
Yeah.
Up here
The-
with the
what do they call it?
the Dockers or whatever.
Knickerbockers.
With the
Hoochie Daddies.
yeah,
The Hoochie Daddies.
yes, with the New Balance sneakers and the white socks.
Yes.
He'll wear a sweater and a scarf,
With them shorts.
but the shorts ain't coming off.
It's
The
not
shorts ain't
coming
coming off.
What's
What up,
Cammy?
Cam?
What up,
Cam
Cammy?
jumped in with the
Hey, you, my buck Cam. What
What's
did
up,
you do,
Cam?
player? Y'all ready to move on?
Yeah,
You
let's
got
go.
any switch ups?
No, that was fine.
Uh,
I like
yeah.
I was thinking it may since the Clarks is the weakest one,
Yeah.
could remove the Clarks and put another classic. Anything in mind?
Adidas.
Shell toes?
Showtime.
Shell toe?
Or not Adidas.
I was gonna
Ash
say
said he got one thing to say. Go ahead, Ash.
Go ahead, Ash. I was going to say, if we move the Clarks, because some people do wear them, New Balance.
No, they just came back. They used to cut your ass from wearing that in school. That's the
Yo, I ain't
shit.
even
They used to
gonna
cut
lie.
your
Back
ass
in
for
the
wearing
day,
Converse, too, but clearly that's the thing, too.
No, I never liked the Converse.
I never liked
Make my
Converse
feet
either.
look long. I don't like
Look like
Me
damn
personally,
bananas
I
on your
never
feet.
liked
Yeah, I never
I
liked
never really owned
Converses.
one. I tried one
Me
on one time.
either.
I was gonna buy. I was like, hell no.
I never
I
had
had
them.
I had them
right
in middle
Yeah,
I took
school.
it right off.
I had them in middle school because my foot was
BK
so big.
Dragon,
I
what's
tried
going on
that
with your
shit in
player?
high school. My shit was clown
I did
foot
not
all
like
the way out.
Coach said all stars instead of shell toes.
He said, GK, how old are you again?
Yes. Yes.
I'm
I
GK
agree.
40 years old, baby. 40.
All stars.
Solid 40, solid unk.
Solid.
Solid unk. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
BK
All right, we
Dragons in here. Yeah.
All right, we can move on.
All right, so let's scoot along. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. Damn, I'm stuck between two.
Okay.
Damn, I'm stuck between two.
So for people who just popped in, BK Dragon, what we're
And
doing
Cam,
is,
yeah.
and Cam, what we're doing is, you see all these options, 1, 2, 3, 4 options in front of you. Number 1 is your favorite. Number 4 is your least favorite.
Right.
So you gotta rank them from 1 to 4, from favorite to least favorite.
Okay.
Shit.
This is a tough one, I ain't gonna lie.
I'm stuck between two.
Not for me.
Not for you.
Oh,
It's a tough one for me.
this is easy. Since it's easy for me, I'm gonna just fire off. X-Men 1, Spider-Man 2,
Mm-hmm.
Teen Titans 3, Young Justice 4.
Not a bad
Yeah,
lineup.
because you never watch
Not a bad lineup at all. You said X-Men 1,
X-Men 1,
and then Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man
So
2.
you went with the OGs first.
Right, yep.
I can respect that. Honestly, almost
Easy
any
for me.
lineup is respected, in my opinion. You get what I'm saying?
I know what Young Justice is, but I could never not watch it, and
You'll be okay.
nothing would change for me.
No, I respect it.
Nothing would change my outlook on how
Let
the
me see
superheroes are supposed
Right,
to be, where
right.
they came from. Nothing.
Let's see what chat talking about.
Let's scoot on over.
Let's
a
catch
little
on.
bit.
Let's read out some of chat's opinions, and then you go.
Yeah. So, Ash, Kitty said Ash don't hate on 40. Retro says Spider-Man, Teen Titans, then X-Men.
What do you say? Wait, come again?
Spider-Man,
This is retro.
Retro,
Spider-Man,
Teen Titans,
Teen Titan. Okay.
then X-Men,
Then the X-Men.
then Young Justice.
Okay. That's an interesting shakeup.
Yeah. Kitty said Spider-Man, X-Men, Teen Titans.
Okay.
So the switch
There's a
for
switch.
them two.
Yeah.
So Spider-Man, then X-Men, then Teen Titans. Never watched Young Justice.
I respect that.
Ash said Teen Titans, Young Justice.
I knew he was gonna do that. I knew he was gonna balance between those two. There.
Yeah.
What's the last two for Ash?
X-Men and Spider-Man. See, this is a hybrid YN big bro bullshit.
Yeah, he's in between
he's
like
a hybrid
YN big bro. Like what are you, bro?
The Tesla's generation.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
He's a hybrid like a motherfucker. It's crazy.
Okay, so what else we got?
BK Jeff said X-Men.
Oh man, I'm excited. BK Jeff, you know he one of us.
He said X-Men, Spider-Man, Young Justice.
Young Justice.
Then Teen Titans.
Okay, I like that.
Koza says
Let me hear. Hold on now.
Spider-Man, X-Men, Teen Titans, Young Justice.
Koza. Come again. Read that one more time.
Spider-Man
first.
X-Men, Teen Titans, Young Justice.
Respect it.
BK Dragon, Spider-Man, X-Men, Teen Titans, Young Justice. Like my set.
Yeah.
TY said X-Men, Spider-Man, Teen Titans, Young Justice. My set.
Okay.
The X-Men first, then Spider-Man. BK Dragon, it's vice versa for myself. I'm sorry. Spider-Man is first for him.
Verso. Thank you for being active in the room, man. Verso Mayday.
Yeah. So real quick,
Retro said X-Men and Teen Titans are close.
Are close.
This nigga asked that I'm timeless. Okay.
Kenny said this ain't Raven's dad. Slade versus the Titans with fire.
Yes.
Slade.
That's what
yes.
BK Dragon was talking about.
Blade Slade versus the Titan was.
It was, y'all. That and the Chaos in Tokyo when Robin was fighting that pink nigga and he came up with the double knee combo.
But Slade fight with them was legendary to the point Robin started tweaking.
Yeah, he was bugging out.
Yeah, he was tweaking out on that shit.
He was fighting a whole.
Okay,
ghost.
so you went?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go Young Justice.
Of course.
Teen Titans.
Ryan.
I'm gonna go Young Justice, Teen Titans, X-Men, then Spider-Man.
He never watched that one.
No. Sis?
I'm gonna go Spider-Man.
That's your number one?
Yep. X-Men.
Uh-huh.
Teen Titans.
Young Justice.
Young Justice. Okay.
All right, here I go.
Like Young Justice? Damn.
Oh, Kitty got an interesting one. Replace Young Justice with Batman the Animated Series.
Okay, but let me go first. Let me go first based on this one.
I'm ready. Go ahead first. That's a conversation, kid.
X-Men. I'm fucked up.
Yeah, I know.
I'm fucked up.
Yeah.
X-Men's first.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna have to go. I'm actually gonna have to go X-Men, Young Justice, Spider-Man, Teen Titan.
X-Men, Young Justice, Spider-Man.
You disrespected the old heads.
Young Justice is good, son. Young Justice is good. I'm sorry, it is. The tone of it is good. The maturity level of it is good.
I know you should put up into
a lot of
especially
action.
Damien, Batman's son, bro.
Young Justice
Take
is
away
good,
Teen
bro.
Titans and put Static Shock.
Hold on. So what did Kitty say first?
Kitty said take away Young Justice, put Batman Animated Series. That's a conversation. Now we working.
So what's your choices now with Batman there instead of
now we working?
Batman, X-Men. For me, it would be Batman, X-Men.
It would be X-Men for me still. X-Men's one. Batman, then Spider-Man.
What animated series of Batman though? First one?
The original, the animated series. Batman, great animated
In that
series.
the case, of Batman would be first.
For me, it's X-Men, then Batman.
Golden
Then
says Batman, Spider-Man,
Titans.
X-Men, Titans.
Oh, so you talking about the Batman?
No. What the fuck?
He jumped back to.
He went to the 60s.
He said,
Oh,
yeah, you went back to grandparents' time?
Yeah, like, what the fuck, bro? We're not that old.
We not OG.
Yeah. So what Batman? You talking about Brave and the Bold?
No, before that.
you
In the 90s, they had a Batman cartoon series.
Yeah.
That's like, even if
That
you,
was on
like, trust
Fox.
me, right now, if you YouTube the history, the
WB
best animated superhero cartoon comic shows,
Batman is it.
it's literally almost always number one.
If not one, it's up there in the top three.
Top three. And it's literally almost always number one.
Yeah.
It's usually, top three is usually Batman,
X-Men.
sometimes Superman, X-Men. It's like a toss-up.
Right.
How they're gonna... You get top five is usually those guys right there.
Right. BK Dragon said the episode when League was controlled and fought the Titans.
Yeah. When Slade took control of him, he was soloing. What?
Koza said when it come down to the Batman, the new Batman entry, Koza is Batman, Spider-Man, X-Men, Titans.
I can almost agree, except I can't put Spider-Man in front of X-Men for me. It would have to be Batman, X-Men.
I get that.
Ain't the specific Spider-Man guy Peter Parker looking like he's Puerto Rican? Was it this one?
No. He definitely look like a white guy.
Yeah.
Nah, he was like a Puerto Rican.
In my opinion, Sam Raimi's run is that Spider-Man.
Yes.
That's that Spider-Man.
Yes.
That mid-grown Spider-Man. He was never 15 and
no.
He was always like late high school into college years.
Yes.
That's that Spider-Man.
Yes.
And I've always thought that from it came out. That's the tone, the maturity. That's that Spider-Man right there.
Yeah, that's
that Peter Parker was kind of growner looking.
Yeah.
College level. You know what I'm saying?
He was jacked too.
Nah, he was a big boy.
He was jacked.
That was no little.
Even though Eddie Brock was even more.
Eddie Brock was but no, that Spider-Man was not skinny.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't kid. Retro said Spider-Man, Batman, then X-Men, then Titans.
Yo, Ash trying to cause trouble. He said, "Fuck it, put Superman in series in there as well."
Oh shit. Okay. That's a conversation. Hold on, Ash. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that because that's a conversation too. Kitty said Batman, Spider-Man, X-Men, Titans. Shit was dark as fuck.
No, that Batman was
dark as fuck.
Yeah.
My favorite of it is the episode with the Phantom. The Phantom that had she ended up being the girl.
It's crazy.
That's my
have
favorite.
You seen the Mask of the Phantasm, the movie?
Yes.
But did you see the Batman Beyond version?
No.
I'm going to tell you a little bit. In Batman Beyond, when they were trying to create Terry, Amanda Waller had basically taken Batman's DNA and put it in Terry's father. So he thought he was going for a flu shot. She rewrote his DNA as Bruce Wayne. So when he went home and made love to his wife, he passed on Bruce Wayne's DNA. Not his DNA. Because she rewrote his DNA to Bruce Wayne. So he was a copy of Bruce Wayne walking around.
Didn't even know.
Went home, got her pregnant with Terry. It's your kid, but DNA-wise, it's Bruce's kid. Because she was trying to recreate. So she picked two parents similar to Batman's parents. Then what happened was she also had it set up for the Phantom to come and kill the parents, like what happened to Batman. It was the same Phantom in Batman Beyond. Obviously, she was older, but what happened was same scenario, just in the future. Terry's parents just took him to see the movie.
Yeah,
they're coming home all happy. The Phantom, they was going to the car in the garage. The Phantom was supposed to come out and murder. She was there, fully dressed, ready for the attack.
Yeah.
She just couldn't go through with it. She was like, I can't do this.
Not again.
I can't kill an innocent family. You know, her heart got to her. So she didn't do it. It just so happened, something happened. Faith took hold, and his father got murdered anyway, naturally. But just to add some backstory on the Phantom, it's the same Phantom in the future.
That's fire, bro.
That's Amanda Waller is wild.
Yeah.
Because she was realizing that Batman's getting older. So she was saying the world needs a Batman. Somebody with that intellect. That. It was an episode in Justice League Unlimited that they showed a future episode where Terry broke into Amanda Waller's house to talk to her, and she explained the whole thing to him. And in that one, they drew Terry. He was a little older than the Batman Beyond one. Yeah. They drew him and he started to grow in the Bruce Wayne chin. And she said, granted, you're not as smart as he is. She admitted that. She said, you're good. You know Bruce Wayne, though. But you got it. You're not as smart as he is, but she was like...
So give him his props.
You'll do, basically. Right. So then he went home and he was talking to Bruce. And he said, did you know? And Bruce said, it took me a while, but I figured it out. So he eventually knew that that's his son. And then they had a moment. DNA-wise, he eventually knew that's his son. And then the two of them looked at each other like, well, what are we going to do? And then Bruce said, sit down and eat your supper that I made for you. Kind of like being his father. Right. And then it was kind of reminiscent of Bruce is repeating being his Alfred, his father figure, taking care of him. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Right. It's got many different emotional layers. Right. And when he said sit down and eat, he just said, okay. Like, okay, Dad. Right. You know what I'm saying?
BK Dragon, final episode, season 2. He has his heart.
See? Final episode, season 2. That's how they tied in, writing-wise, Batman Beyond universe and the current Justice League universe. That's how they tied it into one.
Fire. BK Dragon said Batman v Robin and Superman v Superboy. The Young Justice battles were fire as well.
Yes. Yes.
Especially Damian.
Kitty timed out Ash. I don't know why.
Damian is nasty, bro. Brutal as fuck.
But just real quick before we move on to the next one, Ash wanted to add the Superman one into this.
Who we taking out for it?
Teen Titans. Let's take Teen Titan out.
Okay.
Put the Superman in. Leave the Batman, Superman, X-Men, Spider-Man. This is kind of more so just for you.
So,
but anybody else that want to join in with the
so it's Superman, Batman, X-Men, Spider-Man.
Yes. So that's the set.
Superman, Batman, X-Men, Spider-Man.
That's your set. Okay.
And I will be quite honest with you. I would prefer to watch Superman. So I answer that question to my personal. Which one is more goated? Batman. No front. No front. Yeah. But I said Superman first because if you're asking GK which one you want to watch right now,
that's your guy.
I want to watch Superman.
That's your guy.
So I'm gonna go. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but if you was to ask me what's the list of goated, I would not put the Superman as number one.
Right.
It's the Batman cartoon. That's just me being honest.
Right. Kitty said that's why I timed him out. Oh, okay. My bad. He said he added Superman. I said time in.
He said I'm back.
Time in. And Kitty put the knife out for him. Damn. Retro said, nah, Superman out. Damn.
Is there another one? I believe there might be one more. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes.
I just watched RoboCop.
I added this last minute.
I
almost stopped at the last one. I added this last. Let me put another movie entertainment category. So we got Predator, RoboCop, Rocky, Die Hard. We're talking franchise. We're talking the whole franchise.
Bruce is going through it right now, man. It's hurting my feelings how it's happening to him, though. He going through.
Damn, they getting it in.
Right. They clapping back real quick. Retro said I would rather watch Ben 10 over Superman. God damn.
Yo, Vero Sika said can't too hard. Come on, man. You gotta line them up, Vero.
Come on.
Okay, you got an idea for us? Would you rather see it on screen? And holler at us, bro.
Yeah.
Just holler at one of us. You already know. Whatever you said to it, we'll probably put that next show.
Yeah, for sure.
Just holler at us.
Kitty said question.
Okay.
What's up, Kitty? What question you got? Retro said for this one, Rocky, RoboCop, Predator, Die Hard. Okay, respect for that. Koza said Rocky, RoboCop, Die Hard, then Predator. So it's a switch at the end.
Switch at the end. What you got, sis?
I haven't seen none of these.
Ain't seen none of
these? Nope.
I haven't seen none of these.
I'm going RoboCop.
Okay.
Predator.
Okay.
Rocky, then Die
Hard. Damn.
Rocky for me.
How was RoboCop missing?
Great.
Oh, it's really good.
It's a toss-up.
Rocky for you.
It's a toss-up between Die Hard and Predator. RoboCop's last of me. Dead or Alive, You're Coming With Me. I get it. It's cool.
Right.
That's RoboCop's line. Dead or Alive,
You're Coming With Me.
You're Coming With Me. Cool. But Die Hard, it just hit different. And Predator really tap in. We talking series 2? Predator go and fight aliens.
Nah, Predator got a lot of shit.
And he got some shit.
Got a lot of shit. All right, so what's your
Rocky? Sorry, Bruce Willis. Predator, Die Hard, then RoboCop. So Rocky, Predator, Die Hard, RoboCop.
Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. I won't agree to that one.
Damn.
Oh, okay, so Rocky, RoboCop, Die Hard, Predator.
For you?
That's what BK Dragon.
BK Dragon said Rocky. RoboCop,
all right, so here's what I'm going.
Predator. Okay.
Rocky's 1. Robo 2.
All right.
The series, Kitty, the RoboCop, the old school one for sure.
For sure. Rocky 1, Robo 2.
Okay.
Predator, Die Hard.
Rocky, Robo, Predator, Die Hard.
Yeah. I love RoboCop. That's my guy.
Yeah.
That's my man. Murphy, the first 3? Come on, man. You felt the heartfelt strain.
Yeah.
You felt that.
I just enjoyed Predator more. I think he's more of a natural hunter. Like RoboCop can find you dead or alive. You're coming with me, but there is no dead or alive, nigga. You dead, and I'm coming to get you. Like,
I fucks with RoboCop though.
BK Dragon said his piece. Retro said gotta be OG RoboCop. Kitty said ban GK.
Starting me out.
Yeah. She's just banning everybody. Just banning everybody.
I think that was the last one.
Yeah, that was the last one.
That was good, y'all. That was good.
That was
really good.
That was
really
good.
good.
That was good. Now you set up for the next game. Then excuse me, let me use the little boy's room.
Yeah. Do your thing, bro. Let me just loop get us back in. Whoop. Okay, let's get us back in there. Let me set us up and get us going while he's taking the leak. Hella good discussions is a fact, Kitty. For sure. My kitty cup almost empty, so good the discussions is. I gotta pull me up some more. Let's pour the rest of this in here. Hold on, what I did like is how everybody chimed in and they wanted to add their 2 cents on when we were changing certain ones, like the Batman for the Young Justice, or for the sneakers, we changing it for Crocs. The Clarks for what did we say? We said for Adidas, but we said because they were saying the All Star ones are better.
Yeah.
Retro said I was going to sleep, but it's now 2:30 a.m. God damn!
That was something when you had?
In Norway, it's 2:30 a.m. Everybody, so
Oh my God.
Jesus, keep in mind that.
So sleep.
Made Vero Sicker said anyone going to play the new Halloween game on PlayStation? Maybe. I haven't seen it, but maybe. If it's just like how, what is the game that you were talking about some time ago, and you were saying everybody was playing it? Dying Light. If it's anything like Dying Light, I'm open to it. Dying Light was really good. But I want it to be more. I want it to be less dying. Is it Dying Light? I don't know if it's Dying Light.
What zombie game are you talking about? There's Dying
No,
Light,
the one.
You talking about what's that? Something Island. Island 2?
Dead Island. Riptide.
Dead Island. There's not Uncharted. Last of Us.
I can't remember. Whatever it is, I can't remember. I don't want to keep on rambling about the same thing. But if it's anything like that, or if you guys get some free time, Google last year or the last year horror game. That shit is hard. It came out with it on PC, but I think it eventually got ported to a system, but it's definitely on Steam. But it's supposed to be basically a horror game where you're the antagonist and you're supposed to go around and kill the high school kids in the school. Yeah.
Oh,
last year it's called. Last year or the last year. Retro said, Keith said, oh, nice. Retro said, I'm probably going to get off soon, though. Have new music being released on Tuesday, so gotta finish it. But always great vibes here. Retro, definitely send us some of your music, man, so we can put it up. Like, we want to like at least demo it and put it up for you. We always want to show love and basically promote our people. Send us something in through Twitch or Instagram. My Instagram is _CJTHADJ. But if you got GK on Instagram, send it to him too. But as always, Retro, you always welcome. Good night. It's 2:30. Definitely get your rest. Happy Labor Day weekend, and we see you next time. Let's clap it up for Retro, y'all. Let's clap it up. Discord too. I'm sorry. Thank you, Kitty. Appreciate it. I'm going to drop the Discord. Do I know what the Discord is off the top of my head? I do not. I do not know what the Discord is off the top of my head, but that is what this folder is for that I made. So, hey, my guy, my good sir, what's up, bro? We got some new visitors popping in. My good sir is here. Our guy Freddie Fazbear's in the building. Yeah.
What up?
So, I have to just real quick. I don't know what GK did with my folder. Kitty, if you can, please just put our Discord in the chat. I can't remember what the folder is. I think GK moved it, and I don't know how to get access to it right now. Ash said, check this out if you guys want to play another game, which is all Marvel and DC TV animated series of 21st century. Okay, Ash. I got another one, but if we got time for that, I'm definitely going to jump into that afterwards. Thank you, Kitty. I appreciate you so much. So much. That is our Discord retro. So if you get some time, definitely drop it in the Discord for us so we can bump to that. And Retro said recently hit 60K monthly listeners on Spotify. Hell yeah, send that. It's mandatory. You must send that. 60K people. Please let it be 60K and one, because I'm going to be 60K and one. Please send that. Please send it. Let me tune in to Retro Chris. Got some more music that they gotta make up.
Well, we gotta play that.
Yeah. So I said, put it in the Discord.
Yeah, put it in the Discord, and guess what?
My
Instagram is also Golden Crush 200.
Okay.
Everything is Golden Crush 200. TikTok, Discord.
She want to put on a new trailer.
Oh, my wife asked
right.
If she could put on a new trailer, a new Halloween trailer. It's coming up for PlayStation 5.
Yeah.
We can put it on at the end of it.
Yeah. Just stick around for a little bit.
That's what we're actually talking about too. I think she brought it up. If anyone gonna play PlayStation, yeah. You
know what, Vero? Drop the link and we'll get back to it.
Yeah. Drop the link for us, Kimmy Kim, and we gonna definitely. I didn't even know that was Kimmy Kim.
Who?
Verosika Mayday 2006.
Verosika Mayday. Verosika Mayday.
Okay.
That's Kimmy Kim. That's.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. She was tapped in on.
Yeah.
The whole time. She was live.
The whole time.
Come on, sis. You gotta let her know. You know what I'm saying?
It was like, hey.
I'm gonna clap it up for sis, man.
That was double bomb.
We got the
we came in. Yeah. Clap them up. Drop another bomb for while you back there anyway. Why not? You came just in time, but we can't start with our next game. So
he added his Spotify on your Discord.
Oh.
Right there, so you say
added the Spotify on the chat channel on Discord. Thank you,
yes.
Retro. So we definitely going to tune into that for sure.
Yes.
And if it's okay, can we demo something next Sunday?
Yeah, send us something.
Can we demo something from the Spotify next Sunday just to tune in, just to put people on what's going on?
Yeah, that's what we do.
If possible.
That's what we do. And Vero, drop the trailer for the game.
Yes.
Drop it in chat. And
Saran the third, yeah. What's up, Saran?
Saran, yes sir. Welcome in. Okay, so
Kitty dropped the link for it right here. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, there we go. Matter of fact, I'll do it right now. Before we jump into the name. Before we jump into it, real quick. Just so y'all can take a peek at it.
Right.
Just so y'all can take a peek at it. This is shit. What happened?
Ooh, what's that?
That's fire though. What is that? But that's fire though.
I forgot to show y'all that. My bad.
That's fire.
So this is Mario.
Is that Luigi being Ken?
Yes.
Yo, that's fucking disgusting.
This is Mario.
Look at Ryu.
Bowser being a fool.
Right.
Not Bowser.
This is Mario if it was Street Fighter.
Yo, that's lit.
I like that.
That's lit.
I meant to bring that up
That's
earlier.
lit. Is that Guile?
That's
Is
Guile.
that Guile?
That's Guile.
That fucking Guile.
Yo,
He got the
like
thing
that.
on.
I like that.
And Cam be playing would definitely love Peach
That's
over
fire.
here with the Cammy outfit.
Oh my, that was perfect.
Yeah.
So wait, so I got a question.
People
So,
say Akuma shouldn't have been Bowser. It should have been
That's perfect.
Wario as Bowser, but
I can see that too.
because he's the opposite.
But I can see that. This
Yeah,
works.
that works too.
That works.
They should have said Bowser should have been Bison.
I feel like he should have been Chun-Li.
Bowser should have been Bison and
Nah,
Wario as Akuma.
That would work too. But I like it how
No,
it is.
Daisy.
Look,
Daisy
because
should've
right
been
here it says
Daisy.
Wario should have been Akuma.
Right.
Yeah, and Rosalina be Yuri. Yeah.
All right,
It says Peach be Chun-Li.
All right, let me.
let's sample one of this track.
I wanna pull up
There we go.
right here. I gotta get it off of this because it's not showing on what everybody else can see. So hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me just
Open up a new one.
paste it. Hold on. Bam.
2
Bam.
hours later.
Hello.
2 hours
Hello.
later.
Okay. Whatever.
Bam.
Bam. Toke is what it's the album is called.
Got a whole album.
No, this is the not the artist. I'm sorry. Toke is the artist.
Okay.
TOKT
Uh-huh.
is the artist, and some of the popular ones, as it says at the top, 60K plus
That's amazing.
monthly listeners.
Monthly.
Monthly
If you
listeners.
switched the K and the
That's
T,
insane.
it would have been Tears of the Kingdom if you switched the K and the T. Tears of the Kingdom.
So real quick, I'm gonna just
Yeah,
find the highest.
That's what they call it, TOTK.
The first one. The first one is Fading Words. Let's
Fading
play it real
Words.
quick.
Ah.
Damn.
Damn.
Well, we'll get it together.
So we'll get it together. And we'll showcase it next week, retro, and we'll definitely play something up because I want to definitely put
Right, yeah.
retro out there so everybody can see what's going on. But like I said, y'all make sure y'all
He
tune
said
in.
it's on YouTube. So drop the link.
Drop the link for YouTube.
Link to YouTube. So while they do that, let's...
Yes. So we'll do it for next week,
Yeah,
for
let's
sure.
do the game.
For sure. Okay, boom. And this is still your 1, 2, 3. Come out, and this is
Tell me I wanted to
Right there.
say something.
all right. So
He said he had a gift for you.
Right, tell me I wanted to do something.
What's up?
we got
Ready?
He
You got a
brings
gift for
gifts.
me?
Yeah.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Now.
Oh, we got.
You got to put it on couch.
Oh, wait a minute. Got gifts.
Wait a minute.
We got gifts.
Wait a minute.
We got gifts.
It's a special moment.
Get back. Hold on. Get back.
He said, hold on, get
Whoop.
back, Chad. Get
Get
back,
back.
Chad. Get back, Chad.
My man Five said he got something for me. Greatly appreciate you.
Yes.
Your presence was good enough, just to let you know.
Of course.
Now what you got?
Mike. Ready for you?
Ah, come on now.
Sure you ready?
What you got?
Sure you ready?
I'm ready. Oh, no way.
Rick and Morty Funko Pops.
Oh, my God.
Rick and
That's
Morty
what's up.
Funko Pops.
I appreciate you, my God. Thank you.
Add it to the collection now.
Add it to the collection.
Look
Look
at
at that
that.
chat.
Look at that. That's
For your boy GK. Listen, Fed, I appreciate you, man.
Come bearing gifts.
100% appreciate you, my guy.
Yes, sir.
And you know you always welcome
Look
to
at
game.
that.
You
Really say?
know what I'm saying? One of
He
our
said.
one of our other YNs of the show.
Yes.
You know?
He's definitely the other one.
My man Fezzi. I do appreciate this. Yeah. Definitely added that to the collection. Rick and Morty. Appreciate you, my guy. One more time.
This is the YouTube link that they put up for.
Okay, this is the YouTube link. First of all, it's starting out good.
Hold on, let me review. That's the YouTube for retro, y'all.
Hold on, let's listen in now. Yeah, I like this.
Through mind lies a story so hard to find. Through dreams, destiny fades. Lost in dreams, slipping fast, chasing thoughts from the past. Every shadow, every sign.
Do like us and hit the follow, hit the like button, y'all.
Yep.
Hit the subscribe button too.
Voice so near, only I can
This is life.
guiding faith. Will I rise
This is it.
all again?
I can
This
see
is
myself playing this on Guitar
Nah,
Hero.
this is it.
In, yo.
This is it. This
I
is
can see myself playing this on Guitar
Going
Hero.
in.
Oh my God.
Through dust, faint reflections buried in rust. Silent voices, truth left behind. Whispers
And this is retro. This is him singing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
track is
like
called
that
Fake
song
Word.
you hear when Game of Thrones and Jon Snow pulled his sword. He's about to walk into battle, and this shit go off. This shit, and you at home like, my nigga, get him. Shit, you feel like you did. Nah, this is good. Retro, please give us permission to play your music on our channel.
Yes.
Wow. The amazing people. Wow, this is talent. They got the Halloween shirt.
Yep, got the Halloween
shirt. Oh, you hate a good fuck. Going on. Oh, then you hit you with the birds again.
Chasing thoughts from the past. Every shadow, every sign pulls me deeper into time. Fading words, voice so near.
My man said we gonna play a sample. Now we just rocking out. Now we just rocking out. Now we just rocking out. Now we just straight rocking out. This is disgusting work.
That's good. Killer. It is killer. Woo!
We gotta do better than that. We gotta do the Superman for that.
Give him the Superman.
Y'all ready?
Get ready for the Superman, y'all. And 3, 2, 1. Oh, for Retro. Oh, for
That was
Retro.
amazing.
That was fire.
That was fire. That was fire. Wow.
Yes,
Wow.
indeed. Yes,
Wow.
indeed.
And
For
you know
sure.
what? Glad we got to play that here on the Game Lounge.
Right here on the Game
Right
Lounge.
here on the Game
You've
Lounge.
seen it first.
Right here on the Game Lounge. Y'all make sure y'all
everybody.
click that shit. Y'all make sure y'all click that shit.
Yes. Oh my God.
That was heavy shit.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That was heavy stuff right there.
Hell yeah. All right, so
You want to rock the trailer and then?
no, you about the trailer at the end.
Okay.
At the end. Let's get into it. I don't want to take up no more of y'all time. I know y'all are waiting.
Retro said, appreciate y'all, and I'll send you a teaser for an album on the Discord channel as well. Please do.
Yes,
Please
please
do.
Please, because it is fire. I love it. That shit is hard.
Fire.
Shit is fire. GK, check your message. Check your message.
Oh man, here we go.
Check your message.
Let's go. Let's get it.
All right, so here we go, y'all. We're jumping into our emoji game, the picture emoji as usual.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, I'm definitely getting
My
this.
racial shirts included.
Yo,
This is crazy.
Kitty, come on,
crazy.
that's fire.
Nothing more
Oh, nothing more.
Man, I gotta show that.
I like that.
That's
The
different.
Vampire Maurice.
That's different. I'm gonna get that for
The
October.
Vampire Maurice.
I'm gonna get that for October.
Halloween
Halloween,
edition.
yup.
Yes, sir.
This shit is fire.
Let
Going
me
at
drop
it.
this down here real quick. All right, so we're getting into our picture emoji game as usual, y'all. I know y'all love these games that we pull up. So let's just jump right into it, and I'll explain as we go. The classic.
The
The classic. And then it's fancy. GK.
Who that guy right there?
This guy here, as usual. And yours truly,
Yes, sir.
on the ones and twos.
World's best co-host. I'll tell you that right now.
Game Lounge, accompanied by Art Club Bridge Crew, Made Mafia, and yours truly.
I remember that logo with the that you guys see on the Discord.
Yes.
That was Koza.
Yes, Made
That's
Mafia
Koza.
design.
Yep. That's Koza
This
right there. You see that?
Game Lounge.
You see, you still got the red couch,
Yes.
which is like
right. This is
that's
us.
That's
This is
us.
us.
The red couch, but game. You got the controller.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Our guy
Koza
Koza.
did that. He cooked
big
that up.
ups to our guy
Koza
Koza,
cooked that
for
up
sure.
lovely.
So we definitely gotta shout his own brand out.
Yeah,
Made
Made
Mafia.
Mafia,
It's
of
only
course.
right. It's only right.
100%.
And we all ride with
Bridge Crew right here, baby. TY, what it do, man? Bridge Crew, baby.
Here. And Art Club.
Yeah,
our
big
guy,
CEO, you know what I'm saying?
our
The big
guy
art
Ozzy,
club.
yeah,
Ozzy,
Art Club.
you know what I'm saying?
And yours truly.
Yeah.
That's it right here. You know, you don't want to. I don't want to put too much risk on myself. But yours truly right here with my good logo right there.
That's well-deserved risk, my brother.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So this game, of course, is guess the pick. Look
Yeah,
at the
pose it, yes,
picks and guess the riddle. All right. So here's the first pick, y'all. Guess the pick.
I was about to say Falcon Punch. No, Y2K.
Y2K Falcon Punch. Also,
We fucked up with this.
First pick,
2000
y'all.
Falcon. 2000 Falcon. So you know the Y2K that basically
What's the
states
11
that
for?
2011.
That's
Captain
just the
Falcon?
picture.
11 don't have nothing to do with nothing.
Yeah, I'll give you the hint for that. The 11 has nothing to do with nothing.
Oh, okay.
So Y2K is.
I'm lost on this one.
If you had the analysis, if you had to really dissect it a little bit, Y2K
Right. So I'm
is
hot.
2000.
I'm hiding check because I don't want nobody to take it.
I already read it.
Y2K
So that's
is
cheating.
2000.
Yep. So you ready?
I read it.
No reading chat.
No reading chat. No, I'm admitting I read it. That's all. It makes sense to me now, but I already read it.
Okay.
So I don't count no more.
So
Okay. Anybody else want to take a shot at it?
I have no clue.
If I had to dissect it a little bit, Y2K, meaning that it's the 2000s.
Okay.
If you dissect it, that would be 2000.
Okay.
And then you got the 11 on the Captain Falcon, so it would be 2011. You got the
11
11 don't mean
The
nothing.
11 is
11
irrelevant.
nothing? So to me personally, I say 2000 Captain Falcon.
2000 Captain Falcon.
Yes.
Okay.
Captain Falcon.
Anything for you, wife?
Nope.
All right.
I don't know.
So let's read chat real quick. Poser said Millennium Falcon. Retro said K, almost 3 a.m. I gotta go. Take care, gang.
All right,
and
Retro. Appreciate
have
you.
a wonderful
Retro,
rest of your
good
day.
night,
Appreciate
good
you,
night.
Retro. Ash said sorry to Kitty about something, I think. Kimmy Kim said Blues Clues.
Oh, shit.
No.
Yeah.
That's funny. She said too hard. Kitty said Coles is right.
I would agree with Kojo, but like I said, I
Ash
read
say
it.
you know the vibes. And you say Millennium Falcon
I
because
would
Coles said
agree.
it.
Yes.
Okay, let's see what it say, y'all. Let's see what Coles if Coles is right here. Answer is
Millennium Falcon.
Millennium Falcon.
But you're not gonna put Falcon? Yeah? You can put Captain
Oh,
Falcon? Yeah, Captain Falcon.
yo.
Yeah.
But it's a Falcon.
Hands off my friend.
Falcon?
It's a,
Yeah,
a
hands
Falcon.
It's not a Falco, it's
It's a-
Falcon.
it's a
Yeah,
Falcon.
you're right.
That was a YN.
That's some YN shit, right?
No, I'm just saying, if you put Falco,
You're not gonna put Falco? Why would you not put Falco?
I mean,
But he put Falcon.
If I put Falco, you really wouldn't have got it.
It's crazy.
Next one, I ain't like that one.
Falco,
Nah, that was kind of a tricky one. I ain't gonna hold you. That was kind of a tricky one.
All right, here we go, y'all. Next one.
Oh my god.
Steve!
Guess the pick.
That's the pick.
Guess the pick. Guess the pick. Guess the pick.
Oh, okay, I got half of it. But what's the other one?
I got it. You a motherfucker.
Am I a motherfucker?
I got it, but read!
That's a good one.
It's a good one.
That's a good one. I know I got it.
Oh,
Man,
man.
I'm
I
so
know I got it.
confused.
Okay,
See, I got
hold
half
on
of
your
it.
hands if
I
you
didn't
got
reach
it.
out. I know I got
I
it.
got half
Okay.
of it.
Hold on.
That's
to
a
it.
good one. That is a motherfucker
What's
right
the
there.
damn? What's the third picture?
I'm good at those,
Yeah.
right? I'm good at these.
No, not the third. No, like what's the third picture?
I got it.
Oh,
I got it.
the right
I
side.
got it.
Fuck, what is it?
You know how I got it? I just speed through it, and then it just made too much sense.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
You got one, wife?
I got half of it, but damn, I'm stuck on the third picture.
No. Take your time. Take your time. Look at what you're looking at.
I can't dissect this. This is hurting my brain.
American Dad.
This is hurting my brain so bad.
Trinity. Trinity Dad is the video. Really? That can't be what that is. That can't be right. I'm thinking of the dad's name, Stan. The
I
dad's name
can't
is Stan, right?
even.
Yeah,
You know what? You know, I'm gonna just take a wild guess.
So let's see what chat say. Let's see what chat
Also,
say.
go
I'm
from
gonna
up,
take a
down,
wild guess.
top.
I'm gonna take a wild guess.
Trini, American Dad told Big O. Let's trade that as That's so stupid.
Ash said,
I said
nah,
the same
CJ,
thing.
you lost
That's
me.
so stupid.
The Ash said Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad Tobago. Why her feet next
Is
to
it?
Tobago is crazy.
Is it?
What the fuck?
Is it? No, because I knew it was half. I got the half
That's what it
Trinidad.
is.
Let's see.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Let's see if that's what it is,
That's
y'all.
what it is.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Answer is
That was a good one.
Trinidad and Tobago.
You see Tobago.
Toe next to Tobago.
Well, I knew the other. I knew the half was Trinidad.
That's just crazy, right?
That was real good.
You know what? Before we move into the next one, I put the Yellow Power Ranger there. Before Yellow Power Ranger, it was Trinity from Matrix. I think that would have fucked y'all up some more. But I was like, I'm gonna leave Trini because it's not Trinity.
And pay some homage. She passed away.
Pay some homage.
Pay some homage. R.I.P. to the original.
Right, of course. The original Yellow Ranger, definitely. Rest in peace to the original Yellow Ranger.
You got my head.
All right, next one, y'all. Guess the pick.
Oink. Like,
Benjamin Franklin?
damn.
Get this nigga out of here. He said Benjamin Franklin. He called the black man Benjamin Franklin. Get him out of here.
Ben Gay?
Pig Aiden. Pig Aiden. Pig Aiden.
Pick a song.
Ben Gay?
Okay. Okay, for this one, I need y'all to think outside the box, but understand what you're looking at.
Pig in a blanket. I don't know.
Can be.
So Ben is blanket. Like, what's the blanket?
Right.
Pig.
Good question. What is the egg doing?
Frying. It's frying.
Okay.
Frying oil.
Okay.
Pig fried pumpkin. Pig fried pumpkin.
Let's see.
Hold on.
Let's see what chat's
Wait.
saying. Let's see what chat's saying.
What the?
Cool frijoles.
Yo,
while at work.
friole. Come on in, playboy.
What the fuck?
Back had to reset my Wi-Fi.
Bacon, egg, and cheese. I thought that
Bacon,
too.
egg, and
I
cheese.
thought
That
it
is
was
a really.
I thought that
good-
too.
Yes.
Bacon,
Kitty is a really good
rice.
guess.
My
Bacon,
wife
egg,
said I was going to say Charlotte's Web.
Charlotte's
Wow.
Web.
Charlotte's Web.
That is very good.
That is very good,
That's
actually.
very good.
It's not a bad toss out.
No,
It's not a bad toss out
yours
at all.
and Kitty's is not a bad cross out.
Damn, what is it? What is it? Bacon? The pig?
Police been scrambled. Close up.
Now, what I got up there? Black men love
Black men love fried pork.
Yep. Black men love fried pork.
Police been scrambled. That's a new one. Yo, make calls at
My brain
2025.
can't put it
Right?
together.
Like, brain-
Yo, the funniest thing is everybody is picking pieces and it's literally there. It's literally there between y'all answers. Koza said
Pork fried rice, damn it. It is Uncle Ben, right?
It could be that though.
Yo, that is
It's
Kitty
pork
said-
fried rice.
Koza said Kitty said, oh fuck you, Koza.
Is it fried rice? 'Cause that could be.
Let's-
That's the best shot we got.
Let's
Fried
Pork
rice.
fried rice.
All right, let's see what it is, y'all. Let's see what it is. Answer is
Pork fried rice?
pork fried rice.
Got me on that one. Yeah, we fucked up on that
Pork
one.
fried rice. Koza came in the clutch at the end.
Yes,
with
he
that
did.
one.
Yes, he did.
All right.
Jamaica.
Guess the pick.
Yeah.
Jamaica.
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 Jamaica. You pretty much spelled it for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was like, let me see
That's
if they
easy
would
though.
try to like be too out of the box and say what
He
is it?
literally spelled it.
Yeah.
It did make it.
He literally spelled it.
Because I was like, mine? And then I said, oh, Jamaica.
From my son to Jaka.
Yeah.
But that's funny when you
I was
put
like, mine, sure, right?
one of the elements from the fucking the elements.
It is
That's funny.
definitely Jamaica.
Mhm.
Boom, boom.
Who's going to the Labor Day parade tomorrow? I'm gonna be up there selling
All right,
some
here we go, y'all. Next pick.
Curry goat.
Curry goat roti.
Yep.
Curry goat roti?
Yep.
Yeah, it is curry. Well, I know
Yep.
curry
Here we
goat.
go, roti.
I just
Yep.
was trying to figure out what was the shirt
Yep.
about.
For myself, curry and goat.
Roti.
She said roti. I knew curry goat. I was
Right,
I
immediately.
was going over here to
I
finish
said
the
roti
rest.
because what else would it say? Curry goat. What else would that be?
What else would that be?
It's a T that says
Curry
roll.
goat, wrinkle shirt.
Oh, roti.
Roti.
Because the
Yeah,
t-shirt.
Roti.
I didn't even think that far. I just need roti.
Curry goat roti.
I thought it was curry
That's
gold
some
black.
shit.
I thought it was curry gold black wrinkly t-shirt.
Curry. And it's been announced. I think it's a trailer for this right here.
Goat.
Yeah, that it's supposed to be his Stephen Curry's new show
Okay.
or new movie. I'm gonna say.
Okay.
And it's the developers of the Spider-Man Into the Universe people.
Koza said Monet nailed that quick as fuck.
That's my favorite food.
Koza said, "Booyaka, booyaka." Yo,
I had jasmine rice.
damn. That's how Jasmine nice. Damn.
Yo, you didn't save me some.
You never had, you never, because Kitty said you never had Ben's rice. Because Ash said, "What's the Ben
Yeah,
for?"
Uncle Ben's rice is a brand of rice.
It's a common thing. It's a common rice. Alrighty, let's see. Answer is curry goat roti.
You got a whole black ass theme going on today. And Koza's leading. That's crazy.
Yes,
Right.
Labor Day weekend, y'all. Labor Day weekend.
We got a staff of Caribbean people and Koza's winning. This is crazy.
Sheep ribbon genie.
Sheep said they.
Sheepshead Bay.
Sheep ribbon. Sheep ribbon.
Cotton gin.
Cotton gin.
Cotton. Sheep.
Oh yeah, the genie is the gin, right?
Oh, Lamborghini.
Yep.
Lamborghini.
Lamborghini. Oh wow, that's a good one.
Lamborghini.
Nice.
Lamborghini.
I gotta drop a bomb on that one.
Because I knew it was the lamb. I was like, what is it?
He killed that.
I'm saying sheep.
I'm going sheep. I
Let's
ain't even thinking lamb yet.
let's-
Lamborghini. That was a good one
So they
too.
like good shit.
Oh,
Right.
T-Y Jones, he's like good shit.
Koza said Lamborghini off rip. Still
Damn.
Still leading.
Still in it.
He said, "Damn it, Koza." Guy said,
Koza
"Damn,
is
Koza."
killing right now.
CJ be in the crib having fun creating it. I damn
Right.
sure do.
Right, because what the
I
hell is
did.
that?
It's crazy
Sure
how
It won't let me peek at the
it's
screen.
crazy how the blacker it gets, the more Koza wins. That's crazy. You gotta love him. Isn't it?
Yo, the blacker it gets, the more Koza wins.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yo.
That was a good one.
Lamborghini, y'all. Lamborghini. Nice one right there, too. Good green. You made the green. Yeah. Okay, last one, y'all. Last one, y'all. I don't want to kill y'all too much.
Look at this shit.
Guess the pick. 4 pictures this time, y'all. 4 picks.
Canada.
I want to see if y'all really want to pick this one. 'Cause this one really.
Gravy, cinnamon, beer. Silver gravy. Justin Bieber. What the fuck?
Justin Bieber, what the fuck?
Justin Bieber.
Oh, yeah, because Justin
Wow.
Bieber.
I was working with the
And he
Mac.
from Canada.
I'm thinking Mac Kid. That's what I.
Justin Bieber, because Annie from Canada. Justin Bieber. What the hell?
Justin Bieber.
Justin Bieber. Wow.
Sure.
I'm
Justin
positive.
Bieber.
I'm positive that that's
He's
Justin
not
Bieber.
here.
I don't know.
I guess.
That's Justin
Honestly,
Bieber.
it sounds like it and it looked like it.
I mean, yeah.
Look at the second word in a gravy. Justin
Right.
Bieber. The B. Bieber.
Right, Bieber.
Bieber.
And
And
then
he from
Canada.
and he
And
from
then
Canada.
Yeah, the Canada.
Because he's from Canada.
CJ's a menace with these.
T.Y. say, I have a business with these.
Yo, he's like a mad doctor in the
Seriously,
crib.
what? Right.
You know when they be pouring the chemical. Whoa.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what this nigga be doing.
Shit be sparkling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nah.
Koza said, yeah, sis got that one.
Play it. I want to see it.
All right, let's see. Let's see if you got the Justin Bieber.
If it's not, I'm gonna be like, I'm like, damn, son.
If it's not, I'm gonna eat.
Damn, son.
Justin
That was a good
Bieber.
Yeah.
Justin Bieber.
He's evil.
Justin Bieber, y'all. Justin
Listen, he's
Bieber.
evil.
I don't leave y'all 2 out of it. Great combo, chat. Thanks for playing. I try not to leave y'all 2 in the dark
Too
about
crazy.
It's an
right.
evil picky at the
it. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Let's get us back in. Let's get us back in.
That was fun.
That was good. That was good.
Man, I guess I gotta get some more crazier ones for next week.
Yeah.
I gotta get some more crazier
Please don't
ones.
scramble my brain next week, please.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get some crazier ones for next week.
Oh,
you got another
why
one?
would you get the
I didn't
idea for that?
I got some
You want to scramble my brain?
questionnaires.
No, Ash actually got one. He sent it.
Load it up.
So Ash got one. Our guy Ash Catch 'em All. He sent us one, and it's this one right here. Let me just get y'all back into rotation. Hold on, my fault. Let's whoop. All
Back
right.
on in there.
Get y'all back in there. Oh shit! Wait, no.
It will fulfill
Once again, our guy Retro. Make sure y'all follow this page right here, TOKT. So this is it, y'all. This is it. This is it.
So what is questions based on?
It says all Marvel and DC animated, DC TV animated series
of the
21st century. All right.
So
So
play now.
let me. I'm just gonna scoop this down so I want to be able to put that one at the top. Alrighty. So since we got it all together, right here we go, y'all.
Okay.
So-
it's questions.
I guess it's all questions for all Marvel and DC TV animated series in the 21st century. So let's play now.
Sometimes I like playing
'Cause
games that I didn't make.
Yeah, I do
It's
too.
more fun. You
More
know what
fun,
I mean?
way more fun. Way more
So
fun.
what category we got?
So it's different ones. Got Spectacular Spider-Man,
Teen
Justice
Titans.
League,
Oh no.
Teen Titans,
Justice
Justice
League,
League.
Young
yeah.
Justice.
Ultimate
We just
Spider-Man?
covered a lot of this.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
He said you better scramble.
You just
Batman
talked about
Beyond.
Batman Beyond, X-Men
Ultimate-
97,
Teen Titans Go. Not that.
Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man.
And there's a couple other pages of what it will be too. So
Okay, let's play.
so
Let's
let's
play.
just
Let's
play
play.
now. Let's just jump in, y'all. Let's just jump right on in.
Appreciate you, Ash, for the game.
Number
Yes,
of choices,
indeed.
32.
Number of choices. Oh, I want to do 32 choices.
No.
Goddamn.
Let's
16?
do
All right, 16 is cool. Yeah.
16 is cool. It's cool. It's cool. Let's start. All right, so we gotta pick a category.
I say Teen Titans
Teen
Go.
Teen.
Teen Titans Go.
Why they pick with two shitty categories?
I say Teen Titans
Teen
Go.
Titans
man.
Go. Yeah.
Rounds of 16, match 1. Oh, it's round 16. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
So Teen Titans Go or Bat Wheels.
Okay.
Teen Titans Go.
Teen Titans Go.
Teen Titans Go.
Listen, throw my hands up. I never really watched Teen Titans Go. I didn't like it.
Me neither.
I watched
So-
it.
I think it's more for
not
kids.
good.
It's not.
It is for kids.
It's for kids.
You want to reset it? I don't like this choices.
I mean, we press it and just get through it. It wins. So it moves on to the next one.
Okay.
Oh, no,
Iron
Iron
Man.
Man.
Iron Man.
Adventures.
Iron Man.
Yeah, yeah.
Iron Man.
All the way.
Iron Man.
Hands down.
Facts.
I'm a big fan of Iron Man. Immediately hands down.
I love this Iron Man too, though.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty
That
good.
one's fire.
God.
It didn't last long though.
The Mandarin was fucking them up.
Yeah.
Right.
Fucking them up.
I was just listening today on theme song on the way coming here.
Beware the Batman or Hit Monkey.
Beware the Batman.
Matter of fact, I gotta get chat into it.
Beware the Batman.
I'm not even gonna
Beware
hold
the
you.
Batman.
Yeah, I'll probably go Batman too. Yeah.
I'm not even gonna hold you. What is Hitmonkey?
Chat.
I never heard about that.
Me neither.
I
But
never
I've heard of it.
before.
Batman. Yeah, all right.
Oh,
Verso say
I should looked at Ash say play now 64. Okay, I'm gonna go back, y'all. I'm gonna go back. My bad. I'm gonna go
Why
back.
64?
He said play 64
Oh no.
because it might go by quick. So
Right. And then, right.
start. So let's start over, y'all. Let's start
Spider-Man,
over.
Spider-Man.
Oh,
Spider-Man.
okay.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, Spider.
Let's-
Wait, no, but
let's-
Big Hero 6 is fire.
Where's chat? I want to see chat.
Yeah,
I ain't
yeah.
gonna lie, it's a 50-50.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
see, Big Hero
I
6
start
is
over, y'all. I start over.
But that's the animated.
Big
that's
Hero
the TV
6
show, that's the TV show.
or Spectacular Spider-Man, y'all.
Oh, see, I'm going Spider-Man. Yeah.
Spider-Man.
That's the TV animation.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Cole say Spider-Man. Vero say Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Kitty say Spider-Man.
Yeah, Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Spidey.
All right.
Welcome in, everybody. I see a couple
Suicide
people
Squad.
creeping in. Welcome
Immediately
in.
Suicide
Let me just
Squad.
clap them up.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Appreciate y'all for being here. Play along. Suicide.
Again,
Suicide Squad.
Mind you, I've never actually seen
I'm trying to figure out
That
what's
any
in
Suicide
like
Squad.
watched anyone, but I'm just gonna go that because I know what's going on over here.
Right.
I'll do Suicide Squad.
Hit Monkey look fire.
What is
It don't look bad at all. I don't know anything about it though.
Jack, can you tell me what's Hitmonkey? Like, I don't know what that is.
Kitty say suicide.
Let me check this out.
What everybody back here say suicide?
Yeah, suicide.
Yeah.
Koza might know what Hitmonkey is. Koza's the only one I know everything.
Hitmonkey's just out there. Oh, that's.
Oh, but this Spider-Man is actually fire though. I watched the whole series of this Spider-Man.
This is a good one.
Fuck, this Spider-Man is actually
Did you
good.
finish it off?
I watched the
I know
Justice
you did
League,
watch it.
actually. I watched
You
them.
talked about it on the stream.
I didn't.
You didn't finish that
I
Spider-Man?
didn't latch into it. No,
I did. It's actually good.
I didn't ever really watch this neither.
That Justice League is cool too.
I don't like when they have like this little kitty cartoony vibe to it. Even though I love DC, it's just not my take. I didn't really stick with this. I don't know much about it.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna go to Spider-Man.
Ash said Hitmonkey is fire.
I believe it. I believe it.
Alright, so say that. Alright, so put me on. I got you.
Yo, chat, where y'all at on this one?
I'm going Spider-Man.
Pop in and give us something.
This
I
specific
haven't
Spider-Man,
seen all of Hitmonkey, but I caught episodes here and there. Okay.
So where we at with this one right here, Justice League? I don't know. I kind of don't know because I've never really sat there
I
and
never
watched-
watched neither one, so I can't give an actual answer
Right.
to that one.
I can't. Spider-Man. I watched both. Spider-Man.
I'm gonna be honest.
I didn't see the Spider-Man.
Just based on how they look,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go Spider-Man.
Right.
I feel like I would want to watch that tone more than this tone.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go Spider-Man.
Because it said Spider-Man, this one was fire.
Yes.
She said never seen. Me neither.
I've never really seen, but
haven't either.
I don't like this little
Spider-Man was
kitty, cartoony. It's not my.
DC Justice League shit, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go over here with that.
Okay.
The Spider-Man was actually cool.
Alright, Spider-Man.
Pick Spider-Man. Hulk and the Agents of Smash,
Avengers.
or the Avengers United.
Okay,
They
hear me
Stand.
out. Hear me out. Hulk and Agents of Smash.
Never
That shit is
about
fire.
it. Your
That shit is
daughter-
fire.
Here's my
daughter
thing.
was
Here's
watching
my
that
thing. I've
Spider-Man,
never
and
really
she
seen
left
it,
on.
so I'm just gonna bank on
That's what happened.
Avengers
That's actually what
being
happened.
better.
Avengers United They Stand. Fuck the
I don't know where they get a whole bunch of colorful Hulks from. Let's just get crazy.
I love the Hulks. That show
I'ma go over
that
here.
aired on Disney, that shit's fire.
I'm gonna go Avengers. What chat
Well,
say?
you did watch the new Captain America with the Red Hulk, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so at least you've seen that.
T.Y. says
I like
Spidey.
Oh,
But
you say
Kid
you
said
would get
never
a couple
watched.
Hulks, right?
No, I know Red Hulk.
Okay.
That's
Wait,
Rick.
Spidey-
That's Rick Hulk.
Right.
That's She Hulk.
Right, She-Hulk, right.
The only one I really don't know is Blue Hulk.
Oh, okay.
But is that's not even a Hulk. That's just some blue dude.
Right. That's not even a Hulk.
That's not a Hulk.
Blue Beetle mixed with Hulk.
Yeah, like what's going on there with that guy?
Some crazy shit.
They just happen to got a blue guy. We need a blue guy.
On this one, I guess I'll go Avengers.
I'm going Avengers.
I got
Yeah,
one.
Koza said Avengers as well.
I'm going with Hulk. I don't know about you. I'm
I
going
guess
with
you
Hulk.
got Avengers up there. I guess.
Yeah, it looks like Avengers win.
Yeah, Avengers. Man, what's
Damn,
up?
y'all.
X-Men
Evolution.
This Harley Quinn. Harley
It's not
Quinn.
bad. It's
Harley
not a
Quinn,
bad show though. I'm
fucking
not gonna
hilarious.
lie. It's pretty good.
Hilarious.
It's
That
really,
show
it's
fucking
actually
cool.
really good.
Hilarious.
But I'm still going X-Men. But it's a really good show.
No, I'm going Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn.
I'm going Harley Quinn.
X-Men Evolution for me.
I'm going Evolution.
So we got two Harley Quinn
Two Harley Quinn
and two X-Men.
X-Men.
What you going on there?
Silver Deal wife.
X-Men.
Ah,
Oh, shit.
alright,
Nah,
alright.
X-Men
I
won.
need somebody from chat to hit a vote on this one.
Yeah, hit a vote on this one for us, chat. X-Men Evolutions or Harley Quinn?
The Harley Quinn was lit though. This one was funny.
It is good.
Nah, she's stupid.
It
It's
is
just all the
very good.
LGBTQ shit got me tight.
That's what, for me, helped push it down. We didn't deal with that over here.
No.
Right.
We dealt with straight comic shit.
Yeah, straight
Yeah,
X-Men
exactly.
shits.
Yeah, X-Men shits.
Right. with
This
her,
one they had.
Ivy.
This one
You
was
don't,
filled
you
with.
don't know if they straight, gay, you don't know if they
Right,
men,
right.
women, they just
Over
know they
here,
mutants.
They was Ivy and
And
Harley
Harley
was
Quinn
a
was-
they became a
right.
couple and was
Yeah,
touching each other.
Right.
And it's just like I'm
Straight
like, where in the
busting
comic
down.
book was this a thing?
Wait, what's happening here?
Crazy world.
All right, so X-Men win.
X-Men
alright.
win.
V Rose says she's never seen either. Okay,
Right.
It's fine. Yeah.
I'll put on tonight. Hold on.
X-Men.
Tonight?
Kite Man.
What the hell?
Kite Man
X-Men.
he's from the
Yeah,
Harley Quinn
The
show.
Harley Quinn movie, right? The show.
He was Poison
Ivy's girl. I'm
boyfriend.
I'm
Yeah,
going X-Men 97.
X-Men.
X-Men.
That's
Just
a-
because
that's-
Kite Man sounds like an ass name.
It's, bro, listen, that's not even. Whoever put this comparison together don't like Kite Man.
Right.
You don't like Kite Man. That's not happening.
But they sound like
Yeah,
an ass
for real.
name though.
Kite Man.
At least Superman is Superman.
It is canon. Harley and Ivy. I mean, all right, that's cool.
It's
too,
canon. Really?
but I don't.
Maybe. I'm
Oh,
just
it's Hey.
Kitty know her shit. when it
Yeah,
comes
she
to
know her
Superman,
shit, so I'm not arguing it. But
Alright, so
That's
X-Men.
bullshit.
I'll go X-Men. 100%.
X-Men 100%. But that's not even a good.
Iron
Ah,
Man
shit.
or
Wakanda.
Black Panther.
I've never seen the Wakanda series.
I might have to go Iron Man because that Iron Man show was lit too.
After show was pretty good.
Iron Man is fire.
Mine sucked.
I never saw any of Eyes of Wakanda, but the actual cartoon design
I'm gonna go.
fire, bro.
I think I'm
like
gonna go Iron Man.
The Iron Man is good, but that Iron Man I can wing it just to go over here. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with Eyes of Wakanda.
yeah.
Okay.
Ryan Coogler is the
Yeah,
executive
I
producer.
can just tell it's good.
So it's what two Iron Man, two.
T.Y. say Wakanda.
Oh, all right.
Oh, T.Y., you picking Wakanda? Cool.
All right, then go ahead. Wakanda it is.
Wakanda it is.
Wakanda it is.
Static Shock or
Oh
X-Men?
my
Oh my
God!
Static
Oh,
Yeah,
what?
Static Shock. Yeah.
I can go Static
Static
Shock on this
Shock.
one.
Static
For
Shock.
that version of the X-Men. That's not the best.
No,
that's-
it's not.
but that
X-Men
version-
X-Men Evolution.
I
is
was
a
still.
conversation.
That's a conversation. I'm
Static
still go Static.
Yes.
OG
But I watched
X-Men and
this one
X-Men
a lot,
97.
though.
I'm going that.
I
But-
watched this one a lot because this is after
This-
all of the shenanigans.
Yes, but this one wasn't one of my favorites. Still good, but I can live without this one. Static wins
Yeah,
out.
Static Shock.
Cole
Static
said this
Shock.
one's tough.
Static
Ash,
for me.
why'd you do this to us, man?
Come on, Cole, we gotta pick one.
You gotta pick one, Coles.
Gotta pick one. Gotta pick one.
Kitty, what you got on this one?
Come on, T.Y. Come on, Kimmy Kim.
Wifey, tell
And
me
it's
which
only
one
because
you
I
want.
remember watching Static Shock more than X-Men, honestly. So yeah, Static Shock. I'll go Static Shock.
I think this Static Shock versus this version of X-Men, this is better.
Yeah,
This
Static
version.
better.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
I'm going Static on
But
that
the
one.
next
Yeah,
one
but
is going to be
X-Men
a little
97,
tough
yeah.
on
Come on,
what you
let it
got
go.
in.
Yeah.
we having a little.
or
Under
even
conversation right
the
here.
OG X-Men, I would still go X-Men.
Yeah.
But the other X-Men's in between that, Static Shock, because it's more original than the other ones in between them.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. Static Shock it is, though.
Oh, Batman Brave and the Bold. Oh,
I ain't gonna lie.
from Iron Man, I think I'm gonna go Batman.
I'm going
Come on,
Brave and the
Batman.
Bold, man. That's a
Yeah,
good
Brave and the
series.
Bold. Brave and the Bold.
Even though I don't always like that cartoony, they pulled it off of that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was good. It's not even like you're watching it because it's some serious it's just entertaining.
Right.
Okay.
It's fun to watch. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And it's
Who's Stretchy Man?
that's
One of the mans he ran with.
Plastic Man, isn't it?
No,
That's
I
not
think-
Plastic Man.
no, I
That's-
think it's actually Stretch Man.
Stre-
I think his name is actually Stretch Man.
No, it's not Stretch Man.
It's not?
No.
You're right, it is Plastic Man
It's
because
Plastic
he can
Man.
turn into a boat,
Yeah,
a
it's
plane.
Plastic Man, yes.
Yeah, Plastic Man. That's his name.
Cole
right.
just said Batman easy.
Batman.
And
I've never actually seen that one.
Anime Iron Man though.
Every
that-
no,
episode.
It's interesting.
No, it looks good.
Right.
Looking like
It looks great.
that's
but I had a lot
Tony
of fun.
Stark though. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, in every episode,
And
Batman
that's
was running
Pepper
with a
Potts,
different nigga.
though?
That's
Every
Tony
episode.
Stark. That's who that is.
Tony
right there.
Stark?
Tony Stark.
Tony Stark.
Tony Stark.
Tony Stark.
Yeah.
Oh, Tony.
So Tony,
Suit up.
Pepper Potts.
High Pop Speed Duel.
Yeah, but we go Batman on this one.
Yeah, we going Batman on this one.
Right.
That Batman is actually good. With that specific
Cole just said Tony Stark.
Green Lantern.
Cole said Tony Stark.
Ooh. For a minute, I thought that was Superhero Squad. I'm about to say, oh yeah, Superhero Squad. But never mind.
Immediately.
I don't know what that is.
Immediately,
I'm going
like-
with that.
Green
Green Lantern, the
series?
animated
I
series.
ain't
That-
gonna hold you,
I've
that
actually
one-
seen the episode. It's actually pretty good.
Okay.
Green Lantern is actually a good series.
To be honest,
it was a good series on Cartoon Network. It was a
I
good
ain't seen
series.
none
Maybe Cole just said Tony San.
Tony Stark.
Tony Stark. Tony Senpai.
Senpai is funny. Green Lantern over it.
Yeah, I'm going Green Lantern on this
Or,
one.
I haven't
or
seen any of
Principal.
these, so I guess Green
They're going
Lantern.
more Japanese
I'll go Green Lantern.
Avengers
All
shit.
right.
Yeah. Like the new game that's out. Coming out.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird that it's Japanese Captain America and Spider-Man.
It's crazy.
fucking
Right.
my head up.
It's a little crazy.
Right, that nigga Spider-Man. Spidey sense good.
Yeah. Come on,
Oh,
man.
Teen Titans.
Teen Titans. Come on, stop
Teen
that.
Titans.
That's not it.
100%.
Who did this?
Oh,
Awesome Friends? Awesome Friends.
But the
Right,
Hulk
right.
outfit
Is that the
though,
Hulk in an Iron Man suit?
and that's Starfire.
That can't be Starfire.
Oh, it looked like it though.
That's gotta be Wasp.
Wasp.
That gotta be Wasp. Or B, whatever her name is.
Teen Titans, yeah,
Maybe
100%
that's
Teen
Hulk.
That's Hulk. I don't know what that
Outfit.
is. I don't know what that is.
Titans. Yeah, Teen
I'm
Titans.
going over here.
Yeah,
His
Easy.
awesome friends.
Oh, it's
Awesome friends. Awesome friends. It sounds like
Teen
a Disney
Titans
shit
easy.
too. Awesome
He
friends.
said,
You're
let's
right.
make this a deal. That's Friend's house.
That's crazy. That show was good. That Marvel anime Wolverine was fire.
Anime Wolverine. That one's a good
That
one.
going that
I seen
easy.
That
I
one's
seen
a good
TikTok
It's good.
stuff for this one. I was
It's
like,
good.
ooh.
They got
Yeah,
this
that's
one, they
a
got a
good
Blade one, and they got an X-Men one. And all three of them was
I
fucking
seen the
good.
Marvel Future
Shit's
Avengers.
fucking
though.
awesome.
They're so good.
I
It
never
was
seen
like
Wolverine.
Japanese got to give their take on
Silver Samurai's in this, ain't he?
which one.
The Wolverine anime
Was
one?
he?
Silver Samurai.
It would make sense. I can't remember who was the big villain, but that shit was good. I'm going that. That's easy one for me.
Goza, which one you got for this one? Kitty, which one you got for this
I don't
one?
know what the
TY.
fuck's going on over here on the right
I don't
side.
know what the fuck's going on.
Marvel Future Avengers. They can stay in the
No, I
future.
watched
They
it. It was actually pretty good.
Yeah, I believe
Which
you.
one? The
I
Marvel?
believe you.
Okay.
I'm not doubting you at all. You know what I'm saying?
But it was good. It was nice.
Goza,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Wolverine.
Over that. But trust me, Koza, actually watch that. It's
I
watch
haven't
that.
seen either though. Okay.
If you have to
It's
give
a few
rating-
years
I
old.
saw
though.
a TikTok.
It's old. It's old. It's not. It's a good. It's over 10. But
What's
it's
his
good.
name? Anime something. Forget his name on TikTok. He does like the voiceovers.
Right.
How Ash does it, but he's like doing it, like actually watching it.
Right.
The reviews.
Right.
And it was one of the
It's
episodes he put up.
It's
He
good.
was talking about it.
Like I said, they have this one. They have an X-Men one, and they also have a Blade one. And they're all good. They're all good.
Are you serious?
Stop it.
Spider-Man.
Stop it.
Spider-Man Unlimited.
Spider-Man
Bat wheels.
Unlimited. Bat wheels.
The fuck is Batman?
Where did dinosaur come from?
That wheels
Is that-
lead
is that-
the way in
Is
the
that,
dark.
is that Lightning McQueen over there?
Yo,
Is that Mr. Ka-chow? Is
Like
that-
Ka-chow.
life is a highway. I won't ride it all night
That's
long.
crazy.
This is I am speed.
Yeah, it gotta be DC for kids. It gotta be.
Is that
Right,
DC
gotta be.
kids? Oh my
But yeah, we're going
God.
Spider-Man on this
Yeah,
one.
Spider-Man on this one.
Come on, man.
Crypto the super
Crypto!
Now let's go.
Yeah, I'm going
I'm
Crypto.
going Crypto.
I'm
Super.
going
I
Crypto.
know
Immediately
why.
crypto.
I
Immediately
was
Crypto.
gonna
It's like if you go anything else, I would probably just walk out and say
What
no
the
more
fuck
game
is this?
now. It's
I'm
like,
going
The
Crypto
superhero
Supergirl,
girl?
yeah.
Man? You expect me to pick the superhero girl?
I'm going Crypto.
Y'all will all look at me like, what? Yeah, basically.
Right.
Crypto and you got Bat Hound? Come
Right.
on, man.
he said, Wonder,
Yeah.
he's a woman. Yes, man. She got the lantern
Crypto got
too.
the arms folded. That's easy. I'm gonna go Crypto
Yeah,
on that
Crypto
one.
won
What's
immediately.
chat saying?
As soon as I seen Crypto.
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 Yeah.
Right, Crypto easy. Yeah,
That-
Cole said we got
Everybody
Lightning
remember that.
McQueen, Rex from Toy Story, and Zubat.
That's crazy. All in one picture, son.
Zubat is crazy.
Not a Pokemon in that. Not a Pokemon.
Ooh, Spider-Man.
What if it's good?
Amazing Spider-Man?
Ooh.
Wait,
No,
no, that's
it's
Ultimate Spider-Man.
Ultimate,
That's
yeah,
Ultimate.
yeah, that's too
Ultimate.
many different.
Oh my
That's
god.
serious right there. That's serious.
I'm the Ultimate Spider-Man.
I'm going what
Ultimate,
if.
That's serious right
What
there.
if? Okay.
What if it's good?
Ultimate Spider-Man.
Oh,
I said Spidey.
Spider-Cito.
I'm gonna go what if on that one.
Spidey sense real. Oh, my Spidey sense on Tinder.
The what if stories are good though.
Ultimate for me.
Yeah, Ultimate Man.
Spider-Man for me, y'all. Koza said Spider-Man
I'm
too.
gonna go what if.
Come over with the Spider-Man.
I haven't seen an episode I didn't like
Come on, that's
Fair
Spider-Man.
enough.
of what if.
Spidey sense?
I don't really think I sat there and watched too much of this to really know why you guys
It was
like
actually okay.
that version that much. You understand what I'm saying?
I get
I
it.
haven't really sat there and like
No, I
come
tuned
to
in.
know this version of the cartoon.
Was
Yeah, I
this-
tuned
But I
in
haven't
because
seen
it's
that.
on Disney Plus.
Right, right.
I was able to catch up on
Right.
it.
This one,
Right.
And I was like-
I'm pretty sure it's good, but I haven't seen an episode of What If that was just like, oh, that's whack. You know what I mean? And some of them were really like, oh, that's whack. You know what I mean?
Female
I watched. I
Captain
just,
America.
it's just too many fucking
Captain
Spider-Man.
England.
Yeah, yeah.
That nigga brought cards
pretty
to
good.
that nigga, bro. He
Right.
brought cards to- he brought cards to
I think
the
Spider-Man
seasons.
wins though.
I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Spider-Man in this one.
Oh, come on.
Ooh,
That's what I was talking
My
about. Marvel
Adventures.
Anime X-Men. That's it right there. That's literally what I was talking
My
about.
Adventures with Superman. Nah, I don't
It's
like
really
that
good.
This one was on
Against
HBO,
your
right? The
golden
mice,
guy?
No, I'm going
the
over here.
Superman. Yeah, the Superman was good. I seen this
You
one.
saw that
That's the
one?
new series.
Yeah, the newest one.
It's
It's on
new now.
HBO Max,
New now.
right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
the HBO Max one.
It's really
I kinda
good.
don't
New
like it.
series
this
premiered
one-
July 6th
in-
at midnight. Okay.
In this one, he hasn't like he's go in this one. he's going through growing pains.
Right.
Meaning he's still learning new powers as he
Spider-Man.
goes
That's
along.
Superman,
Okay.
right.
Usually, it's like you already kind of
He's maxed out. Laser eyes. And the
yeah,
cold
you know,
breath,
sometimes the laser
flying.
eyes takes a while for him to. But once you're fully suited, you know,
Right,
this
hiding
one
from his
he's
friends
still.
and shit.
It's like it's almost like college years Superman.
Yeah, exactly.
That's literally what it is.
Exactly.
He's interested in Lois. You got Jimmy. They
Yep.
both all work at the spot. It's like a teen show Superman,
Okay.
early 20s.
Which is actually
Superman.
good.
You know what I'm saying? Like the Spider-Man on Fox 5 back in the day. That level of the Spider-Man. Remember we talked about that earlier. It's kind of this version is like
Okay.
that a little bit.
I said that
it's a
Superman
good show.
is really good.
It is really good.
I finished it.
It's really good. It's
I'm
really
still
good.
watching, but it is.
Like it is really actually well written, well balanced. It's a good show. It's a good show.
I'm going Superman then.
What the hell is
Stop
Moon
it.
Girl?
Stop it.
Just go
Who
over
the
here.
fuck is
Stop
the
it.
dinosaur?
Who makes these?
Wait, right.
This Jet Set Radio ass.
Who makes
Right.
these? Like what is happening here?
Justice League,
Moon Girl and
Nah, it's gonna be Moon Girl and Devil Pop.
Dinosaur Realm?
Who the
For
fuck is
Marvel
this?
though, it's
Who the
crazy.
fuck is this nigga?
Yeah, we're just gonna pick
Who
Justice League.
is?
We just gonna pick that. Sorry, Chad. I'm
Ooh. Unlimited.
Oh man.
I think
Assemble is good
Avengers.
though. Assemble is good.
I think
Assemble
we're
is
Avengers
good.
Assemble.
It's really good.
I watched all the seasons of
It doesn't
Avengers
stack up
Assemble.
to
It's
Unlimited,
actually
though.
good, but
Yeah, I
Justice
know
League
Unlimited.
It doesn't stack
had
up. It is good though.
Yeah, yeah.
There's no
Unlimited is classic.
that's Unlimited is golden.
Yeah.
on Cartoon Network.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody remember that on Cartoon Network.
Damn, what the hell?
Justice League Unlimited.
Yeah,
Okay. So, can't be mad at that.
that's what I was talking about. That's literally it. The three of them popped up. That's the blade I was talking about.
Crazy World.
That's it. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
That's the one you
That's
were
the
watching.
anime
That's the
Spider-Man.
one. Yes,
The anime
that's what you're
Spider-Man.
talking about.
I
Yes,
remember
that's
that
it.
Okay.
I'm
I'm
gonna
going
wait
Blade.
on this one.
I'm going Blade on this one.
It looks cooler. It looked like something more I would watch.
It's in the same realm as the Wolverine. It's those three, I think, done by all the same.
Design.
Yeah.
It looked like it.
I'm going that. Not to say that this isn't good, but I haven't seen. You know, it's Spider-Man. We know it's good. You know what I mean? Going
Jose
Blade on
Kimmy
this
Kim
one.
said Blade.
They go and Blade somebody.
Nah, Blade got this one.
What the fuck?
Just
Spidey?
click this over here.
Spidey
Just click
friends?
it. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on over there.
Right. Spidey
Are they
friends.
bobbleheads? What the fuck's going on?
They Spidey Funko Pops.
They Funko Pop. Yeah, it's crazy.
Spidey Funko Pops. Spidey.
We can just see the tone over here was something that we would watch.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Guardians of the Galaxy, yeah. What the hell is that? Moon Pops?
Spidey Pops.
Oh my god, no!
This is a good one.
I've seen
Now
Batman
this
and
is a
Beyond.
good one.
Amber Justice League. I seen both.
Young Justice.
Batman
You gonna go Young
Beyond
Justice?
I'm going
is
Young
my
Justice.
shit. Let's dance, bozo.
I'm going Young Justice.
Batman Beyond. Let's dance,
Shit, where
bozo.
do I go with here? Damn,
You
I
can
watched both, dude.
Young Justice. I'm going Young Justice.
Nope, I'm going Batman Beyond. Let's dance, bozo.
I'm going Young. It's a better show.
Young
It's a
Justice.
better.
Wait,
The plot, the
is it
writing.
though?
It's a better show.
Is it though?
No,
Yes.
both
I'm going
shows are
Batman
actually
Beyond.
really good. Both shows are actually really good.
Both shows are very good.
I'm going Batman Beyond.
This will.
See, this
I
is- this
think
is my
as a
spot. I
show,
like CJ.
this is more fleshed out.
I don't know this one. Batman Beyond is better.
but this is a
I don't
good.
know
This is
what
a good one.
This is
It is a good
This
one.
is a
A
good
very
one.
good one.
This is the best one we've seen all night
Damn it.
so far. This is the best one.
I think I'm gonna go Batman.
Batman.
Yeah, I respect it. I respect it. I'm
Yeah,
going Young
Batman.
Justice.
Batman. Never watched him.
What verse is that? Never. Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go Batman.
Yeah, all right. So Batman one.
What the fuck?
What the hell is this?
Oh, I
Zeta
remember
project?
Zeta. I remember Zeta, but
Okay, I remember. Yo,
What
Zeta.
the hell is that?
Yo, listen. Let's talk about Zeta.
Oh, here we go. We got the story.
Y'all never seen Zeta?
No.
No.
It didn't last long.
it
Didn't
was like
last
one
long.
season, right? Or
It
two?
was like one season. They
Right.
tried it. It didn't work.
Right,
I
one
think it's
season.
from the DC universe.
Yeah.
Okay.
They tried to give it a release. I liked it. It just didn't take. It didn't gravitate to an audience for it to have a season 2.
Mm-hmm.
Cape Crusader, I can't really say I've seen it much.
I've never seen it either.
I
So I was about to
never
say,
I
what the
didn't
fuck
even
is
know
Cape
they
Crusader?
So I don't know where to go with that.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
I might just go Zeta because I watched it.
But I actually like Zeta. It's not Zeta. Zeta.
Zeta.
I'm gonna go Zeta on that one. Maybe an odd choice, but I actually have memories when it came on Saturdays that I wanted to see it. I liked it.
Okay.
And it was one of those things where it's like I was getting old enough to understand them. Start thinking things like them. I hope it's a season 2.
It was on Tubi at one point.
Koza said Zeta, just because I
Tubi.
completely forgot about it until it's
Picking their
popped
game
up.
bro. They're trying to be
It's
like
one of
that.
those things.
They're never gonna be like
I'm gonna go with Zeta.
Zeta.
You know what was like?
Things like the game.
You try something, you put good effort into it, good production, good little bit of budget.
Yeah.
It looks good. The plot's nice, well written. It just didn't take. It's one of those things. It was one of those things. I kind of feel like Zeta came out 5 to 7 or so years too early.
Okay.
It didn't hit
When it's supposed to.
where it's supposed to. It was really good though. I love Zeta. It was really
T.Y.
good.
said Zeta was actually good.
Zeta was. You see what I'm saying? Nobody hit. For the ones who remember, we're giving Zeta love.
Right.
Zeta,
I haven't watched neither one, but we're gonna go Zeta.
Zeta.
Yep. Same Batman came
He
up.
wanted Batman. Oh man, here we go.
Creature Commandos was good though.
I'm going Creature Commandos.
Creature Commandos was really
Creature
good.
Commandos was really good.
Right. I forgot what's
Creature
the girl?
Commandos is the first cinema
Creature is
in
tough.
the
Definitely
Gunverse.
before its time.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
In the Gunverse.
Mhm.
So this came out before the Superman movie, and it's all tied in.
Okay.
So this just came out a few months back. I'm going this. It's really good though.
Mhm.
It's really good.
It's on HBO again, right?
Yeah, it's really good. It's basically Suicide Squad, but it's called Creature Commandos because all of the members are like freakish looking.
Right.
Okay.
One is
So
like a woman
it's
fish.
another version of Suicide Squad. Amanda
Like
Waller,
Walking Fish.
Rick Flag is the
I
leader.
think one is
It's the same
Mannequin,
setup.
I think.
Okay.
It's just that they're Frankensteinish kind of looking. You know,
Yeah. I
the
see
Rick
it, I see
Flag
it.
in the Superman movie.
So,
Is it him or one is junior, one is senior, something. But the tie-in.
okay. From James Gunn comes the new DC.
Oh, exactly.
I like him.
I'm going.
Creature Commandos.
Ooh,
Oh.
okay. Ooh, all right then.
That's easy. Batman
Batman
Beyond.
Beyond.
That's easy.
Yeah, I'll go Batman.
That's easy. I don't know this version of Suicide Squad. It
I
doesn't
love
even
Batman
look that
too.
appealing to me, to be quite honest.
It's an anime though.
It doesn't look appealing to me. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It looks stupid.
What the fuck is that? Michael Jackson? What the fuck? Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's Muzan.
Yes, right.
It's Moonpine. It's Moonpine.
It could be good, but I know this is good.
Right.
Beyond is actually fire.
And
Beyond is good.
even in terms of lore and story, we can't. We could miss that version. This cannot be missed.
No, hell no. Cozy even said Beyond.
Beyond, this is easy.
Musa.
Ooh. I might just go to the right. I ain't gonna lie, because I don't know what the other
Legion
I
is
don't know
good.
what the left is.
Legion of Superheroes is good. I'm going over here. Yeah, I don't know what Legion of Superheroes is.
Yeah, what
Nah, I
is these?
Okay, let me explain. I know my
Ricky
shit.
weird ass niggas is crazy.
Legion of Superheroes when you had Supergirl.
Oh.
A whole bunch of shit happened. She ended up from Justice League.
Okay.
Justice League Unlimited. She ended up, just scenario, this is what happened. She ended up with some time travel ship in the future.
Okay.
And in the Justice League, she was struggling to find her place in the superhero echelon.
Yeah.
You got a Superman already. That's your big cousin. You're living in the shadow.
Big cousin.
When she went to the future, what they really wanted was Superman. They ended up with Supergirl. Fast forward again, whatever scenario was going on in the future, the episode so happens that her and the future superheroes, which was the Legion of Superheroes, she helped them solve the issue.
Oh.
And thus finding her place here with them. So she
like the
chose
lead.
to stay in the future, but that's where she felt like she belonged in
Okay.
the Justice League version of the story.
Okay.
So that's where these guys come in.
Koza said Legion.
Legion is good. Trust me, Legion is good. But I'm still going my man or
right.
Superman over in Adventures.
Yeah.
Legion is good though.
So one for Legion, two to the side.
What do you
agree
guys
with that?
think?
I agree with my.
I'm going with Superman. I'm going with the My Adventures of Superman. But with
My
Superman.
brain is just scrambled right now. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Zeta or Zeta again.
Spider-Man cool.
Spider-Man. With Spidey sense.
I'm going with Spider-Man.
I never seen that Spider-Man.
I didn't
That's
see
actually
this
the
one.
first time
I'm still
I've seen
going
that
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Zeta don't have enough behind it to
To back it.
one season that we know was
Right.
amazing.
Right.
But you don't have enough to
Fight against the Spider-Man.
this fight against Spider-Man.
I guess go
That
with
one
Spider-Man.
specifically.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go with
So,
Spider-Man.
we're going with Spider-Man on
Go
this
with
one.
Spider-Man too.
Spider-Man it is.
It's the Teen Titans.
Why?
I'm going Teen Titans. Teen Titans.
Wow.
Why?
I'm sorry, guys.
You going
97.
X-Men?
We got two
You
for
going
Teen
X-Men?
I'm going
Titans.
97. I'm going 97. I'm going X-Men.
I'm going Teen Titans.
97. Kimmy Kim said
Kimmy
Teen
Kim said,
Titans.
yo, nah, I
Cobra
gotta
said
go
X-Men.
97. You know why? It's a direct continuation from the OG.
Yes.
And
It
they
is.
did it so well.
So well.
Teen
So
Titan
well.
is goated. But
97.
oh my god, this is a tough one.
Oh, we got 2 X-Men.
97.
And then we got 1 Teen Titans.
97.
You said Teen Titans?
Yeah.
I said Teen Titans.
X-
So that's 3.
X-
Ash,
Oh, Ash said
oh my
Teen?
god.
Oh, Team might win.
Wow.
Team might win.
Sis.
I'm going with X-Men 97.
Oh,
okay.
yes.
Well,
So
it's even.
1,
So it's
2
4.
X-Men, 3 for Goza, 3 for y'all. 1 Teen Titan,
I'm
Teen
X-Men
Titan,
too.
Kimmy Kim, Teen Titan, the Ash Teen Titan. That's 4.
We lost?
We lost,
No, we didn't. X-Men. That's 3.
and then Goza 4,
Koza's 4.
Right.
Exactly.
and then 4 is 4 and 4. So
It's
we
4.
in the tiebreaker. Ty,
Somebody gotta
Kitty,
break
where
this
you
tie.
at?
Yeah, Kitty, where you at?
Ty,
Somebody gotta chime
you
in.
gotta pick one. Gotta pick one.
now?
Oh my god.
Come here. We need your cat powers right now.
Come on.
Somebody gotta say something.
Somebody gotta give us one. Give us one. Teen Titan or X-Men.
She ain't here.
Oh my
Oh, look
god.
at Goza.
We need one more.
No, yeah, hope.
This is crazy. We're stuck.
Yeah, we stuck on it.
We stuck.
Okay, so let's try to figure.
Alright, yo, roll a dice. Roll it. I ain't gonna say. Let's roll a dice. Whatever number.
One flip a coin.
Yeah, flip a coin.
No, flip. We got a coin.
Yeah,
Uh,
just type in Google flip a
As
coin.
for Teen Titans, X-Men's for Tails. Hey, sir.
This is crazy. We're really stuck.
okay.
Flip a
Teen
coin.
Titans. How many seasons?
So X-Men. X-Men 1. Flip a coin.
X-Men is still going though. They got another season coming out.
Well, good point. So yeah,
I said then go.
Now you said- now you said-
Go X-Men.
we go X-Men.
X-Men. So X-Men 1.
X-Men's goaded.
Spider-Man again. That Spider-Man show.
No,
was
Green
fire.
Lantern. No, Green
I'm
Lantern
going
got
Green
it.
Lantern.
No, Green Lantern got it. Green Lantern got it. Shut up.
You said you're going green?
Yeah.
Nah, that Spider-Man is lit though.
Shut up.
That Green Lantern show is underrated.
Spider-Man for me.
You see
Nah,
how
I
Green Lantern
dig it.
got punched
That
out for
Spider-Man was
Krypton?
lit.
Green Lantern won that one though. Yeah,
So that's 3 for Green Lantern.
yeah, 3 Green Lantern.
Damn, Green Lantern won it. Damn, with this Spider-Man though. Batman.
Batman.
Not Modok. Ew, what is that? A flying bobblehead? Like, what the fuck is that?
MODOK.
Yeah.
MODOK. Hulu original.
Yeah, get out of here. I never knew they knew that existed. Get out of here. Just pick Batman.
It's a Hulu adaptation.
Batman for sure.
Oh.
Batman.
Love Batman.
Oh shit. That was good
the
too though.
Batman. Yeah, let's
That was
yeah,
good.
yeah, let's just say
That
the
was good.
Batman.
That shit was good. Nah, that shit was good.
Yeah, let's
This
just
one,
say
Creature
that.
Commandos was we showed
That
that
shit
one,
was
but
good,
it's
too.
different
It just says
Batman.
that in small print. The Batman. It says the Batman. Like, no.
Batman times 2. 2 Batmans right behind each other.
Creature Commando.
I didn't vote yet.
You did vote.
Spider-Man.
No, I didn't.
Spider-Man.
You said Batman.
No, I was just saying the Batman. I was just saying.
Oh, you
X-Men
said
Evolution
that.
was good though.
What would you have picked? Right,
I'm
right,
still
right.
stuck. We could just. I'll
Yeah.
just I'll go
X-Men.
Evolution.
I think
I'm
more
on
X-Men.
Spider-Man.
Evolution.
X-Men
Don't get me
Evolution.
wrong, I like that Spider-Man too, but X-Men Evolution was good.
X-Men Evolution. Kimmy Kim said Spider-Man.
So I got 2 for Spider-Man.
Rogue was nasty.
Nah, I'm going Evolution. Evolution was
X-Men
good.
Evolution for sure.
Evolution was real good.
Spider-Man,
Gozer
that's
says
3.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man,
Wow.
that's 3.
Just
there's
with
Spider-Man.
Whoa.
Oh,
That's 3.
Ultimate was
That's
good.
3.
Wow.
Oh, they going Spider-Man.
Yeah, so
Damn,
Spider-Man
we
kicks.
lost.
My bad. Yeah, Spider.
He went Spider-Man. What the fuck? Oh, well,
Wakanda.
Wakanda. Because what the hell is that?
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aquaman got green
King of
hair.
Atlantis.
Who's that? Who's that
Aquaman, King of
Aquaman?
Atlantis.
Who's his
That don't even look like Aquaman.
What is
Right.
that?
That's Aqua Unk.
Yeah.
Aqua So he's even in the game for bad though. He's so tired about it. What's going on? Crypto.
I go Spider-Man.
It's a different Spider-Man.
I'll go Spider.
Spectacular.
I'll go Spider. I'm gonna go Spider. There's nothing that serious like that.
Spectacular,
You know.
spectacular.
So you fuck with Superman, but you don't fuck with his man, his dog?
Yeah,
That's
but it's a
crazy.
damn show
That's
about damn
wild.
dogs. I get a full.
Spectacular.
I get a full catalog.
Look at Sandman right there, though. Waiting to just
With a
punch
punch the shit out of this
Yeah, right on top of his head.
I'm
Oh,
guessing
going
that's
Crypto.
electrode,
Crypto's
maybe.
fire.
I see electricity.
Yeah, right here.
No,
Yeah.
electrode up top. Yeah.
I can sit down and watch the whole Crypto.
Now, crypto is it's not a. I'm going Spider-Man.
I haven't seen it, but it looks better than the bed bug on the left. That's my thing.
Yeah.
I'm going
Spider-Man for sure.
Of course, I go Spidey Man.
There's Spidey.
Spidey Man.
Justice League.
Stop it.
Justice League.
Justice League.
Justice League.
Yo, my nigga Batman posting like that, bro.
Justice League. And I know Cole's gonna pick Justice League. Justice League.
That's because Batman know he the main character. He let Superman sit up there. He know he
That's that bullshit.
Justice
Static
League.
Shock. Static Shock. Static
Static
Shock.
Shock for sure.
For sure.
My man
For
Static.
sure.
My man
Hands
shocked the
down.
Joker.
Hands down. It's a Static
My man
Shock.
shocked the Joker.
Pretty much.
He shocked the Joker in season 4. That shit crazy.
Justice League.
Justice League.
Oh, Justice League.
Why does that look like Devil May Cry anime from the Netflix?
It is an anime.
Yeah.
I know, but it looked like the Devil May Cry. It looked like
It does
Dante
kinda
in the
look
background.
like-
It
My
looked
anime
like
was
Dante
good
with
too.
it.
Anime
It
was
looked like
good.
Dante
Dante
with it.
had
It looked like Dante with the cold.
Yeah,
bro.
basically.
That's why I'm like, oh, wait.
Adamantium.
Justice League. Immediately Justice
I'm
League.
pretty sure Justice League.
Yeah, Justice League. Yeah.
What the fuck?
X-Men.
I mean, that's X-Men.
The
Avengers.
Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes.
Avengers.
I'm going Avengers.
Yeah, Avengers.
Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes.
Right.
How
That's a
many
long
do you
ass
do?
name.
Wait, how many do you
Long
do
ass
already?
name.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Avengers on that one.
Avengers too, yeah.
I'm going with yeah.
And this is the
Avengers
Disney
Assemble.
XD version too.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the good
Yeah.
one. That's the good one. That's the good stuff.
You see?
Teen
I'm gonna
Titans
go
Go.
Avengers.
I'm not
I
gonna
hate
go.
Go.
I'm gonna
No,
go
Teen
here.
Titans
Get out of
Teen
here.
I'm gonna
Titans
go
Go.
I'm gonna go here. I think I'm gonna go.
You don't
here.
fuck
Cozy
with
said I
Fantastic
don't
Four
fuck
that
with
heavy.
Fantastic that heavy.
I'm going Avengers. I don't
I'm
fuck
going
with.
go
I
here.
hate
I
Go.
ain't gonna lie.
I hate
So
it.
for Teen Titans,
They look goofy and they look
Kimmy
stupid.
Kim said Teen Titans Go.
No, they look goofy and stupid.
They look goofy as hell.
Yeah.
They
So-
do.
they're
just
stupid.
crazy,
They're
yo.
stupid.
Unanimous for Avengers.
Yo,
Yes.
Shaky, stop beating.
Like
Stop beating. Stop beating.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Oh, Superhero Squad. Nah, I'm lying. It's Superhero Squad. I'm lying.
Get out of
That
here.
is superhero squad.
It is.
Unlimited.
Unlimited.
The
Spider-Man
fuck is
Unlimited.
that over
I'm
there?
going here.
Nah,
You
never
never
heard
seen
of the
Superhero Squad?
Yeah, I know it.
You is
Not both of them say the same time.
That shit is trash.
You don't know Superhero
Of course,
Squad?
I know
Bro,
superhero. I avoided it for a reason.
Bro. Shuki, send him the link. We gotta send him the link.
No,
to the
but I know it.
You gotta
Nobody
watch
sent
it.
me
He
the
know
link.
it. It's just that he don't fuck with it.
It's just
Spider-Man
trash.
Unlimited.
No, it's not.
Damn. They don't go
Unlimited.
Spider-Man, whatever.
Over
We
Spider-Man.
know what we going with.
Spider-Man
Exactly,
Unlimited.
exactly. That's some fucking old heads over here.
No, we know good shit.
Me?
We know. Oh,
Yeah, Batman.
Batman.
Yeah,
Yeah, Batman
That's
There's
Beyond.
too many different Spider-Man.
Batman
Yeah, it's a shit
Beyond.
ton.
Yeah. Stan.
I would say
Stan
Batman.
Lee made a lot.
Batman, immediately Batman.
Yeah, Beyond.
Yeah, Batman won this one.
Batman definitely.
Batman for sure.
Beyond. Beyond.
What the fuck?
Brave and the Bold for me, actually.
Brave and the Bold.
Between
The
these
Batman. He
Batmans?
came back. The Batman. He
And
came
only
back.
off the strength that Blue Beetle was in it. That's the only reason why.
Yeah, Blue
It was
Beetle
a good
right
show.
there. Blue Wings.
I'm
I like my man's mocking my man there.
You say
Nah,
Batman.
Blue Beetle is
Brave
not
and Bold?
Because they both Batman.
That doesn't get mocked by.
Mothman.
You stuck?
I'm a little stuck on this one.
No.
Cozy
This
said
is the
the
Batman.
Batman.
You
I,
gotta
I
get
think
out,
I'm,
get
I
out.
think I'm going with Koza.
Get out.
Oh, the Batman? Okay.
Yeah, the
I'm gonna
Batman.
rock with
They're
the
both good
Batman
shows.
too.
It's just like, Blue Beetle's in this one. He be rolling with Blue Beetle a lot. So I was like, oh yeah, fuck
This
yeah.
one looks old school, but it's new school, but it's a lot going on in the
It
comical.
was a unique.
It looked
Like,
comical. It looked like Johnny Bravo's in the back with Batman.
yeah,
Mr. Fantastic. Like
Yeah, it was-
Mr.
it was a lot
Fantastic
going on in
going
there.
Not the Mr. Fantastic. Yeah.
And Raven from Teen Titans.
He said it ain't fantastic, fuck nigga. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
Spider-Man on this one?
Okay, Unlimited. Okay, I'll go with Unlimited.
I think I'm
I'll
going
go
Unlimited. I'm going limited.
We going Unlimited?
Definitely
Yeah,
Unlimited.
Spider-Man, yeah, man.
We had to let Wakanda go
Spidey sense
sometime.
cool. Nah.
We'll go Spidey
At
sense.
some
At
point.
some point,
We gotta let
Nah, you gotta
Wakanda
do
go
the crawl with
sometime.
Huzzah.
Right.
having fun yet? Yo.
Justice League.
Cole just said I watched
Justice
more
League.
Unlimited.
I feel like you did this before.
Yeah, we just did this
Yeah.
already, bro.
I feel like they did
Justice
this before.
League.
We tried it again.
Yeah, they was like, let's see who lying.
I think it ended. Go back.
No,
Yeah,
it's
it's
inching. It's inching them down. It was a different Justice League. It's inching them down because let's pick this right
What
here.
was
real
that
quick.
just
They
So
did
it's
it versus
16,
match?
round 16, match 4. It's down to the last 16.
Okay.
Okay.
So what you pick stays.
Yeah, what you pick is staying.
Oh, that's
Oh,
what's
I see what's
happening.
going on.
Okay.
Right.
Like, wait a minute.
So it's getting harder, basically.
Yes, it's getting harder.
Oh,
Justice League.
okay. Justice League wins.
Justice
Yeah,
League.
Justice League on this one.
Superman.
Yeah, Superman.
Superman.
The one on the left, Superman.
At least that's what I thought. Because I thought
I have a feeling
picking
they're
the
gonna put
other
this
one over
Superman.
there.
They're gonna do this Superman and Justice League. Gosh, I feel like in my bones.
You know.
Superman, we all picked. Chat picked Superman.
Justice
or
League.
Spider-Man.
Justice League.
Yeah,
Me.
Justice League for sure. Then over this Spider-Man, hell yeah.
What the hell
This
is
Spider-Man,
that?
oh yeah,
You
it's
know he on
crazy.
crack.
Different Spider-Man.
What kind of
Yeah, there is.
what kind of art style is that? You know he on crack.
Damn.
Yeah.
He's on the glass window. He's on crack.
Yeah. But I mean, like, where is he landed, though?
Where is he landing?
Where is he right now?
Niggas, you just posing right
Yeah, like, where is he posing?
That's crazy, bro.
Static Shock.
Ah,
Static
it hurts. It
Yep.
hurts so much. I
Yeah,
watched the
yeah.
Mighty
Get
Hero
these niggas
so
out here.
much.
Yeah.
Let's stop playing with Static Shock.
Static Shock.
Look. Don't play-
Ah,
97.
I already know
We
y'all
did
going with
this
Spider-Man.
last
That's not
time.
Spider-Man. Y'all going with to me, my niggas.
Did we not?
To me, my nigga.
We did this last time. Me and you said 97 and
Yeah.
they said
Yeah,
Spider-Man. I
something's
remember
not
that.
right.
Gluttony, you're...
What up, Gluttony? Yeah. What's up, bro?
Going with the to me, my niggas.
From
Happy Labor Day
JL to
weekend.
UK.
To me.
X-Men.
Yeah, X-Men. Yeah.
X-Men for sure.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
Superman.
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 Superman. Indeed.
Just got in. Get the hell out of here, Glut.
Yeah,
We
going
having
with
grown
Superman.
man discussions about cartoons.
Yeah, Glut, you too young for this.
Damn.
Damn, did they say Gluttony is a YN now? Damn.
Yeah, we demoted him to a
Yeah,
YN.
Asian YN.
Damn,
Oh,
what the
shit.
hell?
Oh shit.
Now we
97,
talking.
right?
Now, yeah, but this is
Oh,
Justice
shit.
League against X-Men 97.
Ooh.
Before with the
Thi-
Spider-Man.
Nah,
the
this is
Unlimited.
different. This is a different conversation now.
It's Justice League Unlimited is different from
Now
Spider-Man
we got two
Unlimited.
heavyweights now.
Yeah, this is a conversation.
This is craziness right now.
So,
Justice League.
What the hell?
I gotta pick Justice League.
97, X-Men
I
97.
gotta pick Justice League.
I'm
on
going
that one.
Justice League,
I'm
but this was a
going GK
heavy
on this
one right here.
I'm about to spin back with GK on that one.
This was heavy right here. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is a good one. I gotta go Justice League.
X-Men 97 for me.
I'll do X-Men.
Get out.
Let's see what chat talking about. Hold on.
Said we going
What y'all got on this
Get
one?
out.
Check out on this one. What y'all got?
97.
97? So that's
So
397
397.
for 2 for Justice League.
Two for Justin.
Justice League.
97.
I'll do X-Men.
97.
You said
Justice
that-
League.
Oh,
I
I
said
said
Justice
Justice League.
League.
That's
You
3.
said that Blue Wolverine
That's
nigga.
3,
You
3.
said that
That's 3,
Blue
3.
Wolverine nigga, and that's 3-3.
One more. Where you at, Koza?
You said
Goes
that,
up.
you said X-Men 92nd. You see that Blue Wolverine nigga in the corner. That's why, right?
Koza, Gluttony.
Oh, the beast.
Where y'all at with this one? You got 3-3. I said 97. Oh, shit. Yeah.
We got it.
I am X-Men 2. Yeah.
All right.
Static Shock.
Ooh.
I like Static Shock.
Damn.
Static Shock.
Justice League.
Static Shock.
Y'all wild.
Damn.
Y'all wildin' on that one.
Static Shock.
Y'all wildin' on that one.
Oh my
Y'all
God.
The universe where he's from, they're all over there. It's called Justice League. They're all over there. You got everybody over there.
Like you see Justice League, but you see DC Static Shock. You ain't even DC because they are DC.
Right.
You gotta go. Justice League is the only answer here.
Nah, I'm not
I mean,
gonna
I'm
hold
Static
you,
Shock.
bro. I'm going Static
That's
Shock.
crazy.
Static. I'm going Static.
I'm going Static Shock.
Wow.
What chat say? Gluttony
Static
said,
Shock.
Cozy said Static Shock, but Gluttony said Justice League with you.
Justice League, people.
Static Shock, bro.
Yo.
Sober.
Are y'all serious right now?
Sober.
Ooh, damn.
Beyond.
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 Batman
What is
Beyond.
this Batman crew? Get out of here.
Batman
That was
Beyond.
easy.
That's easy.
Where's he landing at also?
See, it's now to the last 4
Ooh,
now.
damn.
Static Shock. Static Shock. Static Shock.
Static Shock.
I'm going Static Shock.
Now you know feel my pain,
I'm
bitch.
going X-Men.
Oh, my
No.
pain is crazy. I'm sticking with Static
going
Shock.
This is crazy. This is
Come
this is.
on.
I'm going with 2 me, my niggas.
I just did this with Just this week. I was like, nah, I'm going Static Shock. I can't give up X-Men.
I gotta go 9-7.
Yep,
I'm going with my nigga
X-Men.
Shockwave.
I gotta go
Shockwave,
9-7
like
on this
him.
one.
Word up.
I gotta go 9-7.
9-7. 9-7.
I'm going with my nigga Shockwave.
9-7.
Let's see what chat's saying. X-Men. Ooh.
Oh.
9-7.
Cole's
Ooh.
9-7.
X-Men.
Kimmy
Ooh.
Kim 9-7.
Yo.
Oh, fuck you. Now when I get home, your ass is mine.
That's crazy.
When I get home, your ass is mine.
Hey, yo.
That sounds like
Batman Beyond or that new Superman?
The Superman.
Nah, Batman Beyond.
I'm
Y'all
going
wildin'.
Superman.
Batman Beyond, I'm
Batman
going,
Beyond.
bro.
Y'all wildin'.
I'm
Y'all
not gonna
wildin'.
hold you. Batman Beyond, I'm rolling with.
I'm going with Superman. For once, I'm going with your nigga. For once.
Koza, he agree with
Koza
me. Yes,
said Batman
yes.
Beyond. Becky
Everybody
said
said
Batman
Batman
Beyond.
Beyond.
Everybody rocking the Batman Beyond.
Give me my
like
Beyond.
the
Beyond
Where you going with, sir?
Why you
Where
so
you going
quiet
with?
over here, nigga?
Does
Beyond my
Does he
brothers.
want to go with his golden
Beyond me,
guy?
my brothers, now.
Who you going with?
I gotta go Batman Beyond.
Oh,
Shit.
let's
You
go.
dumped your man? That's crazy.
Over that one.
That one.
Over
that
Batman.
One.
That one.
Over Batman.
That one,
That-
because if it was Justice
oh,
League,
that's
Batman
what
Beyond was not here. Trust me.
But you still chose Batman over Superman.
That's okay. That Batman Beyond.
Yes, sir.
You chose the Batman.
That shit, I wanna cry.
Ah!
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Batman
no!
Beyond on 97. Ooh.
Click it Beyond.
I'm going Beyond.
Nah, 97.
I'm 97,
Oh,
y'all.
97, sorry.
They fucking with us now.
97, my bad.
97 on that one.
97 for sure. For
Damn,
sure.
that's crazy
I'm going
though.
Beyond on this one.
Koza said,
Get fuck out of you.
Oh,
I
you know that, but let's do that.
Yo.
nigga, right?
No, I gotta keep it 100. I gotta pick.
Right.
I gotta always keep that version of Superman.
That's
That-
what I said.
Yeah,
That
that
one.
version. Yeah.
I gotta keep it.
Gotta keep Batman Beyond.
I gotta
They
keep
said 97. Look, 97.
97 for me, though.
97 for me.
97.
Koza said
97.
97.
I'm going with
So
97.
you better not be the only one going with Beyond.
X-Men 97.
That was it.
That was it.
Those two. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay, well, 97
Oh,
won.
yeah.
Yeah,
that was
that's
it.
it. X-Men 97 is the winner.
97 won.
All right. All right, chat.
Good games, y'all. Good games. X-Men 97.
I hate that I want that blue Wolverine nigga, and I'm telling you, that nigga look like Wolverine. That's
What, the
probably his
couch?
ancestor, bro.
Hold on. Let me get it on up there.
That's the Beast or some shit like that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
let
like,
me
I
see
don't know what the fuck that is. It's probably his ancestor or something. I don't know. Like,
Okay, get it up there. And let's bring us back to the couch, y'all. Whoop. Okay.
All right. So before we wrap it up, we're gonna go around the panel. Let my people say anything else y'all want to chat about.
It was a good stream.
Oh, man. Great.
That was a
Great
W
stream,
stream,
but we got
man.
one
W
more
chat. W chat.
We got the Halloween trailer, right?
Yes.
we got the Halloween trailer. My wife went to Cincy, y'all. So my wife sat there. Oh yeah, y'all gonna love this trailer. By the way, y'all gonna love this shit. And mind you, I'm not even gonna spoil. I'm not gonna spoil.
Just drop it in again.
I'm not gonna spoil. I'm not gonna fucking
They
spoil.
really got Spidey Amazing Friend.
Kimmy Cam drop the trailer for the Halloween thing again.
Yeah, drop that trailer so we take a look at it.
What is that?
Toby
Why is
Toby
he doing
Maguire,
that
that
shit?
nigga's not putting dirt in
Nigga,
nobody's
Toby
eyes. He's not putting dirt in nobody's eyes because of that shit. I'm done.
They did Miles even dirtier, but okay, damn, shit, Spider-Man, damn. That's because this is Disney. I knew it. I said it. This is Disney.
Disney, get the hell out of here.
Ah.
Disney funded this shit.
Where's Kimmy Kim at?
Maybe I'll
She's
find
getting
it.
it. She's getting it now. She said she's getting it now.
Spider-Man out here living in Puerto Rican.
Here we
Look at
go.
Spider-Man Puerto Rican.
There
I'm
we go.
dead. No.
Senior Spider-Man.
Senior Spider-Man. Senior Speedy.
That's gonna bring up the
Yo,
chat.
sitting between y'all niggas. It's like sitting in between Beavis and Butthead.
Yes.
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 Yes!
Now they ready?
Yes, it is.
No, this is on Windows. It's not on.
Oh, okay.
It's a Windows. It's on
Senior PD.
Microsoft something. Edge.
You said Senior Speedy
So
or
I
Senior
put it
PD?
on that, and then once I put it on that.
There you go.
I thought it was Senior
See,
PD.
let's see.
All right, real quick,
I'm gonna love it.
let's get chat back in with us. All right.
Y'all gonna love it. Y'all gonna love it.
Let's check out this. What's it?
Watch out. Oh, yeah.
Halloween official announcement trailer.
Before you
Right.
start, y'all gonna buy the game though. Y'all gonna buy it.
Well, we gotta watch
I
it.
gotta see. I see first.
How the hell we don't know if we gonna buy from you.
Gun.
That's okay.
A quiet town. Just like hundreds of other small
That looks
towns
good
all
so far,
across
like how it-
America.
You know what I mean?
A town
Yeah, it sets the scene. There you
just
go.
like yours.
Like you know exactly
It
what
was
spot
here
you're at.
on October 31st, 1963. No motive,
I wouldn't be surprised.
no warning,
No, he's
No
there. You just
provocation.
don't see him.
just senseless death.
You just see somebody bust through the window.
He's
John
the-
Cena!
I met
He's
him
the one carrying the
15
camera
years
right
ago. I thought there was hope, that he could be reached.
You know, it's crazy. I was dead in last year.
But what I met was not a child. No emotion, perhaps not even human. 15 years later, he returned home. But what happened that night was only the
That
beginning.
outfit looks so 80s.
It wasn't just a killing
Yeah.
spree.
Jeans,
It
yeah, the
was
jeans
a
look.
reckoning.
But you know, sure, you got a good pension. Nice little cougar.
Is she a cougar?
Gravy.
She
You
was running
can't
kind of
stop
fast.
him.
Oh, there you go.
You can't
It's my
reason
man!
with him.
Yeah, Michael!
You can't kill the boogeyman.
He lost weight?
Stop touching my man's like that, bro.
Single player, multiplayer, home.
I need a little more game.
It's 2026. We got a little while to go.
So.
They set the scene pretty nice though.
Yeah, it's worth it. It's worth the
It's worth the anticipation.
Pretty much. Not bad.
And just to give you a heads up, it's only for P5, no P4 only. Only P5 and Xbox Series X and S.
Yeah, they better move from P4, man.
They ain't doing it for P4. No, they ain't doing it for P4. This time, they not doing it for P4. It's game over. They're not doing it for P4. It's only for P5 only.
Shit, any game now you play on P4, you should
Well, they said old shit. Nah, that's old. Nah, that's old. Then yeah, Gluttony.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
That's
it's a
all.
teaser trailer. It's a teaser trailer. Just setting it up.
Setting the scene, Gluttony is setting the scene. So
Okay,
make sure
so-
you tune in.
Before we sign off, I got a question.
What's up?
What's up?
When you guys gonna? Because we're doing this thing for the games next week.
Yeah.
Are you in chat gonna narrow down which Mario game, which Zelda game? It can't be more than one.
I got
It's
you.
one from.
Yeah, for each
Okay.
one. I got you. Don't worry. I'm gonna help you out. I'm not gonna stick you with some bullshit.
Okay,
It's
good.
gonna be a good game. It's gonna be worth the play.
Oh, my wife said there's a gift coming to you too. I'm a deliverer.
Okay.
Oh, much appreciated to you, sis.
Yes,
I'm gonna
indeed.
clap
Yes,
that
indeed.
up.
Hey.
So we got more gifts coming. We got more gifts coming soon.
GK definitely appreciate that.
Yes.
Definitely appreciate my people.
That was dope, though. That was dope.
So we're gonna go around the panel.
Yep.
We're gonna let you guys speak.
Yeah.
TJ the DJ?
I'll go
Look it
last. I'll go last.
Yes.
One before you.
Who go first? The YN in the corner that's on his phone.
YN in the back.
YN number one.
Close it out.
There you go.
Oh, alright, well, the show was cool. Yeah, everything was nice.
Okay,
I
first
liked
of all, thank you for freeing up your day for us today.
Right.
Because we
Taking
haven't
some
seen
time-
you in a minute.
Taking some time out of your busy schedule.
You understand what I'm saying? I do
Let's-
appreciate you
Let's clap him up. Gotta give him.
stopping from your YN duties.
Yes.
You understand? To come and hang out with the old heads. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead and talk your shit and sign yourself out.
Everything was cool. Basically, what I more have to say is offline. Yeah. So, but yeah, thank y'all for having me, and I'll be back either next week or week after that.
Oh, when you get a little free time?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you know, you got nothing to do.
What's snowfall?
Yeah.
If it's snowing, I'm going.
Fine.
So, thank y'all for having me back.
Yes.
Number one.
You too. You know, we
Yeah,
have a busy schedule.
Let's not gonna have a busy schedule. I've been taking care of the bills, taking care of family, taking care of wifey.
I get it.
Okay, you
I
gotta do what
respect
you gotta do. Respect it.
Kim,
Trying
yes.
to grind on that Uber Eats money.
I ain't
You gotta
mad.
feed the people.
Gotta
Yes.
feed.
Gotta feed the people.
Gotta
We
eat.
gotta get the people. We gotta get the people their money. You feel me? Their food. But having me back, I did miss you. You know, I did miss you. I
Likewise.
did try to contact you.
And we spoke a little bit.
We spoke a little bit. I did speak to this guy right here. CJ.
Yeah, man.
Try to contact him too.
Much appreciate you pulling
But
up.
yeah, I tried to check in with a lot of people, and thanks for having me here.
No
Of
doubt.
course, man. Of
We
course.
need our YNs to keep us, you know.
Right.
Cole's a man fun. He said now that talk about Broke Nation back here. Now that he ain't Game Lounge top flight security, he can take some time to kick back.
Yeah, you did get fired from security.
Yeah, we fired you.
I was never hired. What you talking about?
I didn't say where my check at.
Yeah.
That too.
There was too many incidents. Your brother walked in.
You know, everybody was just looking at him.
Mad
like,
casually, he went and got him.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Just like,
Queen of the show.
Oh, this
First
is
lady
good
of the
stream.
show.
Good stream. You know, it's Melanie one day. Always a good time to at the game now.
Yes,
Until
indeed.
next week. And good stream. Good stream.
Thank you very much for being here.
Mm.
Co-host.
Oh man, it's an understatement to say it's a good show.
It was a great show.
It was.
It's an understatement. It's a great show. So much chat interaction, so much different subjects,
So many
so
people
much
just
different
pulled
things
up, and
popping
then retro
in.
with the song was
Yo,
crazy.
so much things is going
There's
on.
a
It's
lot
like
going
a
on.
phenomenal connectivity of everything. Everything was like lined
Right,
in with
right,
each other.
right.
Only thing we had to hiccup was the K20 shit, but even with that,
Right.
no,
Right.
we
It is
dealt
what
with that
it is. What
accordingly.
it is, and we're gonna always stick up for what we do.
Yeah, we're gonna stick up for our peoples, and we appreciate y'all. Both Kitty, or all, not just both. All Kitty, Koza, Ash, Ty, everybody that was
Gluttony.
on there. Gluttony, that was on. Well, Gluttony was the end at the time.
Right.
When it was happening, but we appreciate all of y'all still rocking with us, still kicking it with us when that was all happening. We got to ban this dude. I ain't gonna hold you.
I agree.
I'm ready to square up with him outside. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm dead ass serious.
Yeah, he brought a different energy that we don't
different
like.
energy, and we
Okay.
don't roll that way. And when we
No.
don't roll that way, you trying to make it out to be that way, like we're some quote unquote, as he said, sell out.
Right.
I gotta see you, fam.
Yeah.
Like, so before,
It was so much to the point where I couldn't even ignore it no more. I just have to keep saying it. Like, who talking to?
right.
Like, let's address this before we
Right.
act like I don't see it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
So, but other than that,
Great show.
great show, amazing chat, great chat. Make sure y'all tune in next week because we are definitely doing the GK spectacular. We're gonna put some fancy name on it. GK spectacular gaming
400 celebration.
400 celebration.
So just to fill some
right.
of the people who wasn't in earlier.
Right,
Earlier,
right.
we started the show by me asking, because for those of you who just came in, we finally hit
400
followers.
followers.
And now, so we surpassed. We were 401.
Right.
So for 300, we did a 24-hour stream, my first one.
Right.
So I was asking chat what ideas that we could do to celebrate 400.
Right.
And that's where this whole thing came about.
Right.
So just to run it over again, there's a few options of things that we came up with.
Yes.
And next Sunday, we're going to randomly, CJ's going to cook it up, and I'm going to randomly pick one of the option that us and chat, well, not me, that chat and you guys here, ideas that you guys came up with.
All right.
So that's what that is.
I don't know what my
He
phone
said
is,
Mr.
but-
400.
No, I got it. It's cool. I got it in my phone. Got it in my
So
phone.
now we
just to run it down to y'all real quick, the options were play a game for the 400. One of the games were Mario, Zelda, Pokemon.
Right.
A new build, either a Lego or a Gundam. No console. He can't play no console after 2000.
Oh shit.
Which is a hard one for you. Never hold
Right.
it. It's a hard one.
I
For
don't
me,
even-
no.
I don't even know why that's on the list.
We'll probably do that for a week.
Yeah, because how you
We'll
gonna
do that for
a
about-
whole
That's,
month?
yeah, that's crazy.
We'll probably do
Yeah.
that.
He's gonna put this in the corner.
No Street Fighter for 30 days. Now that's doable.
Nah,
but you still gotta
nah.
consider the parameters.
He had,
Gluttony
he pushing
does
it.
Yeah.
Friday nights.
Right.
I'm not streaming it, but I'm a part of his Street Fighter stream.
Hey, that's okay.
That's not fair
Right.
for these
But,
guys
but
either.
Gluttony can get a cheerleader
Now,
for
I
the 30
think I
days.
should be able to
Nah,
play that Saturday night on his stream.
Gluttony can call me.
No, no. Look, he says true. That's disrupting the whole ecosystem.
Call me, Gluttony. I
Nah,
can,
no,
I
you're
can
not,
fight,
you're not seeing what I'm saying. That's
It's not
disrupting the whole
science.
ecosystem away from
Right.
just me.
but I can fight.
Nah, but
You not listening.
no Street Fighter. Yeah, you're not listening. No Street Fighter for the month. That's cool, except for that Gluttony session.
Oh,
I gotta be
Koza
able to
says
participate in
something
that.
crazy.
But that's even if
I
you pick,
can't
you
fight.
may
I
not
can't
pick
fight in
it.
Gluttony session. I can't fight in your place.
We can fight.
Koza
I'm not ducking no face.
No, we can fight, but I gotta participate. No Street Fighter, cool. I gotta. Gluttony, talk to him.
Koza said GK.
If GK drill
my
that,
Buddy
days.
can't play either. Oh, that's tough.
oh damn.
That's gonna be tough.
Yeah, son.
No Street Fighter for Gluttony either.
Yeah, that's disrupting too much of an ecosystem.
Right. That's
Gluttony play though?
He hosts the whole shit every Saturday. That's literally a thing. It's lit every Saturday.
What
I don't
time?
even stream no more on Saturdays because I come home and I join Gluttony. So I support his shit.
What time is this happening?
Usually he's already on streaming, but they'll wait to start Street Fighter like I'm closer to getting home, so I can participate.
You be working.
Yeah.
So you can't even do
So that's like
anything.
around 10:30 so ish.
Yeah, you ain't.
They'll
Yeah,
start
I'm
playing.
just getting out of the Long Island Guild.
Right. So I can do the no Street Fighter thing, but I gotta keep supporting Gluttony's
Right.
event.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Respect. Okay. For that, we can.
Just that.
But
Just
you
that.
may not even get it though.
We may not
anyway.
even get it.
Right.
No, I'm just saying if I get it, so
Right,
we can
right.
clear up.
Yeah,
the-
Right. We may have to minimize that, fix that.
We'll work on that.
We'll
We'll
work
work
on
on
that. But buy Marvel vs. Capcom collection and play
And do the whole
and play them out.
Yeah.
The Marvel vs. Capcom 1, 2,
2, 3.
not 3, but
1,
X-Men, Street
all that
Fighter,
shit,
all
yeah.
that shit. Yeah.
Marvel's Final 2 is the best one. I played that. It's
Yeah, that's the
actually
goal.
actually dope.
That's the goal.
It's the goal.
I love
It's the
it.
goal.
So
one.
all you guys tune in next week Sunday, so we can see what we're doing and
Mhm.
see what I pull out the hat for to celebrate 400.
Gluttony said it's midnight for him when he's starting.
Yeah, 'cause remember his
Goddamn.
time and our time. He plays a lot of video game for our time,
Yeah.
so he's all in the UK. That's a few hour difference.
Yeah.
So he's always up at like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. That's a different time for us.
Okay,
You know what
okay.
I'm saying?
I
So
get it. All right, y'all.
we need that.
We need that 100
Oh yeah,
euros, 100 pounds.
yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Gluttony is planning a Street Fighter tournament himself.
Oh yeah.
Forgive me, Gluttony, if I'm speaking too soon,
Okay.
but we're gonna support that as well. We're gonna turn up for that.
Kerry Kim said you got a bearded dragon. Is it with you?
No, it's at home.
Oh,
Bring that shit.
he got. He got.
Don't bring that shit. Damn.
Gluttony said all good. So when Gluttony announces his Street Fighter
I'ma bring it
tournament,
too,
we're gonna support as well.
Yes.
And
Yeah, Gluttony, I can fight, bro.
no, that's what I'm saying. We can enter.
Yeah,
I'm entering. I'm participating in the Gluttony tournament.
A regular fight too.
Yeah. Well,
I don't duck no face.
Pull up. Pull up. Cam be there. Julius be there. Till we pop out. Me, Cam, Julius,
Man
Glut,
said it's
Lewis,
with
Y'all be
couple
on.
other
How
cats.
long y'all be on till 12 midnight?
However long it lasts. We'll be on for
Probably
a
is
few
my
hours.
clock.
Man, listen, I
know.
Tell you, chat. Hey, chat. Y'all play fighting games. You know we all show love here at the Game Lounge.
Yes, sir.
Y'all play fighting games. Y'all pop out and show love to Gluttony. Follow him. Saturday nights is Street Fighter Fight Night. Every Saturday night. That's just what we do.
Right. Okay.
And the whole community, we pop out. A couple other guys that I play Street Fighter, Master Ranks and all that. Cammy player pop out. Julius is a diamond rank now.
Ooh.
Julius is diamond now.
Ooh.
Julius
Let's
got a
talk
diamond
about
10 now.
Julius. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I pop out. Like I said, Lewis, couple other guys that they always pop out. They follow me now because of that.
Mhm.
We, Dan, come on, man. You can make that Saturday night Gluttony stream. Give him a follow. It's fun as fuck. It's
Yeah.
like a thing now for the little community.
Right. That's
Like I
what's
said, I don't even stream Saturday nights no more because every time I try to stream, it's like, yo, big bro, you're not gonna jump in. I'm like, can't duck no fair.
Right.
So that's just my thing. I come home from work, smoke up, pour a drink, and I'm on Gluttony stream.
Right.
That's facts. That's the
So
weekend.
y'all go ahead and show y'all support that. That's what we do as a community.
Yep.
Well, exactly. And for you?
Ash said he'll
Ash said I'll play too. Pop out, Ash, this Saturday. Pop out. That's what I'm talking about.
Maybe get on the time.
Yeah, I gotta get on home. By
okay,
some
so-
time and then come kick ass with y'all.
Get ready to close out the show. I want to say,
I can probably jump on the too. Fuck it.
W chat, y'all really popped out. Y'all really did y'all thing. Appreciate the 400
Yes, the 400
and
followers. Because without y'all, this doesn't exist.
also during the week, me and my boy Legendary, maybe CJ will pop up or whatever. We got another little yap session coming up this Tuesday, like around 3 p.m.
Yes,
So make sure y'all tap in. Y'all know we always wilding out and carrying on. And this time we're taking the show to Legendary's space.
Okay,
So we're gonna have a new scenery. So
right.
y'all make sure y'all come check that out. Otherwise from that, we had a great time. I appreciate everybody that was here earlier when we had that little hiccup. We stuck up for each other. That's what we do here. Cause we all know what we do here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to nobody up in here.
Yes,
You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all pop out next week, 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Y'all already know who it is. It's your host, your boy, Golden Crush 200, aka Mr. 200. We out.